We know that both of y'all are
Meryl,
voting
thank you for the
Trump.
$10. Thank you so much.
We know that both of y'all are voting for Trump. We'd love to talk to y'all about why. So why do you guys think that
Thank
Trump
you,
is better
Meryl.
than
Thank you,
Kamala?
Meryl. I appreciate it.
Why is Trump better than Kamala? Because
A Kamala phenomenon.
Yeah,
Yeah, thank you for
hasn't
the
done anything
sunglasses.
for the state of California.
What'd you say, Justin?
Kamala, whatever the fuck her name is, I'll just call her Dumbass Harris.
What?
Yeah,
Dude,
Dumbass Harris.
What the hell is wrong with you, bro? Chill out.
She's done nothing for California. She didn't do anything as a senator for the state of California.
Okay, then why does Trump reference her as the most far-left extremist Marxist senator of all time if she didn't do anything for them?
She didn't do anything for California.
Okay, so she's not the most far-left senator we've ever had?
No, but that's not what I want to talk about. I want to ask.
Whoa,
Yeah,
Trump is
whoa.
lying? Whoa.
I know, wow. And then also, yeah, she did do a lot for the state of California. She passed a massive policy reform for how the criminal justice system works,
Bullshit.
the prison
But
system.
I'm not talking
as
about
well as-
her. I'm
She
not
also
talk-
co-signed legislation in 2019, specifically for the legalization of
Bullshit.
the M drug in the state of California. Sorry,
Okay.
federally speaking,
Whatever.
sorry.
So you guys agree with the Olympics allowing that Brittany Griner chick?
Dude,
That was
how
caught
that has
with Trump-
nothing to
that
do
was
with this.
caught with-
I don't even know who you're
No,
talking
no.
about.
Yeah.
But like, dude,
Yes, I
what
do,
relevance
'cause
does
it's
this
about
have to the
Americans,
conversation?
dumbass. Listen to
Speaking
me.
of the hand heart.
No,
Whoa,
listen.
dude, chill.
So you guys,
Chill.
so you guys agree with her kneeling during the national anthem, right? You guys agree with Kaepernick kneeling with the national anthem, right? You
I
agree
don't
with
think there's
the
anything
people that
wrong with
kneel?
protesting the state of our country. There's
You know,
nothing wrong with
you know what I say to,
If
you know what I say to that?
If you
You know what I
kneel,
say to that? Yo, W, Colin Kaepernick in the chat.
Yeah, there's literally nothing wrong with protesting the state of our country.
Nothing wrong with
If
protesting
someone-
the state of the country.
Yeah, if someone thinks that there's something
you
going
don't
wrong
kneel
with our
for the
government, how
flag.
it's
The only
ran, I
time
don't
you're
care.
supposed to kneel is when you pray. You don't kneel for the flag. You show respect.
Kneel when you pray. Okay.
he was praying?
Yeah.
That's
He's praying for a better
ridiculous.
country.
You
He's
don't
praying
kneel
for a
for
better
the American
future.
flag
Yeah,
when
exactly.
people
He
fight
was
for the
praying.
country.
Future. That's why I'm voting for Kamala.
Yeah, Colin Kaepernick was just praying. Come on, man.
No, he wasn't. He was.
Yeah, he was.
He was not.
Yeah,
he
was,
Yeah, he
buddy.
was. What are
How
you
much
talking
You're
about?
lying. You're
What
are you talking about,
Hey, what are you
bro?
talking about? What are you talking about?
So do you guys agree with burning the American flag like they did?
I think it should be legal. I think
I
it's
think it should be
constitutional.
legal. Absolutely.
So you guys agree with it should be illegal with what they did with the Palestine flags, right?
So I believe
How
it
they
should be
burn our-
legal. Bree, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I believe it should be legal to burn a flag. Yes.
But what,
Right.
like, what,
But I don't think I agree with burning all of the flags.
You think it should be,
Well, like, the
so you
problem
think it
there
should be
wasn't
legal?
burning the flag,
So
the
you're-
problem there was destruction of someone else's property.
Wait. So you're saying it should be legal for what they did in burning the American flag and raising the Palestinian flag? You're agreeing with that,
yeah,
right?
I think that should be totally legal. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you need to get
Well,
the
I
fuck
mean,
out of this
the-
country then
the
if you
issue-
agree with that bullshit.
The
Get
issue
the
there.
fuck out of this
So
country.
I don't think that there was like
Bree,
Fuck
thank
my
you for the
country, I gotta
$10.
do
Thank you so
that
much,
shit.
Bree.
What the
Justin. I don't think anything that they did there was like morally wrong. Right, I don't think it was morally
Yes,
wrong.
it was.
However,
They were
like
burning our
I
fucking
would
flag,
specifically,
idiot.
I
They
would
were burning our
specifically.
goddamn flag.
Wow, dude, no. No.
Crying like a baby.
No.
Baby Justin. Baby
Something you guys
Justin. Baby Justin.
You guys
Wait,
lack
Justin, I have a question. Do you think it should be legal to burn the pride flag?
No flag should be burnt.
Okay, so
No
it
matter how
should be
fucking-
illegal. So it should be illegal to burn a Confederate flag.
So if I make a flag that says
Oh, no,
Justin,
Yes,
Hold on,
it
hold
should
on.
be illegal to burn.
He
any
said it should be
flag.
illegal to burn the Confederate flag. Yo, Florida, thank you for the $12 on Venmo. Thank you so much. What are you talking
Oh
about,
my
bro?
God.
What is this guy saying?
if I make a flag,
Dude.
if I make a
Hey,
flag
have
with
you
a
guys
picture
ever
of
touched grass?
Thank you for the
Hey,
hand
You
heart.
guys ever been outside to touch grass?
hey Justin, if I
Yeah,
make a
they
flag
have.
with your
Touch
face on
grass.
it.
Damn sense.
What do you mean? You didn't climb trees as a kid? I climbed
Justin,
trees as
you've
a
lost
kid.
it, brother.
Did you climb trees as a kid? A coconut tree, right?
No,
Coconut tree.
Coconut tree. I climbed coconut trees. That's what I climbed.
Are you in the
I'm
context?
just kidding. I
Shit,
didn't climb coconut trees. I climbed.
You probably don't even step a foot out of
I
your
just
house,
climbed the
bro.
ones in my backyard, and they weren't coconut trees because I grew up in Iowa. But
Hey,
Oh,
Justin,
God,
do you agree or
you don't even
disagree
go
with the Supreme
outside,
Court's
bro.
decision that burning the American flag is a constitutionally protected activity under the First
Thank you for
Amendment,
the forever. Thank you so much.
particularly, freedom of expression?
No, the American
don't
flag
disagree
should
with
never
me.
be done.
Yeah,
I do
yeah, but
disagree
the
with that.
Constitution protects it under freedom of expression. See how like you don't really care about America or Constitution, you just kind of care about your traditional
guys don't
values.
care-
And when
I
something
care about
conflicts with your
America, you
traditional
guys
values,
don't.
you think it should be
Not the
illegal,
Constitution.
even
hold
if
on,
it's
hold on.
constitutionally
No, hold on,
protected.
wait, he cares about
Hold
America,
on.
but he's okay with Donald Trump trying to overthrow our government. Like,
Right, crazy.
like, dude, like I can't, dude.
Parker, that's the only shit you guys talk. 34 felonies.
That is
the
huge.
fraudster.
That has nothing to do with the felonies. The felonies are also election interference. But
Parker,
like,
but
I'm
that's
just-
all you say.
Trying to
That's all
stage
you
I
a
wasn't even
coup
referencing-
against our
You,
government
Parker.
is the
No,
worst
that's all you
thing
guys say,
that
though.
a
You
sitting president
and
has done in
everyone
modern
else
U.S.
that
history.
president like
Justin, listen to me.
Trump.
If we ignore everything about Trump, if we ignore the grape, if we ignore the felonies, if we ignore the attack on women's rights, if we ignore it all and just hyper fixate on the fact that he literally tried to stage
Yeah,
a
no, I'm
coup
not
to
about to
overthrow our
cry,
government in
bitch. Shut the
2020,
fuck up.
that is
I'm
enough
about to
reason
cry,
to vote
bitch.
for a brain dead patient over him. That is just enough
Appreciate the
to
paper
literally
crane,
vote
thank
for
you.
no president for 4 years over him. That is just enough to vote for who else is running against him over him knowing nothing about them. Staging a coup against our government and trying to overthrow our democracy is
He didn't try,
insane.
dude. He didn't try to go overthrow the.
Yeah, he
Man,
did. That's why Mike Pence no longer supports
he
him.
got
That's why
he got
34
he
other-
got a little bit of a flag. Happy, thank you for the dollar. I knew that was coming. I had a feeling. Yo, so the one and only how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you. Oh, Emmanuel, thank you for the $2. Thank you. What you got for us today?
Well, I just been listening to you guys, and by the way, there is other accounts with the one and only, so you can't say that I was on here earlier because one of your mods said that I debated Dean, and I did not. I haven't debated Dean until like I think like 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So this is clarification. So, but moving on,
Thank you for the Dara.
because I know what you're going to ask me, like why am I
Heather,
voting
thank you for the
for Trump?
shiny air balloon. Thank you. Well, I mean, I think haven't we already had this full conversation?
Yeah.
Well, me and you had this conversation like 2 months ago when you were supporting Biden, but now I like to know.
Okay, yeah. So why
what's
do you want to
your-
vote for Trump over Kamala Harris?
Well, basically part of his
India, thank you for the
policy-
champion. I appreciate you for the love. Yeah, what's one policy that the Trump administration influenced to get passed that you agreed with?
Well, let's see. During the C-19, he got Operation Warp Speed going. So obviously, with the being under a pandemic, I believe that, and then he also signed into what they call the First Step Act. So that was helping reform our people who was in incarceration. So
It didn't help with the reform.
man-
That helped get them out.
right. That's what I mean. He also did add like 45 miles of wall, but then
That's
he actually
like
did,
nothing. You know how large the border is?
Well, I understand, but he did refurbish like 400 something miles as well. So
Yeah. So
Um,
that
he
again,
did-
I appreciate the lemonade. Thank you so much. That's still like less than a fourth of the wall.
well, it's better, but that, and then also I think he helped the border patrol agencies with funding as far as or not
Hunters in
funding,
the chat.
excuse me.
Sorry, there's this hunter guy that thinks that me and Dean are DNC paid. That's in the chat. Appreciate that mustache.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I invited him. He didn't come up. So he's
are
running
you
and
guys-
scared.
there's a lot of people that think that you guys are paid by DNC.
Oh,
And I
he
think you're-
joined. He joined.
oh, wait, both of these people think we're paid, Parker.
Wait, the
like-
one only you think I'm paid too?
Yes.
Well, no, I didn't say Parker was. I know Dean.
Okay. All right.
Dean is because Parker has a different view than Dean and Harry and Chris. So because
what?
I debated Parker before, and he's a pretty good guy. In fact, here I'll jog your memory. I said that you had no mustache, and you said, "Oh, I have this is Parker. And you said, look, he's going to start blushing. He's going to say, oh, it's because I shave it. I'm like, nah, man, you had no mustache.
Hey, the DNC, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you
What
so
you
much
got
for
to
the
say
love,
about that,
DNC.
Parker? It's been like it's been a month and a half since I talked to you, man.
I literally do have to shave it.
Hey, the Democratic
You've done
National
nothing.
Committee,
You've
thank
got
you
no
so much for the
feedback,
$15
bro.
100 daily check for hosting my lives on
That's
Venmo. I really
crazy.
appreciate you
No,
for the $1,500.
So I just
no
want to
people.
ask. So why do you think Dean is DNC paid?
Okay, so just give me a second. So I believe personally that Dean, Harry, and Chris are paid because they say the same rhetoric every single day without looking at anything. In fact, if you give Dean a second or maybe 30 seconds, he can go in and spill his the speech that he gives every single day to every single new person that comes into his life over and over, and he's like a tape recorder. And I call him
Ah,
a
trying to
tape
convince
recorder.
people of the truth, man. It really sucks. Here's the thing. Y'all have the
So-
same arguments over and over and over and over again. And when we have someone like you that religiously watches my lives for 5 hours a day, every single day, of course
No, I
you're
don't
going to
watch
hear some
you
of the
5
content
hours a day,
material.
brother.
Once again,
I have a job. I don't watch you 5 hours a day. Thank you. But no, I just know the last time I debated you, you say the same thing. Parker, on the other hand, has a different view than you and Harry and Chris, and that's what I like about Parker is because he does have different views. But he don't say the same rhetoric every single day like you do, or
I think
what
I do.
Harry.
Yeah, Maxine, thank you for the
No,
$5 on
because, like-
PayPal from the DNC. I really
I
appreciate
think it
you
can
for the
change
love.
if I have like a new argument, but I mean the same thing happens with Dean. Dean hears a better
It just
argument
depends
than
on
the rest of
whatever script the DNC gives them for that day, bro.
Okay, so both of
them. Yeah,
y'all think I
this
paid.
delusional guy. Okay,
Both
so-
of y'all think I paid.
So
Unbelievable.
Hunter,
Well, can you
what's the
prove that
evidence
you're
that
not getting
I get
paid?
DNC scripts?
Hey, oh shit, Alexa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo from the DNC, and Tatiana, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC. I really appreciate you for the love,
DNC.
Tatiana.
Can you prove that you're not
WDNC?
getting paid by the DNC then, Dean?
Emmanuel, I appreciate the $2. I don't think I could prove to you that I'm not being paid, and I promise you, I've got no money from any business, from any management company, from any anything that's affiliated with the DNC. So
Yeah, like how would you expect me to do that? Like, what's a form of evidence I could?
I
provide you that
I
I'm
literally
not paid by
don't
the
even have a
DNC?
business email. So how would they contact me? Like just through my message requests? Are you telling me I look through my message requests? There are people in my guest box or in the comment section that get mad at me because I don't check my message requests. Yo, Lisa, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Justin, thank you for the
Well,
sweet memories. Thank you so much. Because I just can't get through them.
I would say that
I don't even
you
have an agent.
probably
I have no
will
one.
Well, honestly, you got your you got everybody, you got your pay information up there on your platform.
In my bio, I do have my
in-
Venmo, my
in
PayPal,
your
and my
bio,
bio.
right?
Yeah.
So that would be one aspect where they could pay
That's what
you.
the
at.
Democrats like, free money.
So they pay us through Venmos from individual people? Because Venmo has
No,
accounts
that's not
for
what
all
I'm
these
claiming
people.
at all. That's not what we're claiming at all. Stop the cap.
Then what are you claiming? Think of the pinch face.
I'm not claiming anything yet. I'm just letting you guys
Lisa,
talk.
thank you
I'll
for the
claim a little
galaxy.
bit.
Appreciate you for the love.
What? No. So what were you claiming?
Hunter, I destroyed you on Harry's live. Do you remember that? Sorry.
Oh no, I remember. I actually destroyed you. It's not a matter of who destroyed who because people in tech
Delusion!
think I
You got
destroyed
sat
you.
down. You
No,
actually,
no.
you
I
actually.
actually-
Hunter was
reason
like
I
the
actually
views are
came on
dry.
this
Got to
live,
talk
the
about
reason-
Chris, Dean, Harry,
Can I-
and Harry and Parker again.
Can I finish my
Natalia, thank you for the
sentence?
$15 on
Yeah,
PayPal
see,
from the
every time I
DNC.
start
I
talking-
really
Angela, thank you
appreciate
for the
love,
$30 on
Natalia.
Cash
Let's
App.
go.
Every time I
Natalia,
start
thank you for the
trying to talk, I won't
$15 from the DNC. Thank
Angela,
you.
thank you for the
Every time-
$30 from the
every time I
DNC. Thank you so much,
Oh, yeah,
Angela.
shut the
We were
fuck
just
up,
reading.
Tyler.
We were just reading donations.
Jordan, thank you for the $20 from the daily
Yo,
DNC
Venmo, PayPal in
payment.
the
Thank you
bio.
so much, Jordan.
And Natalia, once again, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Let's go. Sorry, Hunter, we didn't mean to
Thank you for the JD, I
interrupt you.
appreciate it.
Go ahead and continue.
Go
We were
ahead.
just reading
Yeah,
off
go ahead.
donors.
No,
Go ahead,
it's
man.
okay. I know it's your typical rage bait content. I'm
Pookie, this
used to it
isn't
by
you.
now.
Pookie, this isn't you. We're not rage baiting. This isn't you, Pookie.
Okay, so can I say my sentence real quick, please, before you talk about your donations from the DNC?
Yep.
Okay, bet. So I just want to say that it's very unfortunate for you gentlemen. If you want to debate on any substance, we can at any time, any place. But for tonight, I just want to let you know that you guys should be terrified because I'm creating a video that will definitely get over 100,000 views, exposing the both of you. You guys are absolutely cooked out for this. By the way, everyone, over 750,000 people know that Harry is a DNC puppet, that he's paid by Midas Touch as well as the DNC.
Hey, Hunter, why don't you just one-on-one
on my
view-
page? You
one
can
view on
see
me right
that.
now.
You can literally see that
Christy,
on
you're
the
amazing. Thank you
FEC
so much,
website.
India.
On the F. Let me talk on the FEC website.
Hunter, why don't you
Consulting
just
for Midas Touch? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, Hunter,
directly
you said that we
related to
could
the
do-
DNC Incorporated.
you said
And
that-
look,
you
hear
said
the
that
guys
you'd be
like,
down
yeah,
to debate on the substance at
They,
any
they don't want to
point.
take accountability. They know that they're destroyed after tonight. They won't have a career either.
Hey, Hunter,
Everyone
you
sees
said-
that as Harry's downfall.
Hey, buddy, Hunter, you said that you'd debate us on substance at any point. I already know that you talked to Parker. Would you be down to 1v1 me right now?
This wouldn't be a 1v1 because you're with Parker.
I'll be quiet.
Yeah, it'll be quiet.
I'll definitely 1v1 you on substance.
Yeah, why are you voting for Trump? Eddie,
Yeah,
thank you for the $4 of
absolutely.
Venmo from the DNC.
Absolutely. I agree with his foreign policy, as
people
well as
$1
domestic
Venmo.
policy, more so than I agree with any leftist we've had in years, such as Kamala.
Yeah. So like,
Kamala
what's
or Biden.
one? So it's like one piece of legislation that he influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the middle class more so than rich people.
You see, you asked why I'm voting for Trump, and I said foreign policy, and then you immediately go to the middle class. That has nothing to do with foreign policy. You're trying to change the topic as you always do.
So you reference
Abraham
foreign
Accords.
as
So
well
people
as
that say
domestic.
no policy, for all of you liberal puppets that say no policy, the Abraham Accords.
Yeah, so you're
Which
referencing
established
the
peace between Israel, Morocco, and the UAE. That is a policy. That is a foreign policy. It's an international policy, and that is something that I liked about Trump, and it doesn't have nothing to do with the middle class, because I'm not talking about the middle class. I'm talking about a piece of legislation that Trump wrote that I agree with.
Yeah. So particularly when we're speaking about the Abraham Accords, this specifically left out Palestine of the peace agreement, and I found this was a devastational issue, which could have led to some pressures being built up specifically between Israel as well as Palestine, which could have influenced some factors into play insofar as Israel's attempted ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people today. So it was one of my issues with the Abraham Accords. Then another thing, you did say that you liked his foreign as well as his domestic policy. So when we're specifically referencing his domestic policy, you couldn't name one piece of legislation that he influenced to get passed that would benefit the middle class more so than the top 1%.
I like
And
how
find it
every,
quite
I like how
strange
every
that-
time you, real quick, Dane, every time that you mention the domestic policy, you mention the middle class. That's not what we're talking about right now. You asked me what policies I like, so I
Yeah,
mentioned.
so what
one
of his
about-
domestic policy did you like?
Okay, yeah, I like the fact that his ideology that he's trying to pass, the Keystone Pipeline, which by the way got shut down in Biden's presidency in 2021, which you guys I know disagree with. I'm a huge fan of the Keystone Pipeline. I think that would have been great for our economy as well for drilling oil internationally. And I know that you guys don't like that. You think that's bad for the environment and shit. That's fine. You can think that. That's a policy that I agreed with, and I was in total support of that. And it got shut down in 2021 by Joe Biden, which is another reason why I don't like Joe Biden. That's a policy issue.
Yeah, Pookie, couple issues there. So first of all, Keystone XL pipeline, Canadian owned. Second of all, the U.S. was only going to get 10% of the proceeds. Third of all, probably the biggest point here, it
10% of
was
the
actually ordered to be
proceeds,
shut down.
10% of the proceeds, that's fine.
Pookie,
That's still a lot of money.
Pookie, you gotta
That's
let me
still a
finish
lot
here.
of money.
Pookie, you gotta let me finish here. You gotta learn. You gotta listen. You gotta learn and listen.
Oh, Dane, okay,
It was
okay.
specifically ordered to be shut down by the Supreme Court, right? We're going to be referencing Politico Pro for this. And then additionally here, I think it's quite funny that you disagree with Biden shutting it down when he was simply following through the court order. And secondly, it's funny that you make this a main point of contention when if it was in operation, it would be going over indigenous lands and would only be increasing the global oil supply by 2%. And it's also funny that you'd say that this was wrong for Biden to do when in all consideration, the U.S. is currently producing more oil than any country that has ever existed in the entirety of the earth. And that's coming straight from the EIA, the Energy Information Administration.
Yeah. Sorry. What was that?
I was just educating you, Pooks. What did you learn?
Oh, I learned that during the Biden and the Harris presidency, they signed into bill your whole existence of being on TikTok to ban it coming 2025 if it's not divested into a foreign company. The only way that you guys are popular.
Veronica, I appreciate you for the $47 on PayPal
You
for
see,
this
they start-
47th president.
and
I
they
appreciate
start-
you for the
and they
love,
start getting
Veronica.
that
Let's get a
again. You see
100
how mad they
W
get?
Veronicas in the chat for the
By the way,
$47 on
everyone,
PayPal. Appreciate
Parker
you for the
and Dean,
love.
I'm going to keep saying this. I'm going to repeat it. Parker and Dean have built up a political platform
Thank you,
on this
Veronica.
app, TikTok. And the Biden presidency, as well as Kamala Harris, who they support, by the way, is going to ban it in 2025, come January, if it's not divested. And they are in full support of that. So they are literally so delusional in the sense that they are supporting their own downfall. Their career will be taken away from TikTok because that's what they're big on if they support Biden and
Okay,
Harris.
so just to clarify here. So first of all, the particular TikTok.
I know
ban
the
that you're
leftists are frustrated.
Wait,
Dean, why are you
one
frustrated? Is it because your platform will be taken away and you're voting? You're literally going to vote for the woman that's going to
I
take
mean,
away
I'm
your
actually
platform?
not that frustrated. I'm just hoping that you'll allow me an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. But real quick. Do you deny
Donald
the
Trump
fact-
is such
do you-
a threat that I
do you-
would give up
real
my
quick,
job
real
to
quick,
be able
Parker, I
to
thought-
ensure
Parker, I
that
thought-
he is not in
whoa,
office.
Whoa. Hey, everyone, remember when it
Yeah.
was going to be a 1v1?
No,
And
I'm just
Parker
muting.
has
I was just
something.
going to say that because
Oh,
you
it was
were
supposed to be
addressing
a
me.
1v1. I
Yeah,
know-
I-
But you addressed me.
Hey, Hunter, buddy, do you mind if I respond real quick?
Yeah, you can. Let me finish real quick, then you can respond. And I
have more to
promise,
say.
you have my word. You have my word. I will not say a word when you respond. Do
Yeah,
you
go for it,
deny,
man.
though? I have a question for you because you like to ask questions. Do you deny that the TikTok law got passed in a foreign aid bill to get banned, if not divested, by early January of 2025, which
No, that
President Joe
absolutely
Biden
happened.
signed into law? I'll approve that in my next video. Signed into law, which
Yeah,
was
that
also supported by
absolutely
Kamala
happened.
Harris.
That absolutely happened. Yeah, Stevie, thank you so much for the $10 on Vim. I appreciate you for the love.
Steve,
so
you
yeah,
can give
just
it
a quick.
$10 as well.
So there's a couple things about the TikTok ban specifically. So first of all, apart from the fact that it had bipartisan support, including Trump, we also see that this will most likely be held up within the courts, right? But all I'm saying here is I do understand that the Biden-Harris administration served as a threat to my job, but I think the Trump administration served as a threat to every single citizen of our country. Not only did Trump serve as a threat to the 170 million American women and girls in our country by electing
Wait,
three
so wait,
Supreme
real
Court
quick.
one. Just no, quit the yap, buddy. That's right. You're
you
listening to
literally
me
didn't
now.
talk about anything.
Quit the yap. That's right. Not only did Trump put the rights of the 170 million American women and girls on the line by electing 3 justices to the Supreme Court, specifically to overturn Roe v. Wade, to eliminate access to health care from 1 out of 3 American women, right, of reproducing ages, right? And I also think it's hilarious that you'd support this man at all because of the threat that he serves to our democracy. He sent fake electorates to 7 states to cast false votes into the Electoral College, and he told his VP not to certify the results of the 2020 election because he baby raged and denied them without evidence, even after being disproven by 60 courts of laws, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. You could talk about the TikTok ban all day, every day. You could talk about how he served as a threat to my job. I care more about the rights and the freedoms of all Americans, especially the 170 million American women and girls, more so than I care about my silly little career on this silly little app. But of course, I won't lose that either because that's ultimately going to be held up within the courts and everything is going to be A-okay over there, baby. But yeah, let's go and talk
By the
about
way, Dean's
posing a
not
threat to
calling
people's
his
lives.
career silly. He's just saying that because people say that.
Yeah.
He just got all emotional, didn't he?
He did. He got very emotional. You see,
got
when
very
Dean gets really
emotional.
mad and challenged on anything that has substance or merit, he likes to revert back to Donald Trump because he can't talk about the own issues of his own party or of himself. He's like, oh yeah, the TikTok thing is bad.
Respectfully, you're not arguing substance right now.
So what is
Calm down. I was just like
Hey,
using emphasis.
so what
on
is-
that.
Yeah, you were just yapping and throwing a tantrum. It's okay. It's nothing new.
So no substance?
so we
You
know
have no
Trump's
substance. You're the one who threw the
policies-
tantrum. I'm not throwing a tantrum. You're throwing a tantrum.
Okay, so let me make this clear. So I rebuttal your position of you specifically saying that the Biden-Harris administration poses as a threat to my career by arguing that I'm voting for the lesser of two evils here, and I care more about the threat
I
to
never
all
said
of the
anything
American
about the
people,
lesser of two
especially the
evils.
American
Once
women,
again,
in
we're
comparison to a threat to my career that's going to be ultimately held up within the courts. You don't have a response on substance, so then you attack my character by saying that I'm delusional and angry. This is what you guys try to do every day. You can't engage in logical critical thought with my claims that I'm making. You can't contend them with fact, reason, or logic. So then you have to attack my character to demean the substance of the words that I'm
Yeah,
saying.
your
This makes
character,
sense.
your
Typical
character's
magical
pretty
diss.
piss poor, so it's pretty easy to attack your character.
And you're
What
the
is
one voting for the
Harris'
felon, the
policy?
rapist, the fraudster, and the threat to our democracy, sir. You do not have a moral high ground here.
Oh, I
What are
definitely
you
do. Also,
voting
by the way,
for?
when in my next video, I'm going to prove the verdict that Parker really wanted me to see, which, by the way, I'm really glad that Parker did show me the verdict, because the verdict proves that Trump is not a rapist. In fact, he is proven not guilty. So I'm going to put that in my next video, and then Dean's going to look like an
Hey, let's
absolute
talk about it,
jackass
Hunter.
because he's
Hey,
saying
so would you
about it.
agree that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
One more time, I genuinely didn't hear that. Please repeat
Would
that.
you agree that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
100%.
Okay, well then you would agree that Trump was a rapist because they specifically found him liable of inserting his fingers into E. Jean Carroll's vagina without her consent. The reason the jury did not label him as a rapist within the jury verdict was because in the state of New York, they defined rape as the male member entering into the female member without consent. And it's funny because in 2023, 1 year after that court case concluded, they changed their definition of rape to include these circumstances alongside the legislation of 36 other states. And you cannot contend that even the judge of that court thought that Trump was a rapist because when Trump tried to countersue Carroll specifically for calling him a rapist on live TV, the judge threw out the case because that's how we colloquially reference rape, and that's how 37 states now define rape. You have absolutely no ground for your claim.
Well,
And
then
then
you
you want
have
to
no
argue
ground,
that it's
because it
only
was
rape
assault.
if
It's not a criminal
if it's
trial.
legally
And
defined as
literally,
it. Well, let's go back to 2022,
The
and if I
specific
shoved a
words that
cactus
Dean
up your
used
ass,
was
you
liable.
would have been raped according
They
to New
found
York
him
state law.
liable, meaning more likely than not, which means it's still inconclusive, even though they ruled on it, because they ruled in civil court, not criminal court, which is something that you don't tell to your viewers at all. You just want to go, Trump is bad, this. Yeah, in civil court, he was found liable of, not great, by the way, he was found not liable for great.
Respond to what I just said, sir.
I am responding to what you just said. It's
No,
civil
you're not.
court,
I just
criminal court.
particularly referenced specifically how it was grape, denoting the change in legislation, denoting the failed attempt at Trump to countersue her for calling him a
absolutely.
rapist, and denoting how he is a rapist and how you agree with this because
Angela,
you
thank you for the $30. I appreciate. Thank you, Angela.
Hey Sam, are you
because you
there or
specifically
no?
agreed
I don't even
that,
fucking know. You look
and
really
you
strange, Sam. Sorry.
specifically agreed that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape.
Yes,
Is it a
100%.
fact that the jury specifically held Trump liable for inserting his fingers into her vagina without consent? Is that
So
a
then
fact?
you know the
Hunter?
difference. Let me ask you a question because you love to ask questions.
Pivot. Answer mine. Is that a fact, sir?
Yes, I think that is absolutely.
Okay,
disgusting.
you just said it was a fact that the jury held him liable for
No, I said that
inserting
it's a
his
fact
fingers.
that
Hey,
the
Hunter,
things that you're saying are disgusting, and if that's true, it's civil court. Answer my question.
Is
You know
it
the
a
difference
fact,
between
Hunter?
civil-
You're not answering. With all due respect, sir, you're not answering my question.
You're not
Is it a
answering
fact
mine.
that the jury held Trump liable for inserting his fingers into E. Jean Carroll's vagina without consent? I understand that you may not trust the ruling, you may not agree with it, but I'm asking if this is a fact that this is what they held him legally responsible for.
Do you know the difference between civil and criminal court?
Yes, I'm not asking you if you think he did this. I'm asking you if you think that the jury held him liable for this. Is it a fact that the jury held him liable for inserting his fingers into E. Jean Carroll's vagina without consent?
Do you know what liable means?
Liable,
yeah, the
yes.
jury did held him liable for that, but liable means
Okay,
more likely
okay.
than not.
Awesome.
There is no proof,
So
and it's
earlier
not
you
criminal
said
court.
that you agree that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is rape, and now
100%.
you've said that you agree the jury held him liable for doing
Yes.
exactly that. So how
Yes.
can you say that he is
Thank you,
not
Jordan. I appreciate it.
he
Thank
was
you.
not held liable as a rapist when you just agreed under your own definition of grape that that's exactly what they did?
Because he didn't do that, because it's civil court, not criminal court. And the word liable means they think more likely than not. And they also specifically said on the page that he did not grape the woman. And so what you guys keep trying to do is say that he's 100% guilty, when in court, a civil court, not a criminal court, means he was not convicted of any crime because there's no conclusive evidence either way. So what you guys got to understand is there is a possibility that the things that they say he's liable for is
Zen,
true.
thank you for the sports card. Thank you so much, Zen. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Zen.
1 second, Parker, please. But there's also a possibility, I'm not saying probability, I'm saying possibility here, meaning statistical, it's either it is or it isn't, that he did do the things or that he did not do the things. But the fact that it was a civil court, not a criminal court, means there is not enough evidence to try him for any crime. In addition to that, liable means more, they said more likely than not, meaning they think he did, but they don't know for sure. There is no proof either way. So the fact that you're making all of these accusations about him is giving people a violent rhetoric over their head that he's some monster, when the truth is we will never know either way.
Okay, yeah, we could go and respond to that, but Parker, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just want to ask two sets of questions. India, thank you for the roses. Thank you so much.
It was supposed to be a 1v1, bro. Okay, ask him. That's fine. I'll be respectful.
I just want to ask one. I don't want to
Chill.
engage any further in your 1v1. I just wanted to ask this one question. Would
Yes.
you vote for someone who's been held, who's more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
The thing is that you're asking a question it's a lose-lose no matter what I say. So I'm not gonna answer your question.
He's not gonna. Okay, yeah. He's not gonna answer the
You
question.
know I'm smarter than that.
Okay.
You know it's a
Yeah.
lose-lose.
So
That's not smart to not answer the question. That's just silly.
Yeah.
No,
I
because-
have two
because of-
things.
No, either way, yes or
I
no.
would like to
it's a
respond-
lose-lose for answering the question, you guys. You have another question for me?
Yeah,
I'll answer
he
that.
has
Thank
no
you, Sam,
answer
for the
because he
call.
doesn't want to say the quiet part out loud. So there's a couple things that I want to.
No, 1 second, Dean. He has another question for me. 1 second, Dean. What was your other
Yeah, no,
question?
no. I just want you to answer that. India, thank you so much for the golden party. Thank you so much, India. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Honestly, I'll answer that honestly and with substance. I do not believe that he did it. And if I did believe him, I heard
That's
that he
not
did.
answering my question.
No, if you're right, if I think that someone did that, I would not vote for them.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I would not. If I thought someone attacked a woman in a sexual manner, I would not vote for them. No.
He's not
So
answering.
answer the question
No,
specifically.
I am
Would
answering the
you-
question. I would
Would
not
you
vote for
vote, given that it's more likely than not that they sexually assaulted a woman, would you vote for them?
No.
Okay. So
But I
it
don't
is the
believe-
case
I
that,
don't
that they
believe-
judge based upon preponderance of evidence, which means more likely than not. So by that
But
standard, you
because it was
wouldn't vote
civil
for
court,
Donald
there is no
Trump.
evidence. The point I'm trying to make is that the evidence that was presented was just a he said versus she said situation. There is
Wait, so no,
crime.
but the jury of 9
There-
people unanimously indicated it was more likely than not. So that's preponderance
it's
of
a jury.
evidence.
It's a
You brought
jury.
up Hunter, you brought up preponderance of evidence to dispute it, but then based upon preponderance of evidence,
Can we
you
stop
just
talking about the
accepted
argument
it.
for pundits? Can we just talk
Yeah.
about?
I really
Talk
wanted
in
to
layman's
respond
terms,
to a
okay?
couple
For the people, let's not
to
go
the
over
things
my
that
head.
Hunter
Let's not
said to
go
me
over my
there.
head. Let's get on the same page.
Hunter, respectfully, you just got cooked, bro.
No, absolutely not. Because it's a he said versus she said situation. So you're saying that the jury
No.
someone-
There are corroborating factors. Can you name one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that in her defense she literally quoted something out of Law and Order.
Okay, so there's
No, that was
one
not-
piece of
that's not
evidence-
something-
She's
that was
quoting
not
a
something
TV
submitted
show.
as evidence.
She's literally quoting a TV
Thank you, I
show.
appreciate the look around.
She's
I know
quoting-
she didn't
no,
quote a TV
completely
show.
bullshit. So again,
It's
what you
not. So
don't,
she
what you
quotes-
don't
she
acknowledge,
quotes- she
what
quotes
you're
a
not
TV show,
acknowledging,
and that
what
was-
you're
that
not
was
acknowledging,
presented.
what you're not acknowledging is you have no idea any of the evidence submitted in the case. So again, what the jury determined, it was more probable than it was not. It was more likely than not, right, based upon preponderance of evidence. So again, given that standard, you said you would accept that. Also, they didn't even take this into account, the fact that he specifically had a dress, right, she had a dress that she kept that had his DNA on it, right? Because he specifically didn't want to give up his DNA, which means that it was most likely that he specifically was guilty. Because
Yeah.
if he was innocent, he would have proved his innocence by giving up his DNA.
Yeah, like I wanted to wrap back around and respond to the points that you had made, Hunter, because there was
Okay,
like a couple.
and you
points
can I?
that
I'm gonna say one thing to Parker, and then I'll be quiet, and you keep that thought, please. So Parker, in answer to that, we keep talking about how it was a unanimous decision and all this and that. I give you one piece of evidence, and you said that's absolutely not true. But then you try to provide a piece of evidence, and I know the piece of evidence that you did provide was true, that he did refuse to give up the DNA sample. But you're failing to acknowledge that Jean Carroll literally quoted Law and Order and some of what happened in her situation.
Yeah, where?
Not as a piece of evidence.
That.
And
She did not. She did not quote it as a piece of evidence.
You
I
did.
asked you a
You did.
piece of evidence that was submitted to the case that was not
just didn't.
submitted as the case as a piece of evidence.
And she just didn't quote Law and Order. I just wanted that to be known. That
she
actually
did.
didn't happen.
I'll
Hunter,
pull
you're
that up.
mixing up your fringe conspiracy theories. So
Okay,
this
hold
fringe
up, Dean, hold up,
conspiracy
Dean. I'm
theory
not gonna
goes as
start- I'm not gonna
follows.
start for Dean.
Okay,
Please,
I mean,
please,
okay,
Please,
fine. I'll be
please,
quiet.
please.
I'll wait.
Yeah,
I'll
thank
wait.
you. And then you can mute me for when you talk, because I know you have a lot to say about what I just said. The main argument that I'm trying to make, because I know you guys are trying to get me caught in a contradiction. It's fine. You do that with a lot of people, and I understand that you might think that you have with me tonight, because I'm standing firm on my ground. If I think someone did something like that, I think it's disgusting, it's vile, and I wouldn't vote for them. But the point that I'm trying to make to you guys is because, one, it was civil court, not criminal court. He wasn't only not
I'll join on
guilty of
another
a
account.
crime,
Okay.
it is more liable than not, meaning there is a high probability, or not probability, possibility that he did not do it. Right. So
Yeah, but I used that standard when I asked you the question. I said,
Yeah,
would
but
you
then
vote
we're
for
not gonna
someone
say-
who
we're
more
not
likely
gonna say
than
no.
not?
But here- no, but
I asked you specifically, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman? And you said no.
No,
Not
because I
only
don't
not
believe
only
he
did the court specifically
I'm using my
determine
ethos
based
here.
upon preponderance of evidence
Okay.
more likely than not that he sexually assaulted her, but it's also the case specifically that that there was a dress specifically.
So you're talking about a dress, but at the same time, what I'm trying to say to you, right, is you guys keep trying to make this guy seem out to be some monster, some criminal, because you probably do believe that he did.
Before we pivot, can I respond to your claims earlier, Hunter?
Let me finish my last point with Parker, then you can. You're being
Okay.
patient. You're being so patient. Thank you, Dean. I really appreciate you being patient, and I honestly really do respect that. Thank you, Parker. Listen, it's a matter of, right, you said more likely than not, but there's no statistical percentage of is it 51% likely or is it 80% likely, right? That's not in the
But I asked you that within the question. I said more likely than not. More likely than not can include 51 plus. Okay, so I said it's unlikely that it's 51 because some of the evidence that we're referencing in terms of the dress wasn't even submitted in the court. And that's probably, in my eyes, the strongest piece of evidence, right?
No, you're right. You're right. That is a strong piece of evidence, 100%. And I'm not denying that, right? I'm not going to argue that that is a strong piece of evidence. And I'm also not going to argue the point with you because I'm in agreement with you that if someone did that thing, that terrible thing, I'm not going to say it on live because I don't want your live to be taken out. I think that's inhumane. I think that's almost as bad as unaliving someone. I think that's one of the worst things someone can do. However, I think where we disagree on this, and it's I think that, right, and I'm saying think, not know, right, because you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a matter of opinion on if you did it or not. And I'm telling you, based off the evidence that I've read in the case, even though they ruled more likely than not, I'm claiming that it was a civil trial, not a criminal trial, as well as I'm claiming after reading the evidence, I don't believe
What's
that
the
Accept
lowest?
Trump's-
What's the lowest form
He
of
did.
probability in a civil court that's accepted? 51 plus. So
And I
again,
also-
even
I
based
still- I
upon
still
that,
really wanted to
I asked
reference
you
back
that
his
question,
claims.
and you still literally said you wouldn't vote for him. So what I
So
just
if you know,
proved here
if it's-
is that
if
you
it's
said that you
51,
wouldn't vote
if
for
it's
someone
51, it's a
in which
claim
had the characteristics
claim
that Donald
threat.
Trump has. But now you're going to sit here and say that you will still vote for Trump, even considering that, again, based upon preponderance of evidence, he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll.
it's a coin flip, bro. He either did or he didn't. It is.
No, it's not. I
I-
proved it's not because I gave you the broader evidence that was not even taken into account in the context of the court case, and you specifically didn't respond to any of this. But you can go for it, Dean.
Yeah, I just wanted to reference back a couple of things that Hunter had said. So,
Please do.
like, referencing back the first thing you said, that no, Trump did not grape E. Jean Carroll because the jury specifically did not select that on the jury verdict form. Well, earlier I did explain to you how your definition of grape would include what the jury held Trump liable for. Can you
That they said
recognize that?
that he was innocent for.
So once again, Hunter, remember how you said if anything enters into a woman's vagina without consent, that is grape? Did you say that?
I did. It
Do
is.
you also remember how you said that it is a fact that the jury held Trump liable for inserting his fingers into her vagina without consent?
They said more likely than not. They gave probable cause, but it was a he said versus she said. And the only evidence that you guys have was that there was some DNA of Trump's on the dress. With that being
Yeah,
said,
we don't even.
it's
We'll,
not
we'll
a
get to
criminal
that. We'll,
case. There's
we'll,
no
we'll get to
criminal
that.
evidence.
It's a simple yes
It's
or no.
civil court.
We'll get to that. You did
We can talk
indicate
about
that
civil versus
you did
criminal court at any
we could
time.
get to that. We could get to that. You did indicate that the jury held Trump liable for inserting his fingers into her
more
vagina
likely
without
than not
consent,
was
right?
was the ruling. More likely
Okay,
than
so then
not.
you'd agree with me that the reason the jury selected no on the jury verdict form for did Mr. Trump grape E. Jean Carroll wasn't because he didn't grape her, but it's rather because the bad definition of grape that the state upheld at the time did inadequately not account for these scenarios of grape.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so then you'd agree that the talking point that they didn't indicate he graped her ultimately fails from your perspective.
No. Because I think when you say the word grape, right, we're in agreement. Now listen, let me explain before you get upset. I'm not going to try and belittle you. I'm going to try and give genuine reasoning. When you say something like that, I think we are on the same page of the definition of grape. Anything that's inserted into a woman unconsensually is grape. We're not in any type of like fighting animosity there, right? We are on the exact same page with that. But when you say the word grape, I think a lot of people so subconsciously have in their mind that grape means the old definition of it, right? So when you
There's
say
no
that,
old definition of it.
yeah, there is before the ruling is what you just mentioned. Yes. Yes,
No,
there
we
is.
say
which
that
is
they inadequately accounted for all scenarios of grape, and you even agreed, given how
no,
you
because
defined
Parker
grape,
literally
what
said
Trump
that in
did was grape.
1981 they changed the definition.
In 1981, no, we're going to be referencing 2023.
That's not what I said.
So, like, you'd agree, but who cares? Like, all that you told me, Hunter, you agreed that anything entering into a woman's vagina without her consent is grape. And you agreed with me that the jury held Trump legally responsible for inserting his fingers into her vagina without consent. It would follow under your own
They didn't
definition
hold
of
him
grape.
responsible. They said that they were-
Fingers or male member.
Yeah, it would follow under your own definition of grape that they held him legally responsible for the grape of E. Jean Carroll. And once again, this is not like a fringe opinion. This is upheld by the judge
No,
of the
you're
court
right,
case.
you're right.
And this
But-
is
but-
upheld by another jury as well because he
talk about
specifically
civil
tried to
court versus
countersue
criminal
E.
court?
Jean Carroll. We'll get on to that as soon as
Okay.
you admit that your talking point, that because the jury didn't select that he had graped her, this means he didn't grape her. As soon as you could concede on that, we can move on to the other talking points as well.
So, okay, what would you like me to concede on for us to move on to the talking point? I'll put my ego aside about what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You specifically made the claim that because the jury did not check the yes box on the question, did Mr. Trump grape E. Jean Carroll, that this means that Mr. Trump did not grape E. Jean Carroll, because you agreed on your own definition of grape that you would disagree with the state of New York and how their penal code was set up at the time.
Just because I disagree with the state of New York doesn't mean what they said isn't true.
Penal.
Just
Okay,
it's my
so you
opinion versus
disagree.
the
So
law.
so
Now you're
yeah, so
asking
you
me
do
if I
disagree with
the law.
penal.
Yes, I do disagree with the law there, but it's still the
Sweet.
law. He didn't grape her.
Oh,
right?
okay, sweet. So yeah, when a husband would chain down her wife and enter into her without consent in the year
What the hell are
1970,
you talking
before grape was
about?
was illegal in the context of marriage,
Why did
he
you
didn't grape
take it
them.
that far? Why did you take it that far? No, I got a serious question. Why the hell did you take it that far? You're going off on.
Oh, because I'm showing you what your position entails. When we
No.
see these
Bro, brother.
rapist sympathizers, one second,
Brother,
Hunter, let me
no.
talk. When we
You
see
can't
people,
talk, but that's-
Hunter,
you're going on
Hunter,
a tangent.
Hunter,
You're
I'm
going to go-
speaking.
You're
Hunter,
going
I'm
on another tangent,
Hunter,
my boy.
Hunter,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
speaking.
Just doing your picture in
Hunter.
timeout.
Okay, so this is what you do when you start losing. You start whining like my 6-year-old nephew. That's what I
I
thought.
can
You're
say
not the
the exact
hunter.
same
You're the
thing about you.
fucking prey, little bro. You're not the hunter. You're the prey. Now moving on to what I was
I'm
going
the
to
prey?
say.
Wait, does that make you a predator then?
specifically,
Like
you
what you claim Trump to be?
you
Wait, wait, does that- if I'm
specifically,
a prey, does that make you a
Hunter,
predator?
Hunter, you
Does
are
that make Trump to be a
literally
predator?
not
Does that make you a predator?
engaging. You are
Oh, I
literally
think
not
Dean's a
engaging.
predator. Dean, I think you're a predator, my guy.
No, I'm not a predator like Trump.
Then why'd you
and
call me your
Obama.
prey?
Because you're getting absolutely intellectually destroyed. Okay, but now
who?
moving back to what I was saying.
Who?
Look at this.
Who?
Look at all of this like talk just to obfuscate from the main point of conversation because you know that you're losing. Are you going to let me speak and let me show you how you're wrong, or are you
Debbie,
going to
thank
continue
you
to
so
make
much
these
for the
very
$20 on
rudimentary,
Venmo.
claims?
Thank you so much, Debbie. I really appreciate it, Debbie. Thank you so much. Yes,
By
and
the
we will
way,
talk about
this
Agenda
is-
47. Thank you.
This is a tactic that they do is they thank people for their donations in the middle of an argument because
That's how they pivot.
I
He's not
cut
even
Dean
engaging in
off.
the conversation.
I
He
know
cut
you
me
did.
off.
I know you did because
Okay.
you know he's you know
Are
Whenever
we
you start
ready?
saying Facts. That's what they do.
Are we
They pivot.
ready? Are we ready
I know.
for me to
Oh,
speak?
I forgot, bro. What's your name, bro? One second. Well, I gotta ask bro his name real quick. What's your name?
No, I no. We're having a one-on-one conversation. You made
I'm
a
asking you
claim
this
that was
question before
very
we have a
silly,
one-on-one
and you've been
conversation. I'm just
interrupting me
asking
for the last 5 minutes straight, and you haven't been able to let me get it out. You're fucking
'cause you
insufferable.
throw- you throw
Either
tantrums
sit
and you
back
want
and
opinion.
listen
We're
while
talking
I'm
about Donald
speaking,
Trump.
or you could
No,
go
we're
to another
talking about
place that
Donald
moves
Trump,
more your
and you
speed.
immediately go
So
to
specifically, what is
hang down
going
someone
on
with it.
is
What
you
the hell is
said
wrong with
that
you,
the
bro?
reason
What is
Trump
wrong
is
with
not a
you, bro?
rapist
Oh,
is because
tantrum
the
time.
state of New
Wow,
York did
wow.
not define what he did as grape at
Tantrum.
the time. So would you specifically uphold this same logic when we're speaking about husbands who would chain down their wives and enter into them without consent in the 1980s, specifically because grape in the context of marriage was legally recognized in the 90s?
Dude, we're in 2024. Get out of the 80s, man. That's ridiculous. You're going way back in time. That's just
I'm
ridiculous.
sorry, but like, can you like listen to what he said? Because he brought up a
I
point.
understand what
You didn't
he
listen to
said.
the point.
He's
You just
talking
heard
about
the
the
year.
law.
Listen.
He's
He
talking about the
specifically
law.
listen. He specifically was not just referencing the year. He was referencing that if it is in a different time, right? It is the case that the definitions
Yes,
were different.
I'm defending
That at
Donald
that
Trump.
time you would
Yes,
specifically
absolutely, I'm
indicate.
defending Donald Trump.
Hunter, be
Hunter's
quiet,
gagged.
please. Like, why are
Hunter's
you
gagged,
cutting me
by the way.
off?
Do you see how silent he is?
Me? You asked me to.
I asked you a question and you didn't respond. Parker was correcting the one and the only. It ultimately
Take it
failed
back.
because you interrupted Parker.
Oh, okay. Continue.
So I'll just go ahead and repeat the point because maybe you might be able to understand a little bit better this way.
Were
So
you not
we
for the
went.
tantrum this
So
time?
we went over. Hey, Hunter, are you willing to engage in a
Oh,
good fair
tantrum's coming
conversation
in.
with me,
Okay.
or do you just want to continually interrupt me and accuse me of engaging
Max,
in a
thank you for the
tantrum
galaxy. Thank you so
because
much,
you don't
Max.
want to like have to hear my points?
No, I want to hear your point. I just don't want another tantrum to be thrown because tantrum
Well,
gets
how
hard.
could you possibly hear my point when you interrupt me while I'm attempting to give it to you and just say that I'm having a tantrum?
Sometimes a father needs to put his child in his place when they throw tantrums, and that's what I'm doing to you when you throw yours.
Well, I'm not throwing a tantrum. I'm just trying to engage in a good faith conversation with you to get you to recognize
You are
the
now,
flaws
and I
in your
appreciate that.
argument.
So go on with your point.
Okay. Well, Hunter, I appreciate you for sitting back and listening to a man that is
It's okay,
twice
son.
as
It's
wise
okay,
as you.
son. Yeah.
So, anyways, back to the specific point that I was.
listening to my
Hey, Hunter, hey, buddy, you're doing it again. Let's
Oh,
work
no,
on that
time out again.
self-control.
Oh,
Lindsay,
goodness.
think of the $2.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah,
Like,
Hunter,
I'm
I
sorry.
can just mute you. I just think you're
Spanking?
being ridiculous at this point. I didn't want to mute you, but like you're being ridiculous.
Yeah, you are being
Okay,
ridiculous,
I'll stop.
little bro. So are you gonna sit back and listen? That's what I thought. Anyways, so you specifically agreed with me that what the jury held Trump liable for was grape, as it would apply under your definition. However, because the law of New York at the time disagreed and did not classify it as grape, this means that no, Trump was not a grapist. So I would like to see if you would maintain logic, the consistency within your logic here. Well, grape within the context of marriage became legally recognized in the 1990s. So would you say if a husband chained down his wife and entered into her without consent in the 1980s, that no, that woman was not a victim of grape because the law at the time did not recognize it as such?
Absolutely not. What are you yapping about? We're not even talking about Trump anymore. But no, you're right. We are not on the same. We are not on a different page in terms of how.
So then why
disgusting-
does what the law recognizes as grape apply to Trump, but not apply to like women who were victims of grape in the context of marriage before that was legally recognized?
So the point I'm trying to ask you right now is what does
No
that have to do?
response?
And I know repeat it one more time. Repeat it one more time. Of how that correlates with Trump. One more time,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, because you said you agreed what he did to E. Jean Carroll was grape. However, because the law did not recognize it as such, we can't call him a rapist. So even if we would agree that a husband
'cause
chained down his
you're
wife in the
putting a prop- you're
1980s,
putting- you're putting
even
a
if
false
we would
record
agree,
on him.
even if we would agree what the husband did to his wife in the 1980s was grape, the law didn't recognize it as such. But that would not lead me to the conclusion that therefore he wasn't a rapist and she wasn't a victim of grape.
David, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, David. Thank you. Thank you.
Would you
You
disagree
get some
with
W
me
for
there,
David's
Hunter?
in the chat. Thank you.
Would you
But it's
disagree with me
really-
there, Hunter?
No, I would not disagree with you on that, but I still think you're putting.
So if we wouldn't disagree in the
con.
context of the 1980s, why would we disagree in the context of Donald Trump? Because all that
Okay,
you're
yeah,
telling
okay,
me there
absolutely, because it was
is
a
that
civil
the
court.
law
That's what
doesn't
I wanna talk
define
about.
what grape is.
Yes, because I want to talk about civil versus criminal court, which you said we could talk about.
As soon as you concede that Trump was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, which we can and do colloquially reference as grape.
I don't think you can reference it as that, but I think that they
Why not?
determined in the why not? Because of the law, which I just talked about, what you said.
Yeah,
is
so you're
changed.
saying
I
we
don't
can't
agree with
reference it.
No,
You're saying that we
no,
can't
listen,
reference it as grape
just
because the
I
law
don't
didn't
agree with
define it as
and I
grape at the
agree with
time.
you doesn't mean the law still stands. Right?
Okay,
Just
so
because
yeah,
I don't
you're
agree
saying
with
that
the
we
law
can't
doesn't mean it's
reference
the
it
law.
as you're saying that we can't reference it as grape because the law didn't define it as grape at the time. So
Absolutely,
for
that's
all
objectively
like
false is what you're
for
saying.
all so for all of like the African American
Exactly.
slaves.
Like, hey, can we
that
move
were-
on? Can we move on to criminal
No,
versus
no,
civil
no, no, no,
court?
because you're losing this point, and I want you to concede.
Is that what will allow you to move on if I put away my ego and I say you're right? You want to?
Well, I'm just really confused on what grounds you'd have to disagree with me here. You're like, well, the
I
law,
told you
and
the law,
because
the objective law.
when we're speaking about
The
Trump,
law.
you're like, well, the law didn't define what he did as grape at the time, therefore he wasn't a grapist. But the law didn't
Absolutely.
define what the husband would have done to his wife in the 1980s as grape either. Would that guy be a grapist, Hunter? Yes or no?
We're not talking about other guys. We're talking
Answer,
about
answer. Nope. Stop pivoting.
No,
Answer.
Stop pivoting. You stop
You
pivoting.
can't answer. You can't answer my question. For all the 9,000 people in here, this is what the MAGA cultists do when they lose. They just refuse to engage. If a man chained down his wife and entered into her without consent in the 1980s, the law didn't recognize it as grape. Is that man a grapist, sir?
I told you my opinion contradicts the law.
Is that man a grapist, sir?
Trump? No, absolutely.
No,
not.
the husband that chained down his wife in the 1980s and entered into her without consent wasn't legally recognized as grape. Was that man a grapist, Hunter?
I think it's kind of sick that you're talking about men getting.
Was
chained
that
down
man
and
a
talking about
rapist,
politics.
Hunter?
Like, is that
Oh
where
my
your mind
gosh,
is really going?
Hunter,
What?
Hunter, are you not going to engage with anything? Or are you just
You're not
gonna-
you guys
engaging.
talk about
This is
some
what they
weird
do.
sex
This is what the
things
MAGA
you guys
cultists
have.
do when they
That's
lose. They
strange.
stop
like
engaging.
like
Hunter.
you make all these videos saying like that we don't know what we're talking about, that we're like lying, but then when you come up here you don't answer any questions and you act disingenuous.
I have
So
answered.
I just
I
think
have
that's
answered.
I think that's heavily
Any question about
ridiculous for you
Trump,
to
I've
make.
answered. I'm not talking
No,
about.
you haven't. You
delusional
haven't. You did
statements that
not
you guys
fully
have
answer
with
my
time people
questions.
wrong.
You did not engage with that.
Yeah, and then also this does relate to Trump. I will explain the relation one last time, so hopefully you could better see it, so you can better answer my question.
If
You
we
are
can talk-
saying,
no, listen,
hey,
we
hey,
can-
hey,
we can talk
Pookie,
about-
hey,
no, hey,
Pookie,
hey,
hush down, Pookie. I'm explaining it to you one last time because when you say it doesn't relate to
Pookie now,
Trump,
that's
you are
kinda cute.
actively lying, and that is incorrect. It does relate to Trump in the sense that you specifically say that it is wrong for us to call Trump a grapist because while you may personally agree that what he was accused of doing to E. Jean Carroll was grape under your definition, the law at the time didn't define it as such, therefore he was not a grapist. We are conceptually relating this to a husband graping his wife in the 1980s because at that point, similar to the Trump case, the law did not define grape to even exist in the context of two married people. So my question is, if you'd say Trump didn't grape E. Jean Carroll because the law didn't define that as grape, would you say that this husband that chained down and inserted himself into his wife in the 1980s wasn't a grapist, either for the same reason that the law didn't define that as grape? That's all that I'm asking you here, and you have an inability to answer because you know that it shows hypocrisy within your view.
I don't have an ability to answer. I'm saying I'm not willing to answer something when you're making an analogy about something.
You're not
that's
willing to
wrong.
answer something that shows a contradiction in your view. That's what you're not willing to
Absolutely.
answer.
No, I'm not willing to answer. You.
Would you
give me
agree
an
that this
analogy
shows a
that-
contradiction within your view, Hunter?
No, that's not.
You would
Can I
so
finish?
can you
I finish?
please explain to me how saying that in one scenario the
finish?
law does dictate what
Can I
grape
finish?
is, however in the
Can I
other
finish?
scenario the law doesn't dictate what grape is? Can you explain
Can I
to me how
finish?
that's not a contradiction, Hunter?
Because you're creating an analogy with something much more severe than what Donald Trump is being held liable for.
Okay, so you'd say it's because of the severity. So you'd say that fingers
You're
inserting
creating
into a
a
woman's
false- you're creating
vagina
a false
isn't
ground
severe
analogy.
enough to
That's
be
just
grape.
completely
However,
different.
you agreed that anything inserted into a woman's vagina without consent is grape according to your definition. So now
he
you're just
literally just said
contradicting
this,
yourself from earlier.
he just said the grape of E. Jean Carroll was just not severe enough.
And that's
Thank
why
you,
it's not
Cody.
grape, even though earlier
Listen, you
he
even have
agreed that
people- I know
anything
a
going
lot of-
into
I
a
know
woman's
lot of-
vagina
I know
without
a lot of
consent
your
is
puppets-
grape.
I know a lot of your puppets are really mad at me, but there was a Democrat who even just said in the comments, he gets the MAGA dude's point. Like what I'm trying to explain to you is
What?
it doesn't,
Michaela, think of it the dollar PayPal.
it doesn't
Citing
matter
one person
what
in the
I think
comment
because
section
I
is
think it's
hilarious.
wrong. I'm talking about the law.
Literally
and the
cites
objective
one
truth.
person in the comment
And
section.
then
Can we
you're-
get
and
some
then you're
L's for
trying-
Hunter in the
and then-
comment section so we can cite that?
And then, okay, be quiet, Parker, please. And then when I give my analogy, when I'm telling you that you're giving a violent, misleading analogy, they're saying that I'm contradicting myself, which is absolutely untrue. And a lot of people actually do want us to move
Okay,
on.
I'll give you another analogy.
I'll admit you're right in the sense of, yes, he was held liable. It's civil versus criminal court, which is what I want to talk about next. So before I admit that he was held liable, I want to talk about civil versus criminal
Okay,
court.
okay, well,
So
I'll give you another analogy.
In
In the state of New York in the year 2020, could women grape other women?
Why are you looking up grape laws in 2020? You know what I'm saying?
Because
Like,
this was
I
before they
don't know.
changed their legislation in the year 2022. Did any grape happen in women's prisons in the state of New York prior to 2023, Hunter?
That's a question I don't know, but I would assume.
Okay, so you'd assume it happened. Well, under the way they defined grape prior to 2023, the same way that Trump wasn't considered a grapist for what he did to E. Jean Carroll, it would be the case that a woman couldn't grape another woman, as they defined grape as a male member entering into the female member without consent.
Samantha, think of the
How could two cis women grape one another if it necessarily required a penis and a vagina?
The point I'm trying to make to you is why are you coming up with all of these analogies? Well, I literally said let's move on to criminal versus civil, but you keep saying
Because you
we
don't
wanna do it.
respond, because you know it shows a contradiction in your view. And see, all that
I
I'm
literally
about
said you're right,
is
but my
trying to
opinion
get
doesn't
MAGA
dictate the law.
cultists to understand the hypocrisy within their worldview. But when you can't even respond to questions that show the hypocrisy,
Yeah.
it shows me that
No.
you aren't about seeking truth. You aren't about critical thought. You're
Yes,
about
you can.
defending and
Yeah,
repping your
yes, you
side no
can.
matter
Yeah,
what, and
yes,
you
you
treat
can.
politics like the
Can't
fucking NFL.
Can't
Another
you
good
in
point
chat.
here, Hunter, is I think it's
Can't you-
absolutely
can't you in
deplorable
chat.
of
Can't you in
you.
chat.
Hey,
Can't you in
buddy.
chat.
Hey, buddy. I'm still talking.
hey,
I
son,
think
hey,
it's
son.
you're
Hey, son.
so you're
Can we get some
interrupting the
cookies
man
and
that's speaking the truth. Hey, pipe down, little boy. I think it's deplorable
Wait,
for
the
you to
kid's on
come
the
on.
bench,
Hey,
185?
buddy.
I'm the
Hey,
little
buddy.
boy?
Hey, buddy.
You're
I think
literally
it's
my son,
absolutely.
bro.
I think it's
Literally-
absolutely.
literally the
Hey,
father
hey,
was
man.
the
I'm still
cutest person
talking.
in the
I'm still talking. Jay, thank you for the galaxy. I think
Oh,
it's
yeah, sorry, when
absolutely.
the son
Hey,
talks
hey,
over
hey,
his father,
hey,
he's
hey,
the
hey,
first.
Hunter. You're still going out. You're really trying, but it's not working with me. So once again, just to finish.
know
my
you're a
point-
stubborn son,
hey,
but as I
hey,
said,
hey,
I'm
hey,
still
Hunter.
calm.
It's really
That's
it's
what
really not working. So just to clarify here, one step further, 185 is cute. I was doing 225 my senior year of high school, but
Oh, then
secondly,
why won't you accept
but,
my
hey,
challenge?
But hey,
Oh
Hunter,
my gosh.
secondly,
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
still.
Why
Hey,
would you
He said
Hunter,
he only wants to talk about like what's going on in terms of like the substance, but you're not bringing up substance at all, Hunter.
Yeah, and I'm literally trying to reference substance as we speak, and you continually interrupt me. So specifically, my last point on this individual topic is the fact that you will not engage in the idea that I set forth a contradiction that's present within your own view, and I find it incredibly harmful for you to disregard the truth and engage in a literal contradictory narrative just to fit your view that Trump did not grape E. Jean Carroll. You must use, in accordance with your worldview, less severe language. The only reason you deny that he raped her is because you understand that the word grape carries more weight, societally speaking, than the word sexual abuse. And you will go to all ends, even contradictory ones, to uphold the position that he didn't grape her. Only
No,
continuing
no.
the perpetuation of grape culture, only continuing the
true.
existence of systemic misogyny,
That's
and only
not true.
continuing harm being impacted onto women because you
Nope.
don't want to admit that the shithead you're voting for in November is anything but a rapist. Point blank, period.
That's not true at all because I literally said before you went off on your tantrum, I said I agree with you, but I said that my opinion doesn't dictate the law. So if you want to hear you being right, you're right. You're right, 100% in terms of my opinion, agreeing that it's gross and agreeing that he was held liable, which is what you wanted me to
Samantha,
say.
thank you for the $2.
However,
Thank you so much.
now we're talking about semantics of the law, which is objectively untrue, and you're getting mad about that is the only thing I'm defending, and I'm not going to stop defending that. But with that being said, you are correct, and I think it's disgusting as well, as he was held liable. Now, can we please move on to civil versus criminal court, which I've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
trying
Can
to
I
do for the
can I
past
talk to
10
him about
minutes.
this real quick?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some
Oh,
more.
so yeah, once again, they don't want to move on to civil versus criminal court.
We're saying you will.
I said I want to talk to you about that.
Yeah, we
Hunter.
both want to move on.
Are you really that fucking dense? I literally just said I want to talk to you about that.
Yeah, I did my
Parker, now
job.
you're throwing
I
a
dunked on
tantrum
you.
too.
Now I'm gonna go.
I'm not
to my
throwing any
one.
I said it was
tantrum.
gonna
I'm
be a
just.
one-on-one.
I think it's disingenuous as fuck
Remember when
for
it
you
was
to
going to
say
be a
that.
1v1?
When
Remember when it was going to be a 1v1?
it's a 1v1 right now. Dean's going to do something.
Okay, so are you leaving, Dean?
Yeah, I'm gonna go take my victory lap after dunking on
Oh,
you. by
you know,
giving you a glass
have
of
fun in
water.
my video later, bro. Have fun in my video, bro.
Thanks for the free publicity, baby.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, son. A father looks out for his children. Okay, what up, Parker?
Yeah. So
Dean's
the civil-
definitely the worst. I know you're a little bit more reasonable than him. It's harder to get under your skin. It's pretty easy to make the angry son throw tantrums. But with you, you said you're willing to talk about civil versus criminal court. So let's do that. Let's talk about that, because that's what I was trying
Yeah.
to
So
talk
I
about
like how
with
you just
the
admitted
past
that
10,
you're just
15
rage
minutes.
baiting. I like how you just
Absolutely
admitted
not. I
that
said
you were
he's an
rage
angry
baiting.
son. I said he throws tantrums.
Not only that, but I think it's
Let's
really
not talk about
funny.
Hey, stop.
I think it's really funny that you're not able to
criminal versus
acknowledge.
civil court. Go.
I will acknowledge.
Criminal versus civil court. Go.
I will. Now, can you please chill? Or
Okay.
do I need to mute you?
Nope.
Okay. So I think it's ironic that you're not willing to acknowledge that you literally don't engage in any type of content material, that you quite literally are not going to engage legitimately. You're just acting disingenuously.
Not
now,
at all.
I'm
I
going to
could
give
say
you
the
the
exact same
example and
thing
the
about you
reason as
and
to
Dean.
why.
I actually.
Chill.
So listen. You said.
Hunter, I'm speaking. I let you speak. I wasn't talking over you. I wasn't even referencing
Okay, you're
anything
right. You're
during
right.
the time
You're
that you
right.
were talking. I was respectful to you.
You're
Now,
right.
would you like to
Continue.
show that same
You're right.
level of respect, Hunter?
You're right. Continue. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
not-
So
you're
the difference between a civil court and a criminal court, as it relates to standard of evidence, is preponderance of evidence versus beyond reasonable doubt. Preponderance of evidence means more likely than not. That's why I asked you the question: would you vote for a person who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman? So based upon the court case, he's more likely than not sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. So therefore, you wouldn't vote for him because you've already acknowledged that you would not vote for someone who more likely than not, preponderance of evidence, sexually assaulted a woman.
Okay, that's a good point that you made. And then the point that I tried to make after, before Dean got really upset, and I'm not going to say this to make you guys upset. I'm not trying to say this to rage. I'm giving my personal opinion. After reading through the evidence, and I gave you a claim that you guys said was not true at the time, we'll both read it. We have read it. I personally, after reading all of that and after seeing, right, the verdict, that he did not do it. That is an opinion, right? We were never there. We will never be there. And because it was a civil court, not a criminal court, there was not undeniable proof. There was not undeniable evidence. So I'm giving my opinion here. It's an opinion. So when you argue about opinions, it's hard to bring in factual evidence when I'm saying that I am reading the case and I'm saying I'm looking at it and I do not believe that he did it. Go ahead.
So it is true that it's more likely than not that he sexually assaulted her. You said in no case would you vote for someone that it is the case that they sexually assaulted a woman, right? More than likely. Okay? So you said based upon that standard, you wouldn't vote for someone. And then we gave you a particular scenario with Donald Trump and you said you would vote for him, even given that to be true. Well, you know what that tells me? That tells me that you have confirmation bias. That tells me that you're special pleading because you never indicated a special reason to indicate the relevant difference between other scenarios and this scenario as to why you don't accept it in this particular scenario. You simply just said that it's your opinion to the alternative. That's ridiculous. You contradicted yourself very blatantly.
I once again disagree with that because the reason I didn't want to engage in other conversation with other analogies that you guys were bringing up is because on this specific case, on this specific case with Donald Trump, I'm giving my opinion and I'm giving facts that base my opinions and my thoughts. And the reason that you're saying that is because please stop shaking your head. No, because the point I'm trying to make is the reason I don't want to talk on other cases. I don't know about other cases that you guys are bringing up that you're making up. I have personally read the Donald Trump case, and that is the case that I've made my own conclusions and my own facts that he did not do it. So when you bring up other cases saying if someone, in 1 second, when you say someone is held liable or is probably held liable, I would say, yeah, if I genuinely thought that, I would absolutely not vote for them. Now I'm basing it on my emotions after the fact. I know you can say, oh, you're saying you're being emotional. It's true. I am using my emotions after reading through all of the documents in this specific case. I am using my emotions and I'm saying I do not think that he did it. If I did think that he did it, I would be on the exact same boat as you, calling him out daily. But because I don't know about other cases, I'm not going to say, my opinion on other cases, because you have to read every case individually, because every specific case is different in life, if that makes sense. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I would say is facts over feelings, and who is the victim in this case?
The alleged victim was Jean Carroll.
Okay, so again, what I've already shown you is that you didn't specifically have any evidence that they submitted in the case. You didn't know that. Appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. You have no
I did.
reason
It wasn't
to
true.
not. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. You have no reason to not accept the civil determination. And what I mean by the civil determination, thank you for the paper crane. Thank you. Is that it's more likely than not that he sexually assaulted E. Jean Carroll. Okay.
Here's a question.
So
that
hold on.
nobody's
Please let me
asking.
finish with this. Please let me finish with this. So again, the point would then be is that the standard that we outlined in the first question I asked you, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman, right, is outlined specifically by the civil court. You're
Yes.
just saying you disagree with the determination. You're not giving any specific reason as to why you disagree with it.
No, I
Any
tried, but you guys
evidentiary
said it
aspect
wasn't
that you
true.
disagree with, any specific part of the jury that would have shown that they couldn't have an accurate determination, or something the judge did that restricted the jury from being able to do that. Peter, thank you for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Peter. Can we get some W's for Peter in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Peter.
Parker, let's let this gentleman
Hunter.
talk, and then I would like to answer that.
Okay.
I'd like to rebuttal that after this gentleman.
Okay, so it's the one and only, by the way, Hunter. But thank you. Parker and Dean. So let me ask you a simple question because nobody has came across this.
Wait, but before
This-
I just want to reference, you're kind of changing the topic, and I want
No,
Hunter
no,
to
no,
acknowledge
no,
this. He
we're-
let you
we're
speak
talking-
because he wants to divert away from what we just
No,
talked
I
about.
we're
want to
talking
be
about
respectful
Jean
and give
Carroll.
everyone
We're
a shot.
talking
I
about
have my
Jean
rebuttal.
Carroll.
Okay, the one and only. I will give you the ability to say this. Please let me finish with Hunter first. Okay?
Okay.
The same way we told Dean to do this, the same way we told me to do this. Give us time to finish this, and then you can go. I promise you, I'll give you time. Paige, thank you
Okay.
for the $25. Thank you so much, Paige. Can we get some W's for Paige as well in the comment section? Thank you, Paige.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry,
it
one
is Jean,
moment.
it is about Jean.
Okay, I'm
Go,
sorry.
go
One
on.
moment. I want him.
No.
Oh,
I'll tell
The
you-
one and only. If you keep talking, I'm gonna kick you from the live. Please stop. I just
thought you
set a
said you wanted
boundary.
me-
Please respect the boundary I just set.
All right, go ahead.
okay.
Sorry,
So first and foremost, I would like to want Nole to speak, but because you want to finish this between me and you, it is not because I have no substance. It's because I want him to speak because he's been so quiet this whole time, and I want to give him a chance to speak at the table. So first, let's clear that up. I do have substance to talk with you.
What
on.
happened to wanting the one-on-one?
You're the one who just hopped into this 3v1. Yeah, what happened to a one-on-one, Dean? Yeah, what happened to
We
it?
were having a one-on-one, Hunter.
Okay, so let's finish it.
Sorry to
All right,
break
let's
it
finish
to you.
it. So sorry. The last thing that you said, you're pretty much saying that we're talking about holding things liable, saying that I'm contradicting myself. I'm literally trying to explain to you that I don't have confirmation bias or special pledging because I read through the specific case, and then when I tried to provide evidence that you said, you guys immediately shouted, "That's not true. It's false. It's false." I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to get into a yelling match with you guys because when me and Dean go at it back and forth, people say I'm disingenuous. People, some people.
then address it
people
right now,
on this-
Hunter, 'cause I'm not yelling over
Please
you.
let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. So, when you go back and forth on stuff and you're yelling, which, sometimes I try and troll Dean, sometimes he gets really pissed. People are going to hate that, right? But when we talk about this specific case, and I brought up facts, you guys immediately, and
What was
I'm
that?
not going to call it Dean here, I'm going to call it you because you were, I want to be a one-on-one. Sorry, Dean, I'm sorry, I can stop saying your name. Parker, when you and me were talking earlier, and you said, provide a piece of evidence that I did. You guys both screamed and shouted, "That's not true." Now, listen. I do not have the court case right here in front of me, so I can't recite. I don't have a photographic memory. I cannot recite the stuff that I said off the top of my head that I was trying to prove earlier. So right now, all it would be is you shouting versus me shouting, and I will pull up the document later, and I can send it to you, of the claim that I was trying to make, a piece of evidence on why I don't think Trump did it. And then you guys were just like, that's absolutely not true. And the reason I don't think Trump did it is because I'm reading through this case and I'm providing evidence that you guys claimed wasn't true, which I don't have in front of me. It's not like I keep this case around with me wherever I go. That'd be fucking strange. So the point I'm trying to make is I'm giving you my opinion based off facts from the document. And then you claim that I have no facts from the document. When then I try and speak about the document, you guys say it's untrue. So I think that's disingenuous, just how you think what I'm doing is disingenuous. Now, with that being said, I'll let you finish whatever you'd say, and that's my rebuttal. And then I would like the one and only to speak, if that's okay with you.
That's laughable that you still
You
never
can have the last
answered
part.
anything I said. You through
can have
that
the last
entire
part.
rant of you yapping didn't answer what I specifically asked. I was asking you based upon the preponderance of evidence, since it's applicable specifically to the question that we referenced, what was off about the civil determination as it relates to the context of the jury or the judge that would have specifically limited them from making an accurate determination here? Because it sounds like you're just disagreeing with it because you feel like it.
No, it's not, because when I pulled up evidence, you guys just said that's not true.
What was the evidence? You never
I told
said.
you about how the fact that Jean Carroll was literally pulling information out of her ass that directly correlated with a Law and Order episode.
What specifically? Tell me.
Bro. Listen,
You don't know. You just whipped that right out of your ass, Hunter.
Stop. Oh, but now they're getting mad. Now
You're
they're getting
disputing a
mad.
grape
Stop.
case because you whipped something out of your ass? You don't even know what you're
No.
referencing in specific.
And that is
I literally
Wait,
just
here,
explained.
let me get on this.
Stop. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. Parker, I just explained to you. I literally, what you called it a yap case. Yeah, I was talking a lot, but I was literally just explaining to you on how I don't have the case right here in front of me, so I don't remember the exact specific words that were said that correlates directly with a Law and Order case. But when
Paraphrase.
you look at the document and you see that's the exact same.
Hunter, paraphrase. You don't have to
as-
give me specifics. Paraphrase. Give me like something again that happened that she said. Appreciate the hold on. Thank you so much. That related to Law and Order.
The way that she was describing the case of Donald Trump and her in the dressing room correlates directly with a previous episode of Law and Order, which is a fictional
So
TV
in
series.
Law and Order, there was a person who got raped in a dressing room. It's almost like Law and Order. SVU is literally a series about grape cases. So obviously, if there are correlative factors between different stories of grape, that would make sense, Hunter. Can you please tell me how that disputes her case?
I'm trying to give you the evidence that after I say that, I am formulating an opinion.
How does that? Oh, so you'd feel like it? That's not that.
No,
again,
no, not
again,
'cause I
a
feel
grape
like it.
case is similar to another grape case. Wow, I can't believe that you just realized that can happen, Hunter. That's like saying a football game, right, in the context of a TV series is similar to a football game in real life. Of course, they're both football games. They both are going to have players on the field who are throwing the ball. They're similar.
Limitless
Okay, you
TV
have to-
show,
stop.
early
One second,
2000s,
second.
an episode of a presidential nominee faking an assassination attempt and intentionally getting nicked in the ear is very similar to Trump's. Does
Oh,
that
I really
mean that
wish I
Trump
would have
staged his
screen recorded that.
assassination
Dean.
attempt?
Dean,
No.
listen. I really, you're very lucky, and I'm gonna tell you why you're lucky. Because I wish I'm not screen recording this. Anyone's welcome to screen record it at any time. Dean, I really wish that I would have screen recorded you saying that it was a faked assassination attempt when the FBI just came out and proved that it wasn't and that he did get hit in the ear by a bullet. So you literally just lied out the fucking ass out of your.
The day that happened, we did a live
Other
arguing
muted.
against those conspiracies.
Other muted.
Hunter,
Paige,
we
thank you for the
literally
$25 on Venmo. Thank you
the
so
day
much,
of that
Paige.
live, the day of the assassination attempt, we did a live. Me and Dean specifically arguing against people who thought it was a conspiracy. So you just lied. You just lied.
This guy's an RNC
I can show you
bot,
the
bro.
background that we did it with. You want to see the background?
This guy's
I
an
don't want to see the
RNC
background. I
bot.
want the one and only.
You're an RNC bot, little bro. My point was, there was a
You're a
TV show
DNC bot.
episode.
I'm not an RNC bot.
There was an episode.
Look at this. What is this? Tell me, what is this? Does anyone remember this background?
I'm not
Just
talking about
lied
you,
right
Parker.
out
I'm
of his
not-
ass.
Parker, stop,
Yeah.
stop,
Also,
Parker,
Hunter,
please.
what I was referencing is a show
I thought
called.
it was a 1v1. What happened to 1v1?
What I was
Wait, wait.
referencing, real quick. What I'm referencing.
The one and only, you can definitely unmute yourself.
What I'm
because they don't wanna talk about
referencing is
their
a
own
show
rules agreeing
called
to one
Limitless.
another.
The show called Limitless ran an episode in the early 2000s where they had this guy running for president. And at one of his rallies, he faked an assassination attempt on himself, and he had a sniper graze his ear with a bullet. Funny enough, this is exactly what happened to Trump. And if you're saying that we should assume that E. Jean Carroll was lying and getting her script from a Law and Order episode that was very similar to what she had reported happened to her, what's the difference between that and me assuming that the assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life was specifically staged for that exact same reason?
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I'm so glad that you said that because the difference is the FBI came out with the report confirming the situation with Trump that you could use my logic and you could say I assume.
We don't
Perfectly
think
fine.
it was
You're right.
staged.
You're right.
We agree with you.
No,
We don't
because
think it's staged.
No, one second, Parker. One second, please. You're right. You're right in the sense of you're saying, yeah, when you correlate things, you're right. You can make assumptions, and sometimes the assumptions can be untrue. The difference, though, in the analogy that you're trying to make between Trump versus the assassination attempt and the abuse case is the FBI report confirmed without a trace of a doubt that Trump was shot in the ear and grazed. That's undeniable proof. With the E. Jean Carroll case, it was more likely than not in civil court, which means they think it happened, but they're not sure. So the difference is concrete evidence proof versus they think. It's a they think versus they know. Anyways,
Can I
the
push
one
the dollar? Wait. The way that you disputed it was because you feel like it's wrong. Like that's literally how you fucking disputed it. So what reason do you have to accept that?
Why did you just start screaming?
Do you want to do you want to instead of just like say that? Do you want to respond to what I just said? Hey, do you want to respond to what I just said?
Like pinch your little butt or something like that. Like, bro just got really mad and just started screaming. Why did you just start screaming, bro? Like it's like you like a flip switch.
Don't show any emotion around Hunter Parker. or
Wait, Dean.
he'll
I want
take
him to
that
I want
as
him
a
to sit
base
there and not
to
answer the question.
pivot.
Just let him not answer the question real quick. He didn't even hear what I just said. He just straight did not engage.
No, because you started screaming. Of course I'm not going to engage when you act like a little man child. Why would I?
Okay. So do you want me to ask the question again? Like
if
like
you
Hunter,
can
actually
ask
like
it
you're
without-
not engaging in conversation. You're actually literally just you looked at one thing and you didn't engage with me because I have to be an AI in front of you with zero emotion for you to like literally engage with the argument.
Yeah. Because I feel like heated debates tend to lead nowhere. If you want to talk with me
Okay,
about
I'm
it, ask me
I'm
the
not very
question, I'll
heated right
answer.
now.
Okay,
I literally just you perceived me as like being fucking angry or something. Cool. Now can you answer what I said or did you just not hear anything?
No, when you started yelling, I was like, okay, I'm going to troll this guy because you're acting like a child. Ask the question again, and I will answer it. I will answer it. What do you have to say? What is your question?
Okay. Well, I want to go specifically back to the civil case determination. Right. It is the case that preponderance of evidence is accepted by the civil case determination. You said I just feel like not accepting it.
What's the question?
Yeah, you that's the whole basis you had. You didn't have any preponderance of evidence. You didn't have any evidence. You just said I feel like I don't accept it.
I didn't say that at all. I said based
That's
off.
literally what you said.
No.
You said it's based on my feelings.
I said it's based off my feelings with the pre-assumption of me reading the entire court case and taking logic and facts from that court case to then make a formulated opinion.
But you
on
didn't
the
know what you
facts
were
in the case.
referencing. You said it was specifically related to like a Law and Order episode. I asked you what specifically, and you couldn't mention anything. You couldn't even paraphrase anything. Nothing.
I did. I talked about the Law and Order case with the dressing room, and then you guys talked about that.
Just the dressing room. Just there being a dressing room is not something in specific, right? We're literally that's literally saying one. That's like saying that they were in a parking lot. Okay. Just because something happened in a parking lot doesn't dispute that this happened. There could be parking lot in one thing and parking lot in another. That doesn't mean they're related at all.
That's a valid point. That's not a wrong point. But what you keep saying is that like, oh, I'm feeling some type of way, and you're trying to dispute the facts, the way that I'm feeling when I'm telling you that I have read the case, which is you guys have, and I also talked about civil versus criminal court, which is there is not without a doubt a fact that he did what people are claiming he did or he didn't do. I am telling you, I have read it, and even after based on the determination, I do not think he did it, which you will say is biased. But then you try to bring up another case.
What are you saying?
Stop, stop.
What in specific?
You try to bring up. You try to
keep
bring up
saying the
another
same thing.
case.
What in specific?
Real quick,
What are you
try to bring up
referencing?
another case, and I said I can't talk on another case because if you talk on another case, I don't know the facts of the other case. I know the facts.
Dude, I'm not
of this
talking
case.
about another case. I'm specifically talking what in the E. Jean Carroll case do you not accept?
The fact that I don't think he did it because in civil court they said more liable than not, meaning
More likely than
anywhere
not.
from anywhere than 50% up, right?
Yeah,
If it-
so
let's say-
if someone more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman, you said you wouldn't vote for them. So yes, you do accept that.
yeah, if I believe that they did it, yes.
No, you said no. It was if it is the case that it's more likely than not. All you have to
Okay, you're
believe
right.
is that
You're
it's
right.
more
You're
likely
right.
than
Okay,
not.
Let me backtrack. You're right. I did say that, but I should have added if I believe that they did it.
Oh,
So you're
okay.
right. What I said that earlier. You're right. I'm not saying you're
Okay,
wrong.
so
You're right.
what
You're
makes
right.
you believe one scenario but not the other? Appreciate the confetti, thank you. You just said I looked at the facts of the case. What facts of the case? What evidence of the case are you disputing? You still have not mentioned that.
1 second. I do ask before we end this. Well, not with you before you guys end, but before I end, I do ask. I really didn't appreciate last time when you told everyone in your comments to spam me, and I am on 10%.
Why are you pivoting and not answering my question?
No,
You
no,
can talk
because
about this
I'm
in a second.
explaining
I'll
real
give you a
quick. I'm
space
going
to
to
talk
answer your
about that.
question.
But
I'm
stop
going
using
to
this to
answer your
deflect
question.
away from what I just said.
Because I'm telling you, my phone is about to die, and it's not me running
Then
away.
plug it
I'm
in.
just-
Or can you not plug in your phone?
Are you not home?
No. I'm
Why not?
Why can't you plug in your phone?
Where are you that you can't plug in your phone?
I'm on vacation. I'm out of country.
And you didn't bring a charging
Wait,
cable?
you're out of country and you didn't
Appreciate the
bring a
hanging lights, thank you so much.
charging
And you
cable.
don't have a charging
Yes.
cable. That's bullshit.
Here's my room. You can see.
You don't
it.
have a charging cable.
No, it's in a different room, and I'm not going to go get it right now.
Why not?
Okay, so that's just you running.
If
If you're not willing to go get a charging cable to continue this conversation, you're running.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I'll go get a
What type of
charger.
fucking excuse is that? I don't
Yeah,
want to go to
come
the
on,
other room
buddy.
to get a charging cable.
Come on,
Okay,
buddy.
real quick, it's not me deflecting. I'm specifically trying to give someone else a chance to speak because people are saying that I'm yapping a lot. You guys, I know are
No,
yapping a lot.
you're not. You're pivoting. Wait.
No,
Because you know
no,
you're
let's
fucked.
give someone else a chance to speak. Can we not?
No,
Can we not?
Hunter, you're finishing this, and then I'll give them a chance to speak. There's
Okay,
hours
let's
for
finish
people
this.
to be able to
Let's finish
speak on
this.
my
What-
platform. I will provide
what
hours
do
for
you-
people to
stop.
speak.
What do you
Now,
want, stop,
directly
what
answer
do you want me to
this.
say to finish this conversation?
What evidence or facts of the case do you dispute insofar as that you don't accept this?
Yeah, I've literally admitted that so many times that I don't accept it on my opinions based off of what I read in the case. And what I
What?
read in the case was the Law and
What?
Order thing that you said was a fake or an analogy that doesn't prove anything. And I'm just giving you my opinion on that's the part.
Yeah,
of it
because the
that
only
I-
thing that you said that was relevant was whether or not it was in a dressing room. That's it. That at all does not disprove anything of the case. You saying
and
that
that's-
disproves
and
something
that's-
about the case is actually laughable. That is the most
So-
dumb reason I've ever heard for disputing the case. That is the dumbest reason.
There's been thousands of women who have been raped in dressing rooms. Do you deny all of their experiences or just E. Jean Carroll's?
That is a very disingenuous question because you are once again trying
You
to go
saying
on a
that you
tangent about
reject it
something
because
that's
of a Law and
completely
Order
irrelevant.
episode is a
Dean,
very
I know the
disingenuous
tactics that
claim.
you do. I know the tactics that you do. And honestly, that's a crock of shit. And you should honestly be ashamed of yourself that you want to bring up, when we're trying to talk politics, people getting assaulted all over the world. Honestly, shame on you, Dean. You're my son, and I thought I raised you better than that. Clearly, I haven't. The one and only. I'd like you to speak now, please.
No, come on, please, dude. This is why I didn't want Dean to speak. I'm sorry, Dean, but I just like you get him not engaging on the point. Please, let's get the point here, right? You accept preponderance of evidence. You typically accept it. In this case, there is preponderance of evidence. If you can't mention me a specific thing that would like reduce the probability of the claim being true, then why aren't you accepting it? Because you literally just said, oh, something relates to a Law and Order episode. The thing that relates is that it was in a dressing room. That doesn't reduce the probability of this being an accurate story.
Is there a
Any
question?
response to that, Hunter?
No response to that. I'm
So,
trying to get.
do you have anything in specific? Because that does not reduce the probability of the story being true.
I think now. Once again, I'm using the words I think. I'm not using the words I know. Actually, no. I will. I'm gonna rebuke that claim. I know that we are going to agree to disagree on this. We
There's
can
no
talk
way
about
he's
this.
actually just saying this. Dude,
We're
no,
not
we're
gonna
not
agree
agreeing
to
to disagree on this.
No, we're
Hunter,
not. Obviously,
Hunter,
we're
you
not
look
agreeing
so
on it.
silly right now. You look so silly.
You're
You're not mentioning the thing in specific that you dispute the case on.
I already gave you my reasons why I've disputed the case.
To any rational human, it's so blatantly obvious that you're run solely based upon confirmation bias, and this is why I say it's a cult-like behavior, because you're quite literally not giving anything you dispute in the case. You're literally just following it and saying it's wrong because you feel like it. That's feelings over facts. It's not facts over feelings. You're following because he's an ideologue. You're not following because he's got a value set, because he's in accordance with the truth, or you have some factual basis to this. You just got your feelings, bud.
Okay, are you done? I'm
Do
done.
you have a
done.
response to anything I said? Because
Yeah, I
you're
do.
embarrassing yourself right now, Hunter.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that thought that you think. No, okay. Now can I speak?
Yeah, I'm being very quiet right now for you to speak.
Okay, I defer my time to the one and only.
That sounds dumb. Well, that's not going to happen. So Hunter,
You
you have
don't
to
want
address
someone else
this,
to
or
speak?
you have to address this,
Wait,
or you're
wait,
going to have
you
to
don't want
walk away
someone
from the
else to
live. Oh no, I will let someone else speak, but after you fully address this.
I have addressed it.
Because
and
now
you
you're
said
running
that-
away.
No.
He's running away because he knows he got fucking destroyed.
Parker,
Like, I've
you
never
little-
seen someone get cooked
here,
so
listen
hard.
here, you little cockroach. You little cockroach, Parker. Listen, you little insignificant pipsqueak.
Ad hominem attack.
I told you that if I
Whining,
were to leave the
seething,
listen,
coping.
stop. Dean, stop. This is between me and Parker. 1 second. Parker, you specifically said that if I leave the live, that you're going to tell people that I'm a runner. However, now you're saying if I can't answer your question, you're going to kick me from the live and saying that that's running. So you just fucking contradicted
Wait, I
yourself.
never said I was gonna kick you from the live.
Listen, you little
I never
fucking
said I was going to
cockroach.
kick you from the live.
You did. Oh my goodness, you did.
Oh, then
You said
I
if
mistakenly did
you
that. I
said-
don't mean
You
that.
said if I can't answer your question, you're going to kick me from the live, and that
That's
I'm
not what
running.
I meant.
But
I
then you said if I
apologize.
leave the
I
live
didn't mean
myself,
that. I apologize. Thank you. Thank
you're
you
putting
so
me in a
much.
lose-lose situation no matter what you do. That's some cockroach behavior.
Hunter,
That's
I don't mean that. I
absolute
apologize.
Pipsqueak behavior right there.
I don't remember saying that, but I don't mean that, so I apologize.
Yeah, so which one is it? If you kick me from the live and then tell
I'm
people
not going to
I
kick
am.
you from the live, Hunter.
Okay, so can we get the one and only to speak?
No, can you please respond to what I'm saying? Marina, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I told you.
For
I
Hunter's
told you.
casket, that's crazy.
That is crazy. That
Yeah,
is crazy.
Hunter.
That's,
So can you respond to what I'm saying?
My receding hairline at the ripe age of 22.
yes, I can
Hunter,
respond.
you don't
to
have a
that.
receding hairline, Hunter.
I can respond to that, and I will. You are right. I am using this based off of ethos, meaning emotion, and logos, logic that I got from, and I'm formulating my opinion from that. And then you're asking me
Ethos
to
and logic? What the fuck are you saying? What are the three laws of
Ethos
logic?
is emotion. Do you not know the Greek word ethos, logos, and pathos?
Yeah, what are the three laws of logic? Yeah, and Chris, go for it. You can send a request, Chris.
You want to talk about the three laws of logic? I just mentioned the three laws of logic.
No.
What are they?
Ethos, logos, and pathos.
Those
That's
are
not the three
writing
laws of
tools,
logic.
not the 3 classical laws of logic, you dumb fuck.
That's really disrespectful way to address your father, son.
Here. I want to fully finish this because I think this sunglasses. Thank you so much. I really think that you've gotten absolutely destroyed on this point. You have no response to this. You have nothing about the case you're using in specific to dispute it. Really, nothing in specific. So if you have nothing in specific to dispute it, and you typically accept civil cases, is the case that you have reason to accept that at least it meets the standard of preponderance of evidence, which you said by preponderance of evidence you wouldn't vote for someone who, again, based on preponderance of evidence, sexually assaulted a woman. So, Hunter, appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. Based upon your arguments you've already outlined today, it logically follows, if you're a reasonable or rational human being, that you would not vote for Donald Trump.
Are you talking to Chris?
No.
No, I was specifically saying that to Hunter, and it seems like Hunter doesn't have a response to that.
No, I
Hunter's
do.
cooked, bro.
I do.
Hunter's gone.
No, I'm
Do
not
you have a
that
response to
good.
that, Hunter?
I do have a response to that.
Sash, thank you. Go for it.
But you're not going to like my response no matter what I say. You're literally just going to
Yes,
get
I
upset.
would. I would be okay with, okay, I'm not going to vote for Donald Trump.
I'm going to be, okay, yeah, for sure I can say that. I'm not going to be in the country, so I'm not
Dark
going
Side,
to vote for Donald
Galaxy,
Trump.
thank you so much. Oh, okay, you can't even vote for Donald Trump?
I'm not going to be in the country. I mean, I could do a mail-in vote, but I'm not going to be in person to vote for Donald Trump, and I'll be out of the country. So answer your question right there.
You can do mail-ins, or you're not
I
going to
know,
do
you
mail-in?
can. Probably not. I'm in the state of Illinois, a historically extremely blue state. Blue, it's going to go to whoever the Democratic nominee is, no matter what.
And he's
I'm not
still
gonna-
going to
Lord.
post a video after this saying he
Saying that
cooked
he won.
you. He's
Yeah,
still
that's
going to post a
actually
video
hilarious.
after this saying,
Son,
Okay,
listen. let your dad
Hunter,
post what he
I've
wants
cooked you
to
enough.
post.
Your vote
Respect
doesn't
your
matter. I'm
elders.
going to let
Respect
Chris
your
take
elders.
over real quick.
Respect your
And then
elders.
one and only, I promise I'll get to you.
he's good.
I don't understand because is this the guy who like made a video about Harry and Dean, and then I think he like confused Dean and I or something, or he said Dean. I was getting cat comment because like apparently Dean signed a pallet, but I guess like that would be me. And I just saw that he was up here talking nonsensically, so I just wanted to tell him that he was an absolute fucking goofball.
Oh my God, Chris,
I thought you were a nice guy, but no, with your parted hair, you look like an old lady from the 90s.
Hunter,
No,
you
hey,
thought
hey,
I was a,
Chris,
Hunter, you thought
hey,
I was a
Chris.
nice guy. You just tried to make a video about how like the
Oh,
DNC
how
is
you're a DNC
funneling.
puppet? Yeah, because you admitted you're signing on with Pallet. Pallet is directly paid by the DNC, and I have proof that. You know what, Chris? I'm so
Hunter.
glad that you joined, so now I can expose your dumb ass too. All of my sons are in the chat.
Hunter,
All of my
buddy,
sons
buddy,
are in the
buddy.
chat.
Hey, numbnuts, buddy,
Well,
calm
we're
down,
not buddies.
calm
You're my
down, right?
son. You're gonna address me
You
as
thought I was,
father,
you
sir,
thought
or dad.
Hunter,
Or
you
dad.
thought I was a
Or
nice
son.
guy. You.
He made. Let the one and only speak now.
No. I want to hear you talk to Chris, and then I will let the one and only speak. I already said that.
It's so upsetting when you have a bunch of disingenuous sons, especially you have Dean,
Erica, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Erica. Thank you so much. I absolutely will.
Can I
Cupcakes,
respond
thank
to
you for
that?
the $1. Go for it. Go for it,
Can I
Chris.
respond to that, please? It's kind of fucking annoying that number one, I have no
is
idea
annoying.
who
You're
you
my-
are. Can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? It's kind of annoying when I have no idea who you are, and you're like making videos claiming that someone like myself, Simon Pallet, is like being funneled money. You want to talk about disingenuous? You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know who you are. I don't know how you could know I was a nice person. You've never met me, and I'm not going to be a nice person when you're claiming things about me that aren't true.
Okay, listen, everyone, I have a confession to make. Chris is an adopted son. I really don't know him much.
What's up with the son shit? Is there like, what's up with the son shit? You've been repeating
It's
the
his kink.
same.
It's his kink. It's his kink. Sherry, thank you
very
so much for the
weird.
$10. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really
I have
appreciate
some
it. Thank
grumpy
you so
sons.
much.
I have some very grumpy sons.
It's corny. It's just corny, Hunter.
Yeah,
This
well,
is a
also-
debate live.
It is debate live. Oh, congratulations, son. I taught you well.
We engage in critical thought, well-reasoned beliefs. When you lose, you
I
just
don't think
say,
you said a
"Son."
well-reasoned belief from the moment you came out of the womb, honestly.
Everybody on this live would disagree. Both me and Parker destroyed you. Anything else, little boy? That's what
Oh, I thought we were
Know
having
your
critical
place.
reasoning. Oh, but yet you stooped to that level. I taught you well, son. I taught you well.
This guy. Yo,
Wait,
Hunter,
I
can you,
thought Boone was a
Hunter, wait,
girl.
I just want to understand because I know I haven't been here.
I'm
So,
literally calling him the bully.
Pallet is funneling all the goofballs' money. How exactly?
Erica,
Oh,
thank you for the
absolutely.
$20 on Venmo. I
Okay,
appreciate
yeah,
you for the love,
absolutely.
Erica.
Can I-
Thank you.
I'm going to respond to Chris.
Thank you, Erica, for the love. I appreciate you for the $20.
I'm going to
on Venmo.
respond to Chris. No, this should be good. Let's hear it.
I do need my charger. I do need.
Chris, good to see you, man. Hope
Now
you're doing
he'll
well.
get it.
No, Dean, it's good to see-
I'll
it's
respond
good to
you.
see you, brother.
You can look at my
Hope
page.
you're well, Dean.
Listen, Chris. Listen, I'm going to respond to you, please, real quick, without Parker or Dean interfering. Just me and Chris, real
Okay.
quick, please, for
right.
30 seconds.
All right.
You asked a really good question, Chris. You asked a genuinely really good question, and you've probably never seen any of my videos. I'm a real smart time creator, and I don't expect you to watch my page, and that's okay. I'm not, going to say my videos out there, but I will say this: I do have a video that does directly tie the DNC to Pallet Media, which you claim is different from Pallet Management. Me and Parker have already argued about that before, how they're two separate entities. We've talked about that. And so if you want to claim that claim, it's just going to revolve. And I'm sorry.
And actually, I just have a question kind of related to that. So,
Okay.
The whole Pallet conspiracy that you're referring right now started with.
It's not a conspiracy. It's fact. It's on the FEC website.
So perfect. So if you let me finish, it started
okay. I will
with
let
it
you
started
finish, but
with
it's not a conspiracy,
it started
it's a fact.
it started with Harry and I because we were like blasted on Fox News about like quote unquote being paid. So my only question is like, what's the date of that payment?
Yeah, absolutely. In 2022. I don't know the exact date, but I can check the website and get back.
Can you pull up the exact date? Because it'd be really interesting if you've ever compared the exact date to the day I started my TikTok. Because it'd be really weird if I was getting paid $200,000 a year and I had never even posted a fucking video in my life. Wouldn't that be weird, Hunter?
I never
Maggie,
claimed
thank you for the
that
Julie,
$20 on
thank you for the
Venmo.
$10.
So now you're saying
Thank you
stuff
so
that's
much,
not true,
Maggie.
because
W
you're making
Maggies,
assumptions
W
of what
Julians.
other
Thank
people
you.
have said about you.
What's up?
I said I never made the claim that you or Parker or not Parker or Harry was paid $200,000. I understand other people have said that about you, but you gotta understand if you want to watch my video that's not the claim that I'm making at all. The
So
only
what-
claim
what-
I'm making
so what
is
was-
that you
so-
are funded by Pallet Media because you work for them, and I know.
Wait, Hunter. Let's try to do some basic reasoning here, right? Pallet manages me, and I don't know if you've ever like gotten a fucking haircut or like had someone cut your goddamn lawn before, but normally when you get a service, you pay for
No,
it.
I cut my own lawn because I work hard on my field.
Listen,
I don't hire
Hunter.
people for my own work. I cut my own lawn.
Pallet
Wait, so
manages
you hire
me.
people to cut your lawn? That seems pretty
Can I finish?
disingenuous.
Can I finish? Can I
Do you not know
finish?
how
An
to cut a lawn?
analogy, Hunter. Chill.
Hunter, can I finish? It's an
can.
analogy about services. So if Pallet Management manages me, I pay them a service. I pay them money to do that for me. So why would it make any sense that I don't work for them, they work for me?
Do you know
So
how, real quick, you say that I'm a conspiracy theorist, but do you know how freaking, I'm not going to cuss, I'm just going to say, do you know how freaking crazy that sounds?
guys, don't worry, guys. I'm not going to cuss. Don't worry, guys.
Chris, do you know
Julia,
how
thank you for the
crazy that
$10
sounds?
again. Thank you so
are
much,
literally
Julia.
saying that you are literally, listen, everyone, this is what Chris is claiming. He goes, I am working for Pallet Media, Pallet Management, which is the same company, by the way. He's like,
No. They
Okay,
work
fine.
for me, Hunter.
Exactly. He goes, I am paying them to work for him. That's absolutely not true. That is not how it works. You guys gaslit
Stop. Hunter, can we walk through a logic train? Hold on, no, don't finish. Can we walk through a logic train? And again, like I hate making a comparison like this, truly, because I just don't know how else to like logically talk about it. So, for example, if there's somebody who
If you don't know
creates
how to logically talk about it, don't talk about it.
Hunter, can I finish? Hunter,
You can, but
if
you
there's
just said you
somebody,
know how to logically
if there's
talk.
somebody,
Hey, Hunter, pipe down.
bro,
Thanks.
if there's
Son,
somebody,
you were in timeout.
if-
This is
Jack
my
Pepper's mom, thank you for the galaxy. So Hunter,
Hunter.
please be quiet. I don't have to mute you,
If-
but like, please,
I just
please
need
stop.
I just want to ask you a question. So if there's like if people are in the business of like managing creators or artists, for example, like music or sports, right? So if somebody has like, let's say someone plays sports and they have an agent, right? The agent probably doesn't pay them. They pay the agent for a service. Or music pays, a management company or
Record
something
label.
to a record label. Thank you, to work with them or their music. So why would it make any sense in a management perspective? If you have like a management company, why would it make sense for them to pay me? This is basic across all the fields. And again, I hate using that because I'm not a fucking like athlete or a star. I'm just some fucking kid on TikTok. I'm just saying, like, does that make sense?
No,
Why would it make
Catherine,
sense?
thank you for the $10 on
Why
Venmo.
would
I
it make-
appreciate you
why
for the
would
love,
it make
Catherine.
why would it make any sense that I'm working for them? It makes no
It
sense.
would make sense because, as I've claimed, you can go on the FEC website, the Federal Election Commission, and see the date. And I don't have the specific date, but I do have the month and the year, in 2022, that the DNC was directly paying Pallet Media, which on Pallet Management's website, it says it's Pallet Media. You claim it's two separate legal entities. I know you're going to say that, and that's okay, because Parker's already said that to me. That's fine. But the point I'm trying to make is there's direct funneling money from the DNC down the line to Pallet Media who you guys work for, and then you claim that you pay them. That is complete gaslighting and completely untrue. And for the love of Christ, I get it. It's supposed to be a 1v1, but you have to bring all of your goons on to debate me. All 3 goons. We might as well get Harry on at this point. We get the whole goon squad. I get all my sons. But the one and only
I don't have to. I already destroyed you, Hunter. I'm doing that because it's fun.
The one
Yeah,
and only,
I was
the one and
originally a
only was trying to
1v1
speak-
and I destroyed you, and then Parker took over after I got finished taking my victory lap and destroyed you as well. Parker lets Chris out because he's in the guest
We're
request
taking
and we
turns
enjoy
on you,
talking
Hunter.
to you.
Oh,
For real.
that sounds very
For
predator-ish.
real.
That sounds like a predator. That's
What?
what a
Taking
predator would
turns
say.
debating you is not
That's not what you
predator-ish.
said. You said we're taking turns on you.
Yes,
Also.
in a debate.
You didn't say in the debate. You gotta be
would-
very
Oh
careful
my
with your
God.
phonetics, bro.
I would
You gotta be
love
very careful with
to
your
I would love
phonetics
to
too, where
describe
you speak your
something.
semantics.
I would love to describe something about Palette real quick, if that's all right. If I could have the floor, I want to make sure that Chris doesn't have anything more to add on here. But I would like to take the floor for about 40 to 50 seconds to explain something about Palette. Is it all right with everyone? Okay. So Palette is a first of all.
taking turns is crazy, by the way, Parker. Sorry, I'm done. I'll shut up. Go ahead, Dean.
We're debating.
So Palette is primarily a media organization, and media organizations, particularly advertisement organizations, what they'll do is they will have a cohort of companies that they can run client advertisements through. Rather it be a conglomerate of websites, local news stations, or even just good, like advertising professionals that are good with Twitter ads, Facebook ads, Meta ads, Google ads, or Microsoft ads, etc. That is what Palette Media is. So what Palette Media will do is they'll have a long list of clients like Target, like Walmart, or even the DNC, where they'll have their clients come to them, pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars to turn around and run advertisement campaigns for them. Okay, and that's one way that the media company.
I hate to cut you off, but you just
generates
admitted
income.
that the DNC is running advertisements through you guys. I just want to say that you blatantly just said that. but
No, I
continue.
haven't. I actually haven't. I was going to get there. So, but there's a difference here. What the Palette Media Company will do
The difference
they'll
is you
run
guys don't do it, but they do.
So, Hunter, I'm trying to describe you how this works as someone who's worked in advertisement for like the last 6 years of their life. If you will listen
Honestly,
to me, I
we
can
should just
describe this to you.
let Hunter believe that we're paid by the DNC, so we can just run free advertisement for you, me and you, Dean. Like,
Yeah,
totally
I
real.
mean, yeah,
he'll
for real.
make a
I'm
few.
just
He'll
trying-
make a few videos that because of us will get views, and then that will just drive people to our page. So Hunter, honestly,
Yeah,
you're
but
welcome.
there's just like
Fine,
one
happy
other
to
side
help.
of things that I wanted to touch on, which was the Palette Management Company. And Palette Media is the advertisement organization, and they generate for-profit income for Palette through running ads and taking a split of the revenue. Okay, and then Palette Management is an add-on to Palette Media, where they specifically charge influencers for management services. Okay? And if you're going to make this specific claim that they're funneling that money through Palette Media to Palette Management, to the influencers, well, you're going to have to provide evidence for that. But there is no evidence that exists to support that. There's only evidence to exist to support that Palette Media has ran ads for the DNC, similar to how any advertisement company would run ads for any massive million or even billion-dollar business. Not that it's being funneled through the influencers. If anything, there exists evidence to suggest the contrary of that.
I also think there's just one more quick logic train that hasn't been followed, which is number one, Hunter, my TikTok didn't exist in October. I mean, it started in October of 2022. But the other thing is, like, if all this money is being funneled, why is there only one payment on that website? Are there any other payments? Did I not get a payment? There's just one lump sum payment. Now it's over. I mean, dude, this is prime time election right now. We're 100 days away from the election. I'm not getting another payment. It's just one time.
There are more than one payment. There are multiple payments to Harry Sisson. Sorry, I didn't mean to say
Jimena, thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much, Jimena. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much.
Hunter, now you're wait, Hunter. Now you're making a different claim because they're certainly not payments directly from the DNC. I'm sorry, they're certainly not payments directly from the DNC to Harry Sisson.
No, the payments from directly tied to Harry Sisson are not from the DNC or from Pallet Media, but you guys work for Pallet Media, which I claimed that is tied by the DNC.
So I asked my original question, which is if you're gonna
lump sum,
Hunter, you're making a claim, so I'm asking you why there was only one payment. $200,000, one payment, one lump sum. Now, is it all gone? It's 100 days before an election. Why am I not getting another payment? Do I need to call Pallet?
Can I just say something funny?
James, think of the $5.
You're about to say the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Go ahead.
Yeah, probably, son. You little cranky baby. Let me explain, you guys. It was supposed to be a 1v1, and it's so funny that you guys now have to bring on the goon Chris, who's my adopted son, by the way. I kind of neglected him as a kid.
You're 1v1ing Chris, bro.
Oh no! Because anytime I bring up a point,
Hunter, buddy, how many people you're talking to right now? How many of them are signed to Pallet Management? One. That would be me. So that's why I joined.
Oh, okay. The goon is here. I appreciate you taking one for the team. I appreciate you.
Well, I mean, I hope, are you part of the creator fund? Because I guess that video, probably made you like $450, and now you'll just clout chase off the name over and over again until it dries up?
Nope, actually not true. Actually not true at all.
Go to Hunter's page. His biggest videos are the ones with Harry's face in the thumbnail.
Oh yeah, no, literally. It's just it's so unbelievable.
That's not true, Parker. You know we talked about that, and Parker even.
He's like 1 or 2 videos with 1 million views.
No,
but his biggest views, most of his biggest views are. Harry,
Parker,
me, Dean,
was
and Chris.
About this because I proved Parker.
Yeah, hey Hunter, you're gonna have to pay me a commission here soon, buddy, if you want to keep using my likeness to make money.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll start taking percentages, bro.
Yeah.
And Hunter, I think you're missing the real conspiracy, because when Pallet sends me this big check, then I get a knock at my door and I get taken to this basement with Hillary, Obama. There's a lot of crazy. It's dark. There's candles, all this stuff. I mean, it's just so, it's like, again, I just don't, I've become, Hunter, here's the thing, before TikTok, I probably had more conspiracies than I do now. I'm like the least conspiratorial person, because now that I'm on the inside of some of this, I see how fucking stupid it is. I'm literally just some 22-year-old kid running around making TikTok videos. I'm trying to tow my car to the dealership because I lost the keys to it. I want to go pick up fucking Chipotle. I haven't showered. I'm not some DNC I'm not getting the phone call. If I can get paid by the DNC, I swear to God, I should be first in line. I'm just saying, I'm a pretty big supporter of Joe Biden. I like the guy. I feel like maybe one day, but it's not now.
Okay, so before I answer that, I'll answer that first, because you guys say I like to pivot. I'm going to answer your question directly, Chris, but then I have something I'd like to say to Parker. So, Chris, you're right. I agree. After joining TikTok, I've become a lot less conspiratorial too. In fact, some of my original videos were more conspiracies. But you're right. I'm nowhere near as big as you, and it's going to take a very long time to get to that stage. However, you're right. People say things that are completely untrue on the internet. So you're right. Conspiracies, whatever.
You're engaging in one.
Yeah, you're literally one of them.
Yeah, it's being someone that knows Chris.
Also, I'm gonna check his account. Was his video over 1 minute?
I didn't say
yeah, you gotta check that.
Yeah, please someone check that. Was his video over 1 minute?
I miss this boy Dean right here. Look how inspirational this man is.
It was like 3 minutes.
It was 3 minutes. Hunter, how well?
Yeah, just like my point.
Yeah, they're all a minute. He's trying to make money off of this, bro.
They're all a minute. They're all a minute. Yo,
this guy,
we got Grifter Hunter over here. Let's get an L Grifter Hunter in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm okay being called a grifter. I don't think that's true.
L Grifter Hunter.
So Parker,
they're all a minute long, dude. It's so funny, bro.
Bro, you're in your bag, Hunter. You're in your bag, little boy. That's
What's
crazy.
Wrong with the video being a minute long?
It's not
that's what gets him. That's what gets him money.
Father, little boy. It's not respectful.
That's what gets him money.
Too, right?
the older, there's nothing wrong with a video being a minute long. There's something wrong with a video being like over a minute long and pushing like very clickbaity like conspiracies that you know will get views and
Yeah,
like,
he's lying about us to get views.
Well, isn't
Yeah,
it what-
our-
isn't it what
literal
you guys have been doing?
RNC
Yours with Joe Biden said that he
propaganda.
was mentally competent before he dropped out.
Find one video, play it on any of our pages where we specifically
will.
say that Joe
I will.
Biden is mentally competent enough to stand for
Absolutely,
office.
I will.
Find that
I
video
only have
on
one-
me or Parker's page right now and play it on live. I'll pay $1,000.
I only have one phone, and if I click out of this, it would exit me from the live.
Exposed.
If I find it,
Oh,
you gonna
son,
pay me
you little
$1,000, Dean?
what was the claim? What did he say he was gonna find?
Yeah, that me or Parker made a
so
video
Chris,
that
so Chris,
specifically
stop,
would
stop. Chris,
indicate that
that's what
Biden
you
was
most reasonable.
mentally
Stop.
sound enough to
Dean,
run for
Dean,
presidency. It doesn't
son.
exist. Another
Well, listen,
lie.
so here's the
Time
other
out.
Hunter.
Time out.
Hunter and
Tantrum,
Hunter.
sorry.
Carla, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Carla.
Here's the other beautiful thing. Here's the other beautiful thing about being like not in a cult is that like we have tough conversations about our candidate, our party, etc. And so Dean and Parker probably have differing views than say me on like Joe Biden's ability to serve, etc. But they're also like good faith, good dudes, and like we have healthy disagreements. I know that doesn't exist in the world of like supporting a felon who sexually abuses women, but I mean, it's so it can be confusing. It's weird because like the one you just were like, oh, I can't find a video where you reference mental competence. It's like you could probably find a video from me, maybe not from them, but you notice that's weird. There's like actual disagreement. There's good conversation in this world as opposed to your world. Yeah, you should take that and think about it.
Oh, I should take them. Think about it. Okay, cool. So, Chris, the point that I was trying to make before you made that point, because you asked what I claimed that you guys for years, and when I say
Thank
you
you for the
guys,
$5.
it's a general assumption, right? Have been pushing the agenda that Joe Biden is good, that he's been a great president, that he's fit to run for office, when it has been so blatantly clear that he's been going through mental cognitive decline, but you would deny, you would gaslight.
Did
you would
anyone else
deflect
recognize
through-
how Hunter's phone didn't die?
I brought a charger, son. Son, I got a charger.
Now he could get it. He could get it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not that. I just don't understand how that was apparently clear. Like I was never under the impression. It was never apparently clear to me that Joe Biden wasn't there to serve. He does a bunch of shit every day.
Okay, are you talking? So you're talking to me, Chris?
Yeah, because you just said it was apparently clear to everybody that he was not mentally competent. I didn't. That wasn't
James, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, James.
No, Hunter just said that. I haven't said that. The only thing I asked was about the minute-long videos and what's wrong with the minute.
I'm sorry.
No, and then I did ask Dean because he said, "Well, quote, if you find a video with me or Parker, I'll give you $1,000." And then I interrupted and said, "So if I find a video with you saying that Biden is mentally competent to run the country, then would he pay me $1,000?"
Oh, okay. My bad.
Oh,
my
yeah,
bad.
duh. Like, I made the point because it doesn't exist on either me or Parker's page.
Yeah, Hunter. Yeah.
I'm looking it up. So
Hunter, I don't know. I don't know that there's like any evidence. Like I think Joe Biden.
I love how every time I get on a live, you have to summon all of the goons.
No, I don't think anyone. Like I literally was just scrolling and I was just like, oh look, it's the dude who like made a claim about him. So,
Hunter, I already destroyed you. I already had my fun destroying you in a debate.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
me
had
too.
fun destroying me after
Me
you guys took
fucking-
friends on
me
it? That's
too.
pretty awesome.
Me
That's
too,
pretty
Hunter.
crazy.
Like I clapped you on the idea that what Trump
Whoa,
did to
you
Eugene
clapped
Carroll
me?
was
Whoa,
great,
whoa, now we're
and then
talking about
Parker clapped
incest.
you
That's crazy,
on the
Dean. That's
basis that you had no
absolutely
evidence to deny the outcome of the of the trial, and now Chris is clapping you on the basis that he's not funded by the DNC.
You guys must really like talking about clapping other men. That's pretty apparent.
We're
So I
talking in a
did
debate.
some-
Why are you acting like that?
Why are you acting like that?
so
Pivot.
It's like saying like when someone says they beat someone in like a debate or something, you being like, "Oh, you did that? You beat him?
You like to
beat him?"
beat people?
I'm like, what?
You do?
So when you look up the FEC commission, it does show that Harry Sisson is paid by Democracy Defense, which is AKA Hybrid PAC.
Oh yeah. That's on one of my videos too. Oh yeah,
And there's
Harry's the
like
biggest seller of
six-
all of them. I
There's
wish we could
already
get Harry
like
on here because he's the
payments laid
easiest
out
to
to
debug.
him.
Because Harry's been cutting lies for years. These
Okay,
guys.
so he was paid less than $20,000 for social media. What do you call it?
Consulting. James,
for
thank you for the
consulting.
$4. Thank you.
And-
Oh
and-
yeah. Oh, Chris, do you have your Venmo in your bio?
And I
Hey,
just,
by the way, I just want to make this
Someone's
real quick.
asking
Hey,
for it.
everyone that says I don't know what I'm talking about, I promise you I know exactly what I'm doing.
Hunter, how many views a day does Harry get?
I don't know. I don't follow him.
Wait,
Millions.
Hunter, how many consonants are there?
I hate
How many
women.
continents? 7.
Wow.
What are they?
Great question. Why are we talking about the
Thank you
continents
for the
right
hand
now?
heart. What are they?
It's ways to make it look stupid.
I just want to
Yeah, I
know
it's
what are
not really
they?
stupid, but they can't.
What
do it
are
because
they?
when talk- Listen,
Think of
listen.
it,
No one. Only what you got to
Hunter,
understand. is
what
when
are
you
they?
fight. I'm going
What's
to
the
answer that.
three, Parker? What is the three?
Oh, wait, please, everyone, please let him answer. What are they? What are the 7 continents?
7 continents: North and South America, Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Australia, and Europe. Bam, bitch. Take that, you son of a gun, you little
All right,
son.
now, Parker,
Hey, good job, Hunter.
You little bitch,
What are the
Parker.
three
You
branches
got
of government,
bitch.
Parker?
You answered how many answered what the continents are. That's not like you doing anything crazy.
Idiocracy, bro.
That's
Yeah, it is
literally
because you guys are
literally
trying to
like the
make it
most
stupid.
basic
You
thing.
can't do it because you're a bunch of DNC goons, DNC puppets, and Dean is my son. I put him in timeout because he throws tantrums. And then
Hey, Hunter, buddy, you could call me your son all you want. It doesn't
Because you
change
are.
the fact that you will never be as great as I am.
Oh, a son would say that about his dad. You guys try to make me look bad, but when we're trying to talk about politics, you ask me about the 7 continents. Okay, that's fine. You want to play the game of random nonsense you want to spiel? Okay, what's the square root of 81? You have 10 seconds. Go.
9.
Fine.
Okay, you got that really fast.
Wait. Hunter, what's 6 squared?
6 squared, 6 times 6, 36.
Okay. What's
Yeah,
12
so-
squared?
Oh, man, 144?
Oh, okay. Yeah, good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, okay.
Parker, what
So
are the three branches of government?
Judicial, executive, and
You
legislative.
always ask. That's why I throw it out there.
Yeah, no. If we're gonna ask dumb questions and try and make
I
each
mean,
other
I
look
was
dumb, we can
still
go back and
focusing
forth.
on
We
the
can do this.
FEC
How about this?
filings
How about this? Let's
from
play
the
this game.
Defense
Let's
for
ask each other
Democracy
dumbass
action to
questions. See who
Harry.
folds first. If clearly you wanted to do
Yeah,
that,
you want me to
let's
show
have
it
a
to you,
time.
Dean? I got it pulled up.
I just wanted to ask you, like, how many views a day does Harry get, the one and only?
Oh,
How many views does Harry get?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Probably because he's probably making $5,000 a day. That's just
I
skeptical.
What?
Yeah, there's no way he's making 5K a day. That's crazy as fuck.
That's insane.
Well, because you
That'd be
gotta
like that's
understand.
$5,000 a day on qualified TikTok views would be like 11 million. If you had $1 RPM, which is really high, you'd have to get like
Yeah, that's really high.
11.5 million views a day on TikTok.
Wow,
So
it's
I
kind of
would
cool you know
say
that math,
that
Chris.
when he's doing his live,
Dude, like, have you done this math before? Is he making 5K a day?
Excuse me, Dean. What a terrible thing. What a terrible thing. It's called basic math. I added it up. I said I already know the percentage of qualified views. These are things
And I'm like, look at Aries' account. Every video is at 1 minute. Every video is at
That's
1
right.
minute.
Hey, bro. It's
so it's over 500,000 views a day.
Hey,
probably.
listen. My point was, I'd say that Harry probably pulls in about like anywhere between 500,000 and 1.5 million views a day.
Yeah, I
all
just
things
said
considered.
500,000.
But like my point here is the reason I brought this up is because I don't understand when people tout like the $20,000 from the Defense for Democracy Fund for social media consulting from like a year and a half ago, acting as if the work that he does like in like a month or even 2 months is going to like retribute $20,000 over the course of like 2 years. Like no, like I listen. I've been working in advertisement for so long. Like I'm going to tell you $20,000 at 500,000 to 1.5 million views a day. That might get you like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe
Joe
4
Cook,
if you're
thank you for the
pushing
$5.
it. In advertisement. So it's like, of course, like if he was being paid, he would be paying well below minimum wage, completely undervalued for his work, and that's why he just wasn't. Like what the DNC?
So you value propaganda?
It's probably
Wait, are
work
you-
is propaganda, guys.
When he gets millions of views, yes. Even if it was propaganda, which it's not.
That just means that you value views over truth because you just said when he gets
No,
millions,
marketing
yes.
values views.
You're the person
Hunter,
that has
what the
built
fuck
their
are you talking
platform of
about?
falsely accusing me, Chris, Harry, and Parker on being paid by the DNC
To make money off of us. You literally made money off of our names. Of course, it's useful for marketing. What are you talking about?
Yeah, do better, piss boy. Do better. Come on, you're the one spreading like literal propaganda and
Son, I
literal
think
lies.
I might
from
have to
us.
give you a spanking. son.
Hunter, older millennial, literally started his page like a year ago, doing nothing.
But Harry videos.
It was in 30 days. In 25 days, he posted 29 videos. Like 27 were about Harry, one was about me, and like one was about Dean. Every single video. And that dude right now has like
over a million
he has
views,
like
yeah.
a million followers. People despise Harry Sisson so much because you're just weird and you have no other time on your hands. That like it's a very
build
very good
careers.
way to make money. Like if you want to make money on TikTok, go plaster every single one of Harry's tweets. I see people do it all the time. So like again,
right wing, which I am.
That
too.
wants to fuck me, but that's apart from the
No,
point.
and this is no. I hope you guys can at least appreciate.
And it calls
this.
you a target. Which is
No,
even worse.
I know. Please listen to this. Please.
Well, you are
please.
19. You are at of age, Dean. Or
Yeah, no, it's not
Yeah,
okay to
but
make people
No,
targets.
Guys, please.
Hey,
please
the
don't
one and
listen to this.
only, it's
We'll
not
make
okay to
you
make
say
people
that.
your
Hopefully we'll-
targets.
Hopefully, we'll make you guys less mad at me because I know you and the older millennial have beef. On a lot of my pages, on a lot of my videos, people like the tag of the older millennial, and they say, "Hey, you guys have similar beliefs, so you should team up with him and take down you guys." Listen, I don't want to do that because one, I think I can do it on my own. I know you guys
You
don't.
can't, Hunter.
Okay, but no, but listen.
You're here for fun. We're
this
here
is-
because we know shit. You're here to talk shit.
Yeah,
You're here
yeah,
because we
son.
know shit.
Yeah,
That's the new
son.
tagline. You're here to talk shit. We're here because we know shit. You don't like compare. You don't. It doesn't. You don't compare, little bro.
5 minutes, dude. This is
I just
like
had
your
to. I just had to correct you, Hunter. That's all.
Okay, you can fine. You can correct me. Let me finish my point, though, Dean. Please, I'll address Parker here because Parker seems a
Hold
bit
on,
more.
actually, sorry, Hillary is the entrance is that way. Also, I have to go, but it's the secret parking lot. I'm glad you guys set that up. Is Obama back there too? Fuck yeah, okay.
That's crazy.
Awesome, appreciate it.
That's
Sorry,
crazy.
guys.
Listen, the point of the point.
Oops,
I'm
oops, oh, he didn't mean to do that, yeah.
Oh, he did. He meant to stay on
Oh,
mute.
was
Yeah.
I
So
talking
no.
music?
I saw the video. I don't know who it was. Listen, guys, please listen here. Please let me say this because it's got. I'm actually for once in the entire debate. I'm gonna say something good about you guys, and I think you guys would like that. So please hear me out. I don't know who it was. I saw it. It was a viral video. I think it was Dean. I'm not positive, so please correct me if I'm wrong. Someone made a video about the older millennial who I did support, and two of you guys completely exposed him because it was about the mental disability thing.
It was probably me.
Okay.
It was probably me.
That would be Dean and Parker. That shit.
Something about something. I don't know if I can say this on this live, but something about throwing them off like a cliff or something. I saw it was like a crazy ass video. I need to ask you this in good faith. I'm gonna take you at face value. Is that video AI or is that a legitimate video?
No, that's a
a
legitimate
fucking-
video. That he
that
literally
is
said that and
real.
defended it on live.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could ask the comments. There was like 7,000 people in that live. I'm sure people here were in that live.
Kendra, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Yeah.
Such a crazy thing to think that we are. I'm so grateful for the fact that
I would never create something AI of someone like that. I promise you, I would never do that. He
Okay, I
literally
believe
did
you. I
that.
believe you. That's why I'm just asking because I don't know the guy. I've never met the guy. I've never talked to the guy. But a lot of
and
people
also for the
came
people
up
in the
with him. But
comments,
if
for the
that
people
was genuinely, okay.
real quick, I'm sorry. For the people in the comments right now saying I was there. You guys are the best. You know, I think we're very grateful that we're able to do this. Parker and Dean and all the rest. So thank you guys for always sticking around.
Hell yeah.
No, I don't like the guy not today. No, I don't. I'm going to dispute that because the point I'm trying to make is people are telling me to team up with him to, go far right wing and stuff, and I'm telling them no because I think that video was absolutely sick and disgusting. I think everyone make mistakes. However, if that's what he truly believes, yeah, I want no part of that. Because he said that, it was like Darwinism. I had a little bit of a stutter there. Darwinism, where he claimed that, if a kid has mental disability, they should, be essentially thrown off cliffs. So listen, I'm not gonna, I know you guys are claiming, and Chris, this is our first conversation, so and I've made a video about you have every right to be pissed at me, and you think I'm some, but I'm not going to build a career off just bashing you guys, as you said, Dean, and I'll admit this. When I bash you, it's fun. I love this.
Press X to doubt.
I'm having a blast, right? Which is why you can't make me mad because I enjoy this. I think this is absolutely hilarious. And listen, I'm making content though around that. And I know that the older millennial has won something million followers off of just bashing Harry. But the point I was trying to make a while ago that Parker admitted is I do have other videos that have done really well for me that have nothing to do with you guys.
Like a year ago, and then it stopped performing
Dude,
well, and your account died.
No, stop,
and then you
Dean,
hopped into
stop,
Politisphere here on
I
TikTok.
created my
and you
TikTok
started
account on
shitting on
January
me,
8th of 2024.
Harry, Parker, Chris.
Stop. Yeah.
It started
Yeah.
getting views, so then you kept doing it. And then you made a really fucking silly video where you put a red suit on and you talked about how you don't like pronouns.
Kendra, thank
and it
you
was
for
like
$5.
really fucking cringy. Did you go out and buy that red suit just because you had one video pop off and get over 100,000 views? So then you went out, bought a red suit, and told us all how much you hate pronouns?
Listen, we're not going to play the
Ben,
view
thank
game
you for
because
$5.
obviously I know you have more views.
Did you
than
or
me,
did
but
you not buy that red suit just because you had a video get over 100,000
If you want to check out my Instagram video or my Instagram, I've had that suit for years. I've had that suit for years. Now you're making fun of my appearances. That's all you guys do.
No, we're not making fun of the
Wait, wait,
appearance. We're just saying, did you go out and buy that just for
No,
this?
for that video.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny because you had a little bit of a blow up video. Next thing I know, I scroll on your page and I see My name's Hunter, and I fucking hate pronouns. And
I
here's
do.
my
I think
cool red
pronouns are
suit that makes me look like an
absolutely-
RNC bot.
absolutely good for you.
Hunter, I do want to say one thing. Is and I think that this relates to me, Harry, Parker, and Dean. When you make videos like that, I hear you. You can make your own content. You can blow up. You can do your own thing. That's good. I gotta remind you, and I gotta remind everybody that at the end of the day, the internet's a tough place. People are gonna say what they want to say. It's fine. I'm grateful that I'm able to do this. But at the end of the day, these are also people's lives, right? So when I'm getting phone calls from Harry because he got swatted, and there's you have police officers pointing guns at people's families. You have my family being doxxed, or people around me, or Parker and Dean. And again, I don't think it should be a sob story, because I think that again, incredibly grateful that I'm able to do this, and I know Parker and Dean and Harry are as well, to just have this opportunity. So it's I'm not trying to sob, be oh, whatever. But these are human lives, these are people's lives, and I think that it doesn't have to be me, it doesn't have to be Harry. It's fine. It's just, if you're going to make videos about people and you got to take a little bit of, I would just ask that forever you make a video on going forward, take a little bit of responsibility to say is what I'm saying factual, and do I know it to be factual? Because if it's not, you can mess with people's lives. And that's,
Chris, let me say something, because I'm in agreement with you. And you actually touched my heart there. This is actually probably the most genuine we've been all night. And I appreciate that, Chris. I have a few things to say. First and foremost, I'm sorry to hear that about Harry. The second thing I have to say about that is, and you don't have to say it in this live if you don't want to, but I was going to ask why he got doxxed, or why that happened in the first place, because I do understand a lot of misinformation is spread on the internet. However, when it comes to being swatted,
You engage in it.
the SWAT team is not going to look at some viral TikTok video and go.
I mean, the SWAT Hunter, again, I appreciate you being genuine, but the swatting, or a lot of my family, being doxxed, etc., is just purely because, for me, Harry's been doing this since 2020, right? And now I'm best friends with Harry. But 6 months in, I'm plastered on Fox News because people are saying I'm being paid by the DNC. And then, if I'm going to get doxxed, the doxing or the swatting pretty much comes directly from that. It comes from people just spamming that, oh, this kid is taking evil dark money to ruin the United States. And it's again, I'm not trying to sit here and sob and be oh, poor me, because again, I'm just blessed that I'm able to do this. It's not a big deal. I'm just trying to say that for the future, for other people, for everybody else, and I know Parker and Dean deal with the same thing relating to all this. It's just
really.
In the future of content creation, these are people's lives that you make videos about, and so it's just important that you take that level of responsibility. That's it.
So
Chloe, thank you for the $4.
From the bottom
Thank
of
you,
my
Chloe.
heart, Chris, I am sorry that's happened to you and Harry. And I know Dean's about to say I partake in it. But no, okay.
You wonder, I want to give you my perspective real quick, Hunter. Is that all right?
Okay, let me respond to Chris, please, before you give me your perspective. Let me respond to Chris, please. Chris, okay. One thing that I've talked about with Parker, and it can be, and I have DM'd him a couple of times, and we've talked, as well as when I talk with Harry, literally the number one thing that I stand for, but beyond party politics, is anti-war. So if violence is breaking out with some viral videos, I will 100% stop it. I did not know that was happening, and the fact that is happening is absolutely sick and wrong, and no one should be, inciting violence on you guys. And in fact, if you look at my page, when people make jokes, I laugh at them, but when people say, hey, I want to attack Harry or let's beat him up, I say, absolutely not, that's disgusting. No, I think this is all in good fun. As I said, where I'm coming from, I'm having a blast doing this. This is not really important to me. TikTok isn't. It's fun social media. No, stop, Dean. And I think it's going to stop, Dean. Please let me finish.
This is important to me. It's important to Chris, and it's important to Dean. So to say that it's not important to you kind of shows where you're coming from.
Right. Then also, I like how you're saying that you just do this for fun, and this isn't that serious to you. Meanwhile, you made a video that got hundreds of thousands of views, threatening a class action lawsuit to take Harry down, legally speaking, because he was paid by the DNC. I absolutely understand that you engage in delusion, but what I think you need to understand is no, Harry did not commit campaign finance, what do you call it?
Campaign finance violation.
Fraud. And the only reason you think that it is permissible for you to hold to such fringe beliefs with such little or no evidence is because we as a society have been indoctrinated into not valuing critical thought and well-reasoned beliefs at the hands of politicians who prey on the willfully ignorant and undereducated. That is one of the massive byproducts, one of the very negative byproducts aesthetics of a democracy. It's that we have politicians who recognize it is in our human nature to be tribalistic and ignorant, so they prey on that and they weaponize that. And what happens when we condition people in a society to think that way is people like you then think it's acceptable to accuse people of doing rancid shit like literal fucking fraud and open up class action lawsuits and inspire literal violence against these people with no evidence at all, even though you know that it's wrong.
The court of law is not violence.
Yo, Thomas, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Thomas in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Thomas. Holy shit, thank you for the $50. Can we get at least 50 W Thomases in the comment section right now?
Weaponization of the court system is violence.
It's violent to take legal action. That's
Weaponization of the courting system is violence 110%.
One more time. I didn't hear you.
Weaponization of the court system is 110%.
So you think I'm weaponizing the court system by opening a class action against her?
Yes.
Okay, that's your opinion. I disagree with you completely. Now, that's just an opinion.
Well, see, that's the thing. How can you use nothing more than an opinion to justify doing so?
No.
Why don't you value the facts? Why don't you value evidence? And why don't you value critical thought to a higher level when what you are speaking on could jeopardize one's lifestyle? No response, dude. I don't even want to get the Dean W or the gotcha moment. I just want to make you think.
No, I am thinking of a response. I genuinely, okay, here's my response. And I'm going to keep this actually, I can't say I'm going to keep it short. I'm going to keep it sweet. Because when I say I keep it short, I tend to rant. Everyone knows that. You guys know that. So, as short as possible, from videos I've seen on the internet of you guys like to weaponize. And when I say something, I'm not making this as an accusation because you were really, really calm and kind with me and we're having a genuine moment and I am taking that to heart and you are correct in a lot of what you're saying. Where I'm coming from, right? For a while, I've been seeing a lot of videos on the internet, not really of Chris or even Parker, but mainly Harry and Dean, saying stuff that I would fact check and I believe is not true, as well as then when people would be on your lives, you claim that you want to have unity and you want to have peace and not have a violent rhetoric. Yet when people come on that debate you scream at them, you cuss at them. So then I come on, I troll you guys. I think it's great, and you say, okay, that's not good fun. Sure, you can say that what I'm doing is not good fun. But the whole reason that I started trolling you guys in the first place is because what you've been doing for a very long time is screaming at people, cussing at people, and you claim that you're trying to unite people, yet when you talk with people on almost every single debate you do, you cuss at them or you dehumanize them. So I agree with you, and all the points that you're making are correct, but you got to practice what you preach. And the moment you start doing that, I will stop trolling you guys. But I don't think that's going to happen because you literally say, and Chris, I'm not talking about Jim Sabo because I actually have seen a few of your videos. I'm talking about Dean specifically.
This is conservative sophistry, ladies and gentlemen, at its best. So what I see from my perspective is a society where we have marginalized. Hunter, what I see, I was in the middle of talking. What I see from my perspective is groups of people that are severely marginalized from the majority. Listen, I'm literally trying to grant you a response, and you are just not here to hear it.
Yes, please do.
Phenomenal. So what I see from my perspective...
I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize. Go on.
So what I see from my perspective is groups of individuals who are systemically oppressed and are systemically harmed by political controls of power. Like women and girls. You hear me speak all the time on how exactly a Trump presidency would further impact and further marginalize and oppress women and girls in the context of the U.S. LGBTQ plus community. We don't even need to go over the rhetoric of Christian nationalists and like particular Republican conservatives and what their divisive rhetoric and policy would do to further disenfranchise members of the LGBTQ plus community. We could go over the fascist ideals upheld by Trump, upheld by his administration, and how they particularly scapegoat onto undocumented migrants, and how that further perpetualizes harm against them, as well as anyone from Latin America from Latin America, as well as individuals from Asian countries, and how that perpetuates harm onto them as well. Right? This is real, and this is how the world is. And I hope to inspire change in the world around me to at least decrease or inevitably end these forms of systemic harm and oppression by advocating for change. But what you have to
I agree.
understand is, from my perspective, when I meet and I talk to people that specifically do not stand for the change I'd hope to see in society, and in fact stand diametrically opposed against it, say that this is needed, this is necessary, in fact, this is good, well, yes, I will absolutely engage in what I consider to be one of the best forms of civil protest, that being giving them a taste of their own medicine. It has been acceptable for as long as I can remember for the Republicans to commit these travesties, to say that, oh, undocumented migrants are this or that, are so violent, dehumanization, devaluation, oh, gay people are so this and that, dehumanization, devaluation, I don't care about them, they deserve to be oppressed. Same thing with women and girls, misogynistic rhetoric, just saying that, Kamala is just a DEI hire. But as soon as the Democrats do it, it's a problem, because traditionally speaking, it's expected that the Democrats are supposed to be the people that soothe that anger, that respond to that irrationality and protest against people with kindness. But I don't engage in that, but don't use this as a talking point against what I do, because I absolutely believe that incomplacency with the system that we live in is required, even through the means of giving a taste of the medicine that is served at the hands of traditionalists, at the hands of Christian nationalists, and at the hands of conservatives as a whole. That is not a problem, and yes, it is me promoting peace and unity, because I hope that one day there will be a day when there is no one else to serve their medicine back to, once we can all be rational and guide the truth and recognize that these things are bad for the world.
Okay, are you done? Can I say something now?
Yeah, that's the last thing I got. I'm probably going to drop here soon.
Okay, yeah, me too. But I just want to say stop laughing, bro. Like, you're gonna make me laugh, and I'm trying to be genuine here. And then if I laugh while I'm saying something, it seems disingenuous. From the bottom of my heart, what you said is spot on in the sense of your message, what you stand for. This is my message to you, and I want to practice what I preach. And I'm gonna admit, sometimes I don't practice what I preach, because what you are preaching was gold. What you stand for, unifying all of these different things of standing up against, these types of this type of oppression against different types of groups. With that being said, the point that I'm trying to make is, when you have people in your lives that might not agree with you, or you said you're trying to wake them up, you're trying to have them see the truth, you scream at them and you cuss at them. I understand, you're mad, right? You've been dealing with a lot of shit for a long time, and there are a lot of people that like to troll, myself included, right? Listen, everyone, I like to troll these guys. I think it's great and it's hilarious. I've admitted that. But Dean, what you got to understand is, when you really want to unify people, if that is truly, truly your goal and the intention in your heart, do it by peace, kindness, and love. And I understand sometimes that's very hard, because I'm sure you do. I know you do this debate stuff all the time, and you have tons of people that really just piss you off. I understand that. If I did what you did every night with debates, I would be pissed off too, with a lot of people, 100%. So I'm not faulting you for that, because I'm saying that I would probably be in the same shoes as you if I was doing that. But what I'm trying to say is, really practice what you preach, right? And you can call me a hypocrite, and I can admit
Justin,
to it.
thank you for the $10. Thank you, Justin.
Because what I'm trying to say to you is, yeah, I know I'm trolling and I'm having this all in good fun. But if your message is what you're telling me is what I'm doing is harmful, and you want to disunite people, the whole reason that people get into bashing you guys is because of some of the times the way you act. Right, so I'm trying to hold you accountable while also admitting my own faults. And so what I'm saying is, what you are saying that you stand for is beautiful. Now go fucking preach it. Now go do it. Now
I literally just responded to this all. The reason I don't practice peace, kindness, and love with some of the most morally decrepit people on this earth is because they would give a thumbs up to that, because that doesn't challenge their systems of harm. Peace, kindness, and love as a form of protest doesn't genuinely challenge your system of harm perpetrated at the hand of someone who doesn't care about peace, kindness, or love. If everyone cared and was well receptive to peace, kindness, and love, the systems of harm wouldn't exist in the first place. So how can I expect the people I talk to be receptive to my peace, kindness, and love when the exact reason I'm protesting against them is because they lack exactly that?
Because when you fight, okay, that's a good question. Now I'm going to answer it. Because when you fight fire with fire, disaster happens. So if you're fighting these people that you claim are so evil, these people that are so hateful, which is what you claim, which I'm sure some people that you debate are, and some people aren't. I don't know who all you debate, but I'm sure you do debate some hateful people. I'm sure you do, because you debate a lot of people. When you fight fire with fire, disaster is going to happen. So the whole idea of you saying you want to unite people and you want to bring peace, love, and justice, if you keep yelling and screaming.
Not
at people.
always.
Lisa.
If,
Okay, yes, not
if there's a
always, but
control,
somehow.
like for example, firefighters will engage in controlled fires, right? They will burn a particular thing so that they can stop it from
With
burning
water. Well, you
and
know how-
catching
okay.
fire everywhere else.
But you
So
know
what
how-
I'm not
Lisa, thank you for the
acknowledging
$20
is
on
that
PayPal. Thank you,
actually
Lisa.
that goes against you using that analogy.
Okay,
Lisa,
so-
thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you
So-
for love.
so
No, this
I
is just
am-
more.
I
This
am-
is just more sophist rhetoric. You
This
know,
is.
it is.
I think we
fight
just
fire with
want-
fire. Absolutely, incomplacency is the best way to advocate for social change, and that's not just me saying this. It's been historically proven, time and time and time again. Yes, absolutely, it has.
So, but do you know what
have no
happens next? I'm
grounding?
just saying, do you know what
historic-
happens next?
Give me empirical evidence. Give me empirical evidence that incomplacency with a harmful system is not the best way to achieve the desired outcome. Give me empirical evidence of me being wrong. Look at any
Okay,
look
yeah,
at any society
absolutely.
throughout history.
Oh, okay,
Look
of
at
course, thank you,
any
thank
form of
you.
societal
That's
pressures,
okay, of
oppression,
course.
or harm throughout the context of history, and show me one situation, one society where peace, kindness, and love end up winning the battle.
I have two. You want one? I'll provide you two. Martin Luther King Jr. and Jesus Christ.
And do you think what happened at Martin Luther King Jr. and their protests for civil rights entailed peace, kindness, and love? No, it entailed white supremacists trying to shoot them dead in the
Oh my
streets.
god, I said thank you to people when I was muted. Holy shit!
I'm not
Yo,
saying
Samantha,
what-
thank you
what
so
the
much for the
other people-
$20, and
Listen,
David, thank you so much for the $20 as well. They both want Hunter gone.
One second, please, bro. 1 second, Parker. Dean, what you're saying is right. The other side of hate, people that are hateful, are terribly wrong and misguided. But the point I'm trying to make is it's a philosophical debate. Turn the other cheek. And I mentioned Jesus Christ and Martin Luther King Jr. And you brought up what happened to them. Well, you're right. Jesus was crucified and Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. They both died for what they believed in, but they did it the right way. When you fight fire,
Yeah, through
more
Jesus
violence
Christ.
happens.
Do you know why Christianity's so mainstream? Oh, we don't need to talk about the Crusades.
No,
oh, we don't need to talk about the imprisonment of anyone that disagreed with
we're not-
Christianity.
I'm not talking-
Oh, we don't need to talk about the burning of the quote-unquote heretics at the stake. Come on, buddy. You don't want to play this game with me.
Dean, no, I'm not playing a game with you. I'm not talking about
Jordan, thank you for the
Christianity.
$25 for debate with Hunter. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Jordan. Thank you.
Parker, let me finish this, please, real quick. Dean, I'm not talking about Christianity as a whole, because I agree Christianity
By the way,
as a
Parker,
whole
let me know when you want to end this conversation. I could tell that.
Yeah, I'm kind of done.
has been hateful. What I'm trying to say is
I'm ready to go get some food too.
there are different rhetorics, there are different philosophies, and my philosophy is turn the other cheek. Jesus Christ, he died for what he believed in, as well as Martin Luther King Jr. I understand you want to fight fire with fire.
Wait, so then why have you been calling me your son this entire stream?
Why? Because
Wait,
you're
why
not-
have you been saying that I'm your adopted son this entire
you
stream? Why?
you didn't talk to any.
Wait, what happened to turning the other cheek?
I didn't say that. That's what I agree with. I'm saying
Wait,
that's a better
what
philosophy.
happened to calling Harry, Chris, DNC
Janine,
bots?
thank you for the $10 for Kick Hunter. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm with it. I'll put my hat in the game. I'll you know.
Yeah, you can kick me now. It's
All right.
past midnight here.
All right, I'm done.
All right.
I'm also gonna hop off, Parker. I really
All right,
appreciate you for letting me
appreciate
come
you,
up.
man.
I'm sorry if that conversation went on a little bit too long. Anyways, everyone in chat, love you all. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. Have a good rest of your stream, bro.
Of course. Appreciate you, Dean. Yeah, so the one and only, yeah, what would you want to argue?
Wow, that was a lot to take in, man. Now, what I was going to try to ask earlier was about the Jean Carroll case. Was that why is it that this happened back in 95 or 96, and usually when somebody gets great, they don't wait years
They either
later.
no, they do. Like, so a lot of victims wait years later to come out with these things, or don't come out at all. Most victims actually don't come out.
Right, so she came out in what, 2019, and she did an article about it, I guess, because she's a writer. But the
Okay.
thing is he, as far as like if it's being pushed as because he was a president, I mean, don't you think this should have happened?
He was already president when,
Right,
when
but should-
specifically it was no. The reason why it was is because the statute of limitations changed, which allowed for her to try her case specifically.
Right, but shouldn't, because
Jasmine, thank you for the $3. Thank you, Jasmine.
he ran in 2016. So why was this not brought up then? Why?
Yeah, if it was that, you're asking the right question. If this was a political move, why wasn't this brought up in 2016? You can ask yourself that. But I told you
I
it's
don't
because
know. I mean, I don't. That's why I'm asking.
I told you because the statute of limitations.
But it's
And I'm pretty sure she hadn't even come out with the story at that point.
right. She came out in 2019, but
So again, that likely wouldn't have the liability likely would not have applied to him until he wasn't going to be able to run for president again. If it was the case that he won in 2020.
So she was waiting to see if he's going. Okay, so the article came out in 2019, and then she, I guess, but the court it was in 2022. Okay. It's just mind-boggling that if somebody gets raped or allegedly, I mean, I wasn't there. And
it's not even allegedly that he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse based on preponderance of evidence. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not, sexually assaulted a woman?
Okay, so you done ask. I mean, there's the way
Would
that
you vote
you
for someone who more
question-
likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
The way you need the way that you question that question. It's like a gotcha. It's like so you basically, in layman's terms, you're asking me if I would vote for a rapist. Correct? That's what you're asking.
Someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman.
Well, I'm voting for him, so I mean.
Okay, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
If they raped a minor, they should be in jail.
If they raped a woman, they should be in jail. Now, answer the question. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not raped a minor?
It's just the way you're asking it. Just ask it another way. Don't use the don't.
I'm
Just
using
spit
the
it out.
exact standard. You just don't like it because it clearly shows that he did something wrong. So
Well,
again,
no, I don't know.
would you
That's
would you
why I
vote for
asked
someone
you.
who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
No.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
No.
Okay, so Trump more than likely than not sexually assaulted a woman, right? Because the jury determined that it was more probable than not that he sexually assaulted her unanimously.
Right, and that's why I was that's why I was questioning you when you is that why was this not brought up before the
Statute of
2000
limitations law. So
No.
the statute of limitations law changed for civil courts because victims of the Catholic Church protested the system and got it changed insofar as that it opened up for her to be able to try her case.
And what year was that? Did it
2019.
Oh, so that's the reason why she was able to take. Okay, I got you now. I was misunderstood. I was under the understanding that she didn't come out with it at all because he was running for president or whatever, that he become president. Then, okay, I get what you're saying now. Okay. Well, I didn't
Okay.
realize that. I didn't realize
Okay.
that.
So it is
Hey.
true that he more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman. Now, you said you wouldn't vote for someone who met that criteria. Therefore, you won't vote for Donald Trump.
Well, but that also happened in a civil case and not a criminal case. So
I know, and the difference is between the standard of evidence, preponderance of evidence, and beyond a reasonable doubt, and the standard of preponderance of evidence is more likely than not. And I specifically said that. I gave you that specific standard of evidence when I described it to you. So
Right,
it seems like
and-
you should accept this because, again, you've already, based upon, if you're a reasonable human being, it logically follows that you're not going to vote for Donald Trump.
Well, out of the two, I'd rather vote for, I guess, what you're going to call a rapist over.
Wait, okay, but you said you would never
Over.
vote for someone who was more probable than not sexually a sexual assaulter of a woman. You said you would not vote for that. Okay, now you're
No,
saying you
no.
would in a specific circumstance with Donald Trump.
So when it comes out to the two candidates that we have right now, in which got, I mean, your other candidate that you was promoting when I last debated you, he got like more or less got an FU, and they just said, okay, even though everybody on the left was agreeing, in the media as well, was agreeing that he was fit to stand to run another 4 years. And then after the debate, no.
If you want to talk about whether or not they're fit to serve, Donald Trump is not fit to serve. He's delusional, right? He quite literally
That's
is
your
incoherent.
opinion, though.
He's the oldest presidential candidate in history. Okay, Bill Clinton specifically was president 30 years ago and is younger than him today. Okay, so you're voting for him over Kamala Harris, who is a lot younger.
Right, and I understand, but so here's a question, because I already know what the Agenda 47 is moving forward, but what is, and we already know what Biden.
All of y'all say who cares? Once it's Donald Trump, that's the old one and the incoherent one and the guy on cognitive decline.
What is Kamala's policies, and do not say Biden's, because she is a new candidate and she is not going to run on the same policies as Biden. So you list me the policies that Kamala has came out since she is now the candidate on the top of the ticket for.
Yeah. So what they want to do is they want to take the income or the taxes specifically from the Trump tax cuts, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and they want to retain all of the ones specifically for people who make under $400,000 a year, whereas they want to increase taxes on people who make over $400,000 a year, so that they can bring back the 2021 child tax credit that gives $3,600 to parents who have a kid that is 5 years old or younger.
And then what would be the corporate tax for the, or what would be the tax for the corporate for people over 400?
Yeah, so they want the corporate tax rate to be at 28%, which is 7% lower than what it was under the Obama administration.
So it's at 23% right now, right?
Wait. I just want to address this, everyone. Does anyone remember Doc from a few nights ago? Doc just sent me a message, said, Doc here. Wife and I molded over, looked at our family, and you're right. As a father, I can't confidently vote for someone whose persona is derived of malicious intent towards women. Enjoyed debating the other night, but it came down to looking at myself in the mirror. Can we get some W's for Doc in the comment section right now? That is incredible. That is great like character development. I'm so happy that our conversation got to you from person to person. That is incredible, and thank you for the $250. Holy fucking shit. Doc, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? I really, it's still unbelievable that conversations that I have can be so impactful. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much, Diane. Like that is unbelievable to me. So I really appreciate that. That is actually unbelievable. Thank you so much, Wendy. I appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. And this country is going to be better off because of people like you, because of the open-mindedness of this country that can come about in these particular times. So I really appreciate that. Thank you for the handout as well. Holy fucking shit, that's insane. That is so cool. But yeah, go for it, the one and only.
Okay, so now I was asking you, so as far as like the corporate tax, because you said it was like 28%, but I thought that right now it's at 23%.
Yeah, so I was saying specifically, what they want to bring it to is 28%. From 35 under the Obama era administration, but right now it's currently at 21% marginal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not going to go
but
down.
Trump wants to lower it to 15.
Okay, so it's 15. Okay, all right. I thought it was 16.
And then he wants to increase tariffs by 10% on all goods coming to the country, which is inflationary, and 60 to 100% from China, which would decrease Chinese imports to the United States, or exports into the United States, imports into the United States. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
So do you know
85%.
why he wants to do that? It's because as of right now, a lot of manufacturers are going overseas, are moving out of the states. They're moving into Mexico. So the reason why
that's been happening since the 90s. How come we didn't do this in the 90s then? Because that's when the massive change started happening. Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Nick. Instead of holding back on to manufacturing in that particular area, we should look at manufacturing at things that are very relevant. For example, the Chips and Science Act brings back manufacturing jobs specifically for the development of chips, which are a fundamental aspect of our economy, which right now we produce 0% chips around the world, globally speaking. By 2030, we're going to be producing 20%. Mo, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I live in Arizona, southern Arizona. So I'm fully aware as far as the chip. Intel actually does make chips. In fact, that they just expanded last year because of Biden had gave them massive incentives, obviously, and I think they got over $250 million just to add on to their company to create chips. So, and that's Intel, by the way, and that's in Chandler, Arizona. And I'm not against creating more jobs here in the United States, but
That's
far
exactly
as like,
what Republicans wanted, isn't it? And again, I think manufacturing is specifically important, like as it relates to our economy. If we want to bring it back in things that are like hyper specific to like global politics, like we have a reliance on Taiwan because of like computer chips, right? We can reduce that reliance on like one particular country if it is the case that we are able to build this up. Same thing goes with energy. If we want to be energy independent, we want to be completely, totally independent from the world. Why don't we invest in renewable energies, which the new modern economy is going to be based on, which would then allow for us to have completely independent energy from the rest of the world. We don't have to rely specifically upon oil, and that builds jobs in the United States.
well, and I think right, and it does, but the problem is that like when you start just bringing in like I believe, especially in Arizona, I mean, most households have solar, and they do tend to help if you can afford to buy them straight out, which is like approximately about $20,000 to $30,000 with backup batteries. It actually pays if you had that type of money, and if we had incentives from the government for people to get those and not do leasing, because there is companies that lease them out to you, but then you end up paying more. It'd be equivalent as paying your own electric bill, which is in the summer months is like between $300 to $600, all the way up to $800, depending on the size of house you have. So I really wish, that we move more towards solar. But the downside is that in Arizona it gets like 114. Like today, I think it's 109.
You see, the thing is, I appreciate the super. Thank you so much. Solar's on a trend that's going to make it cheaper than natural gas and coal, right? That's bound to happen. Right, it's already on that downtrend. It's gone down by 2 to 3 times in terms of cost in the last 10 years. Right, it's honestly like just barely above it at this point. Once that happens, you're going to see vast adoption of solar panels to a greater degree. That's bound to happen, and we're really close to that point. So if we can spawn in like greater technology, we can make these advances. We can sell that technology to the rest of the world. Technology is the basis for increases in quality of life. We can make energy way, way cheaper than what it currently is.
Right, but you do know that, but the material
and more sustainable.
To make solar is you got to mine for it in order. I mean,
like
solar,
specific things that are in solar panels. And again, I'm not saying that this is something that fixes everything or gets rid of every issue.
Right.
Like there are obviously issues with mining certain types of minerals. I'm not disputing that. But again, what is going to be the impact on countries around the world if we don't address issues like climate change? Right, it's going to predominantly impact not like the richest countries in the world, but the countries in the world in which are not doing the best, right, which are underdeveloped, right, due to plenty of reasons. Okay.
Yeah,
well, I mean, yeah.
And I can agree with you when it comes to that. I mean, I believe that we should be able to utilize the newest resources available that's out there. But on a backflip of that is that we as taxpayers can only do so much. We can't force our government to demand this or that whenever there's big people with corporations like OPEC and Chevron and all that that's forcing.
OPEC isn't a company. It's a group of people a group of different countries and whatnot that get together to to fix like oil pricing.
Oh, okay. Well, what I'm meaning is that the people at the top, who's obviously within the 1% billionaires, that's forcing us to live off of and use fossil fuels. Because right now, even with the Trump administration, and what he has in his policies, is that there's nothing that's stopping. In fact, he wants to drill. So
Yeah,
I
but like
believe
we're drilling more than right now than any point in American history, and we're investing in renewable energies the most out of any administration ever. So we're doing both of those things, and that's meant to drive down energy costs the most.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, though, man, even if we're drilling more now than the past, it's still affecting us because look at the gas prices.
I
They
understand,
can
but that's
drill
because
all
of the
you
global
want.
impact. So, like, again, this would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. So I
Right.
don't know why we're specifically applying responsibility to the Biden-Harris administration when it's very clear that this would have happened for either side.
Right.
All right, well, is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Well, I mean, getting back to Kamala policies, besides the tax one that you just stated, what makes you think that she's a good candidate, and how does that affect? Because look, when with the Trump, like we had primaries, right? There was multiple people on the ticket. What the
Okay,
Biden,
so I'll just address this. When we voted in the primaries, they voted for Biden-Harris. So if that Biden ever stepped down, like Harris would step up. That's just how it works.
I know, but you don't think that as people who follow,
Mustache, thank
there
you.
was cold hard Biden only. You don't
No,
think?
I think that's just how our process works.
and you
I
think
don't think
it's
anyone's
fair.
questioned it in any other circumstance. And if you actually cared about democracy, you wouldn't be voting for a guy that quite literally tried to undermine our democratic elections, tried to send fake electors to the Electoral College, tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. It's kind of a joke for like Trumpers to bring this up, I think.
Well, I didn't bring it up. You did. I was talking about how they, as far as putting up Kamala up there, and expecting that everybody else who was strictly Biden only to say, "Oh, well, we're screw that." Now you got to vote for Kamala.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. There's actually more enthusiasm, I would say. But yeah, all right. Well, one only. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Yep. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to request. I'm so
You're
sorry.
good. Don't worry. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, it's not accepting this individual either. Let's get the next person up here. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 53.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump. Yeah, sure, because Trump has got a media campaign against him. Yeah, they tried tying him up in court, wrapping up charges on him when he should be out campaigning. And they made one of the
Gordon, I have a
mistake.
question. Gordon. What time is it right now?
The time right now is. Just a second to get my clock. The time right now is. For my clock. Just a second.
Thank you, man.
Just a second. The time is 19:29.
Okay.
7. Why did you ask me that?
Did you, so okay, so what state do you live in?
What state do I live in?
Yeah.
Florida.
Florida.
Yeah. The sunny state, man. The sunny state.
Did you just
But
look
I
up
think I do
like
believe
Eastern
that.
Standard Time?
Sorry.
No, never mind. So yeah, what's the reason you're voting for Trump? Well, actually, I'll just ask you this question: would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
More. Say that again, please.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I heard that rumor he sex assaulted a woman. Is that the rumor where he came out of a hotel?
It's not a
room
rumor.
and-
He was held legally responsible in a civil court unanimously by a jury of 9 people
Was it
for sexual assault.
I never knew this. I didn't know that.
So you
What kind
wouldn't
of
vote
sexual
for him?
assault was? What kind of sexual assault was it?
He forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll against her will.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, I heard the allegation about 2 years ago and he said to her, "Did it hurt?" apparently in a hotel room. And I thought, well, that wasn't a pleasant thing to say. But there was no proof of this. This was
No, he was
hearsay,
held legally. No, he was held legally responsible in a civil court. So it was evidence, it was preponderance of evidence.
Well, he was found guilty. But remember, the American democratic system is not a fair system.
The
It's
American Democratic, you said
politicized.
that as if you don't live in America.
It's politicized. The American system is politicized. It's politicized.
Yeah, I'd put money that he's not from the United States. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. It's not accepting this person either. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. All right. It's not accepting it. Wow, dude, like half the people are not getting accepted. I do apologize, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, if you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. If you're in the guest box, y'all, only type it in the guest if you're in the guest box, y'all, and you are voting for Trump. All right. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Many reasons. I feel safer in our country because when he was president and just life was better. And I just, in caring about our country, I just think he's the right choice. Just with foreign affairs, for our economy.
Can you tell me one policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yes. It was for the economy. Let me think of the name of it. First Step Act.
Okay, what would you like about that?
Also, I needed to talk to you about something else too, to have a question for you, but that was like a First Step Back was criminal justice reform.
Yeah, like what about it did you like? What specific reform?
Well, I just said the name of the policy.
Yeah, but like what specific reform within it did you like?
Well, they rolled back like numerous regulations that were...
Numerous regulations? Which regulation?
I mean, I just said the First Step Back. I don't know all the details of it. You asked me to name a policy.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
I know you ask everyone this question, but what I have a problem with is that the more likely than not could be 51%. So that's not enough for me. It was
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
But the preponderance of evidence is less than
Yeah, beyond a reasonable doubt. I get it. Yeah, no. But would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
But I don't know why you asked that question because it doesn't have anything to do with Trump, though.
Well, I want you to answer it. I want to see why you say what you say, because that's going to be relevant in the reasons why you think it's okay to vote for Donald Trump.
But you're considering it something completely separate, though, right? So
sure. Just
but
answer the
again,
question.
and even in that case, and I'm going to answer you, but even in that case, the more likely than not is still 51%. So are you talking about criminally or civilly?
I'm saying, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a child?
But with more likely than not be in the description, that it'd be 51%. It's not 100%. It's not proven.
It's 51 plus. Now, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
If they were proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, yes.
I'm gonna cry. I'm asking you specifically, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. You're
Okay.
saying you're adding conditions of beyond a reasonable. I never said beyond a reasonable doubt. I said more likely than not.
You always add conditions as well, though.
I'm not adding any conditions.
Don't you think that people would make a decision based on all the facts? You have to have all the facts.
Ma'am,
before-
are you not going to answer my question?
If somebody was proven of that, absolutely, I would not vote for them. Absolutely not.
Okay, so more likely than not, sexually assaulted a minor, you wouldn't vote for them.
But that could be 51%. Just keep that in mind.
Can you answer my question, or do I need to like keep asking it over and over again? Like, I don't know why you're making this so hard.
Well, you're making it difficult because we're talking about Trump. I'm not talking about.
But I'm asking you a hypothetical question that's relevant. I promise you it's relevant. So can you answer?
Because I know what your next question is going to be. Then would you vote for the same thing for a woman? I get it. I know what you're coming with next. So.
Okay, well then you can understand where I'm going next, but you just not wanting to answer isn't like a good response. You're like
Anyway.
essentially not taking the chess move.
No, I need to ask you a question because I've been waiting and for a long time for several days to come on live because I have a question for you.
Courtney, and I promise you I will let you ask that question and I will answer that question.
Okay.
But I do want to address this completely real quick.
Go ahead.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
If it was proven, no.
Based upon more likely than not?
Yeah, but 51%, come on.
So
That's
Courtney,
not even
you want to
proven.
say
That's
no, but
9
you don't want to
people
look bad.
saying
Is that what it
more
is?
likely than not within, that's less
So are you
than,
saying no? So Courtney, are you saying no?
Oh my God.
Or are you saying yes?
Probably no if you're forcing me to make a decision.
Okay, well, yes. So you wouldn't vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor. So why would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman, but not someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor?
I know you do this every time and it's old. I mean, you're just going to ask the same questions of people and it's not even fair because we're talking about specific about the case for Trump. So
It's not fair because it's a good argument against you and you don't want to argue against something that makes you look bad. So I'm asking you a
that's not
very
it.
specific question. Why would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor and not someone who more likely than not or you wouldn't vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a minor, but you would vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman? What's the relevant
it's just
difference between
really
these cases
hard
as to why
for
you would
me.
vote for one but not the other?
I think because it's just really hard for me to go. I would rather probably want to go on the 51%, even if it was 51 exactly percent, because children don't have more of a voice. They can't stick up for yourself. You need to represent children. They don't have, probably that.
So kids can't talk out for themselves, and that's why you're saying you would vote for someone who assaulted a kid, but not someone who assaulted an adult.
I mean, it might be one of the reasons. It's just, I just didn't realize this debate's not about children. I don't want to talk about that. It's like an uncomfortable topic. I don't want to talk about that.
No, but like the point I'm making is that very clearly we can see that like the only difference is that one is an adult and one is a kid. But yet you say you won't vote for one, but you will vote for the other. To me, that specifically indicates that you don't really have a reason as to why you would vote for one but not the other. You're just saying that so that you can still vote for Donald Trump.
No, that's not true. The thing is there's not a child running for president right now. It's Donald Trump. And we're talking specifically about the case that he's involved in. And so I'm not basing my vote on a child that I don't know out there, about a case of a child. That's what my vote's based on.
No, it's a hypothetical scenario to demonstrate to you in particular that it is the case that you wouldn't vote for someone based upon the standard of preponderance of evidence as it relates to a child rape case, but you would vote for someone based upon preponderance of evidence of adult grape case. So you believe the child grape, but you do not believe the grape of the woman, and that's what makes me think that you're just doing it based upon not like something that is actually based in reasoning, but it's specifically based upon like your confirmation bias because you don't want to concede to the point here.
I think that you and Harry and Dean, y'all do confirmation bias every single day, almost every debate.
Can you give me one thing I do to do that?
just in general that y'all do. I mean,
Can you give me anything in specific that indicates that?
I can't like give you an example today. I mean, just saying y'all do that. Y'all always say that of other people, but you do that.
Okay, like can you tell me like what I did in specific?
Well, what am I doing is confirmation bias.
I just
I mean,
described that to you,
y'all
didn't I?
specifically pick articles.
You literally said
you
that. You said that.
specifically-
Wait, do you want me to answer? You said specifically that you would not vote for someone based upon preponderance of evidence who raped a child, right? But based upon preponderance of evidence for someone who raped a woman, you would vote for them.
Yeah, but
so
you
what the only
realize
difference between those two cases is not standard of evidence or the likeliness of being true. The difference between it is whether or not the victim is a woman, right, or a girl.
Yeah,
That's
but
the only
I
difference.
didn't ask to go down this pathway. You forced me to that. In that answer, you wouldn't go forward. So I already kind of tried to explain myself. I thought we were talking about Trump. Your whole thing is, I'm voting for Harris. Why are you voting for Trump? But we're not talking about a child that we don't know.
No. The reason why I bring this up is because it's a very clear example of how Donald Trump's character is clearly bad enough, morally speaking, for you not to want to vote for him. But you're still going to superpass your value system in order to vote for him because it's cult-like behavior.
No, I'm not in a
Because
cult.
of confirmation bias.
No, I can promise you I'm not in a cult. And
I said it was
And-
cult-like behavior. But
okay, well, I don't have cult-like behavior either.
I just described how you had cult-like behavior. You didn't respond to anything I said. You just said I don't.
Okay, it's impossible to even talk to you. So I just want to ask the question that I've been waiting to ask.
Yeah, I'll let you do it. It's not impossible to talk to me. You just realize that you don't look good in this position.
No, it's
That's
because
fine.
you do it for your narrative. You string it to where you win. You're forcing people to answer a question so that you win.
You mean I have a thought out question specifically that indicates that like your view is pretty ridiculous?
You're giving me hypotheticals.
That's completely
though.
legitimate.
Parker, you're giving me hypotheticals.
It's called the reductio ad absurdum. That's how you debate. So like what you're just telling me is I have a point I can debate upon. Okay. I don't see how that's a critique to me. I'm running a debate platform. Okay, so do you want to ask your question?
Yes, since you're gonna ask the question about which has nothing to do with the debate, surely you
It
would
did have
not
to do with the debate.
want to take advantage of a underage child in any kind of way, correct?
What?
You would not want to take advantage in any kind of way. I'm not
No.
talking about that way of a child, right?
No.
Okay. And thank you for bringing me on. And I hope that you do the right thing in this situation. But I've tried to message you on Instagram. I've messaged you on TikTok. I've waited on hours on a live to get you to do the right thing. Some money was donated to you that was done by a child that was 13, actually 12. They turned 13 a week later. And you rejected the return for money.
What? Where?
It's on July 21st. And
Wait, how would I know? Wait.
can I
what?
just explain the situation? This-
What? Dude,
Parker,
that has
you
not. Wait,
won't
not only does
answer.
that not only have nothing to do with debates, but like me rejecting a thing.
Yeah, but can you let me explain, please, first?
Okay,
and then you
so
you can
I've
say
only
what you wanna say.
I've only ever rejected 2 donos. The rejected donos I did specifically was because someone literally said that it was like that it wasn't them. Yet in the message in particular, it references things in the live. So what I thought it was that someone specifically sent a thing that this didn't have, or that this they didn't mean to send this because they thought they sent it to someone that was not me, right? Because they thought they sent it to a fake person. Because that happens sometimes, and then people will send
Right.
that, and then they hear me reference them on the live.
Yes,
so
I know,
that's
and
the
I
only
understand that.
times that I've ever specifically like rejected a claim.
Parker, I actually believe that you.
But
my
I would
thought
pay back
was
a
that
child.
you-
I didn't
Wait,
know
no,
this
listen,
is true.
Please let me explain. I didn't get a chance. I've sent you several messages. I've contacted.
I haven't
it's-
seen any of these messages.
Okay, it's very upsetting to my family. Just please let me explain, and I'll leave you alone.
I will pay you the money. I literally have I had
Okay,
no clue
listen,
this was,
it was
was
on.
the case.
You remember the day that Harry got his 1 million views, and all of y'all were on the same live, right? When Harry hit 1 million, you were on there.
Mm-hmm.
Harry was on there. I think Chris was on there. Okay, I've debated with y'all before, and my niece had my phone. My family's very upset about this. My niece had my phone. That's my fault. I was working. She's at my house. She had my phone. I thought she was playing a game. She was on TikTok. She was watching Yells Live. She's a 12-year-old girl. There's like cute young boys that she's watching have this debate. She wanted to be a part of the celebration with people sending the confetti and the rockets and all that kind of stuff. She actually sent like 4 prizes with my money. Look, that's fine. I'm not asking for those back, but she sent a donation to Chris, 1 to Harry, and 2 to you. They returned theirs within 20 minutes when I said this. I'm so sorry. This was sitting there. Chris returned it, and Harry, you denied both. I'm asking to please.
I never got a message of this. I told you the reasoning as to why I denied it, because I literally people have sent things.
Hannah. The name is from Hannah.
I will make sure to look through. I have to go
Please,
find
July
through that.
21st, and one of them says.
If you tell me the name, I will follow you right now, and I will make sure to send that back. But also, respectfully speaking, you have to also acknowledge that, like, I literally had no clue. I did not have this information.
And I believe you.
And I would absolutely act upon that. So for you to, like,
and I
try to, like...
you. That's why. In fact, out of all the people, I was surprised. I thought of Harry. This is an honest thing between Harry, you, and Chris. The person that I thought would return it right away was you. That's what I thought. I have respect for your
message. There's no message on there that specifically says that. Again, what I told you is that people specifically have done that where they didn't mean to, because it takes me a second to acknowledge this. Also, I don't see how it would be the fault of any of us, as it is the case that, like, quite literally you had it on your phone, so you don't have, like, a secondary authorization for sending a Cash App.
Yeah, I do now.
Or whatever it was sent on.
No, I do now.
It was sent on Cash App or Venmo?
It was set on Cash App, and it was on July 21st. My niece, one of the things in the dollar sign name. Well, I don't want to give out in front of everybody, but
you don't have to. Just DM me.
Okay. Though. Okay. Well, I did. I think I DM'd you already, and on your Parker Get a Job account, I DM'd there, and so and then it's on July 21st, and one has like the little smiley that has a party thing, and it says for your intelligence, and the other one has thank you or something. I can't remember exactly what it said. My niece is in major trouble from her mom. We're dealing with that personally. She's not going to be allowed to have it anymore. I take some ownership in that, but it was $90. And
I will make sure to get you back your money. I would never do that if it was if I knew a literal kid.
That's why I came. I wanted to come on live, and I appreciate that. I gave you the benefit of the doubt that you're very busy, you don't see the messages, and I just want to get the money returned.
Yeah. Please message me, and I'll make sure to get that back to you.
Should I send it on this account?
Yeah. Message me on this account because I followed you back.
Okay, thank you so much, and that's what I wanted to talk about.
That's the only thing you came up to debate on?
You wouldn't have taken me if I didn't debate. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm still going to vote for Trump. The thing was that I'm working all day, and I've had you on live this whole entire time just so I can get a chance to talk to you, because I don't know how else to get the money back. I was either going to have to just let it be a wash, but I think your character's good, and I knew that you wouldn't just purposely take that if you knew. And so I gave you the benefit of that you didn't see my messages, and this is the only way I could get you because you're really busy. So it would mean a lot to me if you would just return it.
I got you. Message me.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All right, I appreciate. Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so can we talk about that?
Sure.
Okay, so as it relates to you voting for Trump, given the preponderance of evidence that we've already established, you said you wouldn't vote for someone who more likely than not sexually abused a child. Well, you would vote for someone who more likely than not sexually abused a woman. You're not disputing that on the difference in standard of evidence. You're disputing that specifically based upon whether or not it's a woman or a child. So the victim, not the standard of evidence, but the victim.
The whole thing bothers me about the court, in that it wasn't like any case. None of us as humans would want to go into a court where you're just like, it's not even based on that it's on a civil case, and it's more likely than not, and there's no evidence. It's just hard. It's hard for me to accuse somebody of that, because I personally know a couple of people. One person sat in prison for 2 years, and the ex-wife.
This isn't about accusing. No, this isn't about accusing. You literally accepted the standard of evidence with one, but not with the other.
Are you talking about with the child and versus the woman?
Yeah. The only difference is based upon the age of the individual who is the victim, not in the standard of evidence, not in the probability of it being true.
Because I have 9 nieces and nephews, and it's just hard for me they're not going to have the same thought process. They're not malicious yet. They're not, I don't know. It's just, they're not going to have like a ulterior motive. There's just children. It's just different. It's just in a different case for me. And so if it was a child that Trump was accused of, even if I didn't have the full evidence, I would not vote for him because it's a child. And that's a hard answer for me. I don't want to sit here and say I don't want to believe a woman because I was SA myself, almost lost my life. But I'm just saying, and people didn't believe me. Some people didn't believe me. It's just like, it's hard when it's not fully proven, just because I know a lot of things bother me about it. I think it's because if it was a criminal case and he was found guilty, I wouldn't vote for him. I would not.
Wait, but even in a civil case, you said that you wouldn't vote for someone if it were a minor involved.
I
So
know,
again,
because
it's not the difference in whether or not you're going to believe it. It's just a change in who the victim is in terms of their age. That's why I think it's ridiculous, right?
Children
Because
are just so different than adults, though.
How so?
What do you mean?
How so?
What?
How is it
Children
different in
are-
terms of someone being victimized?
No, it's not okay for anybody to be victimized.
Exactly. So there's no difference in the standard of proof. They're both based upon preponderance of evidence, more likely than not. Why is it the case that you literally will believe one, but you won't believe the other?
I tried to answer that the best I can. I don't know what to say.
Well, there is no difference in your standards. So again, you don't have reason to accept one but not accept the other. That's what I mean by the confirmation bias. Is that it's blatantly obvious here because there's no reason behind your view. It's just based upon because you want to feel like you have this special exception for Trump.
No, it's not. It's not a special exception for him.
It is, though.
I
In
mean,
the circumstance, it absolutely
you
is.
know, it was a civil defamation case and not a criminal case.
In
right?
in order for him to get defamation, they had to prove the sexual abuse, which they did.
But more likely than not, though, it wasn't.
Yes, I've already established that. You said that was enough if the victim was a child. Edwin, thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Edwin. Can we get some W's for Edwin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I'm not saying that there is or not, but I don't know whether there could be some manipulation involved in this case with adults, you know, and that's why I said that sometimes, like with children, you don't want to automatically assume that they're not tainted like that. I'm just saying.
Wait, so you assume there's manipulation for women? Would you assume that
not
for
all.
like?
Of course, that's not a blanket statement. Of course not.
Okay, so then why do you assume it here?
What do you mean? I know I'm not assuming all the time women are not telling the truth. That's not what I'm saying. But I have to.
But
I'm
you're
making a
assuming there's
decision.
manipulation involved.
No, I said there could be.
Yeah, but that's
With
not
adults.
probable. But that's not probable. Did you know the likelihood of false report as it relates to our system is 2 to 10%? So you're saying that 90 to 98% likelihood of this being accurate is not enough for you?
51%. Is that what you said?
No, listen. The likelihood of false report is 2 to 10%. So that
Okay.
means the likelihood of it being true is 90 to 98%, and that's not a high enough of a confidence interval for you.
Because
Or
it
confidence
wasn't.
degree.
It's because it wasn't a criminal case with witnesses, and it wasn't a criminal case.
Wait, so are you saying you don't accept any civil cases?
Whenever you're asking people to come on and debate with your background of why are you voting for Trump, I'm talking about Trump. I'm not here to talk about any other case.
Ma'am, respectfully, I'm asking you about a standard of evidence that you accepted already. I've given you a statement that you accepted. You said in terms of more likely than not. That's the standard of evidence in a civil case.
I
So
know.
you do accept civil cases if the victim is a child.
The standard is lower than beyond a reasonable doubt.
I
It's
understand,
lower.
but the standard was lower for the case in which the victim was a child, and you accepted it.
It just, because that's a different conviction for me.
Do you think O.J. Simpson was innocent?
No, I don't.
Okay, but he was not convicted in a criminal court, but he was held legally responsible in a civil court.
Yeah, I watched that entire case. I think that's completely different.
What's different about it?
There were so many witnesses and so much. But it was so.
But it was still a civil court. It wasn't a criminal court.
Well, it's a different case. It has nothing to do with Trump.
So you just saying it has nothing to do with Trump isn't an actual response to what I just said. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much for the DNC, Derek. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Wait, can you tell me the name of the victim in the Trump essay case?
E. Jean Carroll.
Okay. Can you name one piece of evidence that was submitted in the case?
I believe that she submitted I don't know for a fact the dress that she had.
No, that wasn't submitted as evidence.
Okay.
So not only was that not submitted as evidence, but they determined preponderance of evidence even without that. And I believe that's actually the strongest piece of evidence, because him not giving up his DNA indicates it's most likely that he is guilty. Because if he was innocent, he would have given up his DNA to exonerate him.
But I think that what they say, that most in the court case, though, that even if he would have submitted the DNA, there's a very high possibility it would have been thrown out because it's so hard to prove that.
No. So the likelihood of it being thrown out is extraordinarily low. Okay. That was they were already had it tested as male DNA, unidentified male DNA. They use DNA on decade-old cases all the time.
Okay, and
would you trust a babysitter, say, that was held legally responsible in a civil court for sexual abuse of a woman? Like, would you trust them in taking care of your kids?
No, I wouldn't. And I said the same thing about a child a second ago.
No, but that wasn't. But that's not when the victim is a child. The victim was a woman in that scenario, and they were held legally responsible. There's no difference between that and the Trump essay case.
So you're asking me if I would let someone that was accused of
No, not accused. They were held civilly liable. Civilly liable by unanimous decision by a jury. Brandon, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Brandon. Thank you.
Probably not. No.
No. So you would believe that civil essay case, but you wouldn't believe the one with Donald Trump?
I would be going with
that sounds like obviously special pleading.
No, I would just be going with my own gut. Like, I'm going to be really choosy on who takes care of my child. Like, it's usually just family. And
you understand that by proxy of the president taking care of the country, they're also taking care of your child?
Yeah, I mean, no, not in that way. That's a real personal.
In a certain respect. Is the kid below 5 years old?
No.
Okay. Well, for kids that are below 5 years old, there will be a child tax credit of $3,600 per kid, which is way more than the $2,000 currently being given under the Trump tax code.
Okay.
So that reduced child poverty by 50%. So if we care about taking care of children, why wouldn't we support the Harris tax policy?
You have to go with the things that whenever you vote for president, you're going to go with the things that are most important to you. But I want to go back to the thing that is the DNA question. It is true, though, Trump, the court did not compel him or force him or send subpoenas for the DNA.
They can't in a civil court, right? But they told him to give up his DNA, and they gave him 2 years to do it. He didn't do it. Why didn't he do it? Because think about it this way: if someone was driving on the road and they get pulled over by the police, right, and they suspect that person is driving under the influence, let's say that this person's you, they suspect you're driving under the influence. They have you walk in a straight line. They have you do all the little tests. They still think you're driving under the influence. Mm-hmm. Now they say they're either going to fine you, right, or you can breath in the breathalyzer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're innocent, what do you do?
If I'm 100% innocent, I'll blow.
You blow in the breathalyzer. You prove your innocence, right? So that you don't have to pay the fine. Now, if you're guilty, what do you do? If they can't get your blood test, or if they can't prove that you have drank any intoxicants.
I've never been in that situation, but I would not do it and get a lawyer.
Yeah, because it would show that you're guilty. It would incriminate you.
Correct.
So if it was the case that you were guilty, we would expect that you wouldn't blow into it, and if you were innocent, right, we would expect that you would. Right? So if Trump was innocent, we would expect that he gives up his DNA. Given that he didn't give up his DNA, we expect that he's guilty.
But you know that even if he turned over his DNA, that the admissibility of that evidence in court would have to depend on various factors. Like you have to have the chain of custody of the dress, right? You have to, the possibility of contamination, that would be a big concern.
How would they get Trump's DNA if she never met him under
What
his
about
view?
the interpretation of the DNA results themselves? There's a lot of factors that are involved. Maybe his
Yeah, they would have
attorneys
they would
advised
have an independent party do that.
I can't answer why he didn't, Parker, but maybe that his attorneys advised him not to. It is a civil case.
Can't think of the dollar.
The court didn't continue to go
Yeah, they
after
advised him not to because it would incriminate him.
No, I don't believe that.
Otherwise,
I
why
think
would they
if I
advise him
hadn't
not to?
had-
They would
I
advise him to
believe-
prove his innocence so he didn't have to pay the money. Because then
wasn't-
they're losing the case. By telling him not to do it if he's not guilty, that would mean losing the case. Right? They're literally, if they're the best lawyers in the world, why, if he was not guilty, would they tell him to not give up his DNA? That makes no sense at all.
You know, I think it has to do with probably the civil versus the criminal, like because you know you're the
McKenna,
burden
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
the burden of proof in a civil case is going to be on the balance of probability, right? So I just think that in a criminal case, it might have been different and his lawyers might have looked at it differently. You know, and this is like a side note, but I don't want to forget because if I don't say it, I'll forget. The other thing that, and I've heard other people say it, and I can't prove it, but it's just a thought that I see and what I watch and witness is that Trump probably doesn't trust a whole lot of people. They've gone after him so much, like for someone to manipulate something or to make, you know, there's a lot of people in control.
There's no good evidence that's going to indicate.
No, there's not.
no good evidence to indicate that happened.
No,
right? So
there's
you're
no
just
proof.
this is like you assuming a conspiracy that Trump's assassination attempt was fake, that he just had a blood pack or he had a ketchup packet. It was the Heinz. It was the ketchup bottle.
But with every, okay,
A hidden
but I have-
ketchup bottle underneath the stage.
in my lifetime, I have not ever seen someone be gone after so much. Not just a president, just not so court case after court case after court case, even turning misdemeanors into felonies and anything they can do. to get this man.
Wait. The
Anything
reason
that-
why his felonies were felonies, classy felonies in the state of New York, is because there was a predicate crime of election interference. So when they told you that, oh, it was a misdemeanor, no, it was not a misdemeanor. There was a predicate crime of election interference that makes it a felony, a classy felony in the state of New York.
I mean, listen. According to the left, President Trump can't even get assassinated correctly. I mean, it's like just everything. No matter what the man does, it can't even pause for a full 24 hours and be like, "Oh my gosh, we're in our country. A president had an attempted assassination." They can't even let him do that correctly. They start saying, "Oh." Maybe it was glass, or it might not even be a bullet. I mean,
I went
the
on
man
live and
can't do anything
I went on
right.
live. I went on live and I argued people that had that view. Thank you for the dancing. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
but do you know even the
Like literally the day it happened, I argued against people
even
that had that view.
Christopher Wray of the FBI said it could be a bullet. It could have been
Thank you very
glass.
much, thank you.
And
No, the
they
FBI
had to come
indicated it
back
was a
and
bullet.
defend that.
Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. No, the FBI indicated it was a bullet. The only times that they said it could have been glass was like right when it happened, because we didn't know.
No, I'm not trying to say that you were part of that. I'm saying there's a lot of people.
No, like literally, when I was first on, when we were first
talking.
talking about the assassination attempt, that's literally what people believed, because people didn't have any evidence about it. So it's like, oh, it likely could be the glass. We don't know whether or not it was a bullet or glass. And then more evidence came out and indicated clearly it was a bullet. Okay, so like we were literally talking about this like while getting the information.
I know. I think I watched a part of that live, but I agree. Y'all did defend that. But I'm just saying, if you were looking at like Trump, people have gone after.
Wait, where are
him.
Republicans arguing against the election lies? Like you never see it, right? Me as a Democrat, as someone who's like affiliated with the Democratic Party more or less than the Republican Party, it is the case that I would call out other people who hold similar views to me in terms of the assassination being a conspiracy. Finn, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I don't see that same due diligence from people on the right.
No, I do. I think that I've heard other people on your live say when you ask them those questions, because you want to automatically assume everyone is just a cultist for Trump, and that's not fair. Or that everyone's just like a MAGA lunatic. And
I don't believe everyone's a MAGA lunatic or a cultist.
Yeah,
M Sharp, thank you so
well-
much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. But if you do say some insane shit for Trump, yeah, I absolutely would think you're a cultist.
And maybe that's not you because you're the brighter of the bunch of you that all and the fairest, I think, because make good points. But some people get so frustrated. I don't hear you do it as much, but you do it. Like if somebody mispronounces Kamala's name, y'all correct them. Like it's so hurtful to y'all that say her name right. But yet Dean will be like, "Are you voting for
I just say that.
Don, and that's not his name. Say Donald Trump. That's his name.
Wait. So again, when we say pronounce her name correctly, that's disrespect, right? When I disrespect Donald Trump, I think that's justified because he's been held legally responsible of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, constantly defame the person he abused, right? Like this person actually deserves it. Kamala Harris doesn't deserve it. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much.
She doesn't deserve any criticism at all.
No, she deserves criticism, but she doesn't deserve like those types of like insults, kind of. Like I would say that Diaper Dawn, like Trump or Trump. I said that about Dean again. Dean is saying that in a sort of like an insulting manner.
It's so stupid though because he's the first one to say her name's not it's Kamala. It's not Kamala.
Yeah, because he believes that she doesn't deserve disrespect.
Then why does he have to say Diaper Dawn? That's not his name.
Because he thinks that Donald deserves disrespect.
No, people are still humans deserve respect. Call them by their name. It's not necessary.
Would you respect Hitler?
No, would not respect Hitler.
Okay. So obviously there are some humans you believe do not deserve respect. Would you disrespect Hitler?
Isn't it interesting how I heard so many people on the left on
because I would disrespect Hitler.
Yeah, I would too. And on the
okay. So clearly you understand that.
But they're not equals. That's not the same. But like,
wait, I'm not saying that they're the exact same. I'm just saying that there are some people under your worldview that you would disrespect. And again, we think that Diaper Dawn is enough of an individual that we would say it's okay to disrespect.
It's just so childish. So, but like,
you can call it childish all you want. I don't care.
That's fine. And but on the left, you just said in your live earlier today that everybody's voting for the oldest candidate. Right? But y'all weren't saying that a couple of weeks ago when Biden was the oldest one.
Well, because it is the case that y'all flipped. No one's arguing that cognitive point anymore. And if they were consistent and they were arguing that cognitive point, they would say that. Now, I'm only arguing that because I'm showing the hypocrisy under your worldview, but you didn't realize that. I'm showing the hypocrisy of the Republican Party because that was their main talking point for literally how fucking long? For literally like the past few months, easily. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. That's all their ads were about. That's what everything they talked about on this live was about. Literally, almost every person that came up said that.
Said that what? Said what? About
said
what?
that he was like not cognitively fit. That he was on
and
cognitive decline. That he was the oldest candidate ever.
I know, but y'all are flipping it and saying that now.
Yes,
Donald
exactly.
Trump
We're showing the hypocrisy. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much.
But y'all are speaking. It was factual.
Victoria, I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Victoria. I really appreciate the $20 on Venmo. And Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5.
What people were saying about Biden though was more factual, and y'all's is not. Y'all are just doing it just to be tit for tat.
No, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. What I'm doing is I'm showing you that you're being hypocritical.
No. How am I being hypocritical? I'm saying that.
Well, did you argue this literally a few weeks ago? I bet you did. Thank you for the hand art.
No, I'm saying.
I bet you said, why would you vote for Biden? He's so incompetent. He's not cognitively there.
And I believe that. Yes, but
yes, that's literally what you were arguing. But now you won't argue that against Donald Trump, even though Bill Clinton, literally, who was president 30 years ago, is younger than Donald Trump, and yet you're still voting for him today.
Yeah,
he's younger than Donald Trump today.
I wasn't arguing. The reason why I didn't like Biden was because he was a few years older than Trump. That's asinine to think that. He's just a couple of years older. I wasn't talking about the age of someone. People are talking about these. He wasn't cognitively there. The whole.
Neither is Trump. Neither is Trump. So he said he mistook Kamala Harris and Nikki Haley. He mistook Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi. He specifically mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person who was held legally responsible for sexually abusing, with his ex-wife when he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. He's a raging lunatic. He's delusional. He believes that the climate is going to get colder. That science just doesn't know it yet. So he denies the vast consensus in climate science. 97% of climate scientists indicate that climate change is caused by humans. He believes in election conspiracy that it was stolen from him. Thank you for the fruits, friends. Thank you so much. He literally tried to overthrow the government by literally getting fake electors to go specifically to the Electoral College. He tried to do that, and he tried to get Mike Pence not to certify the election results. And then when Mike Pence didn't do it, he got a VP candidate that specifically said that he would have not certified the election results. Hugo, thank you for the $10. Thomas, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You do know that according to the Constitution, it's okay that he questioned the election results.
Yeah, it's okay to question it, but he's denying it right now, even when there was sufficient evidence indicating that he lost. This is the most secure election in recorded history.
No, that's not true.
That is true. That's what CISA.gov indicated.
Well, let's just all believe them. You know
Christian
how
Subaru, thank you so much. What do you believe? Max, thank you for the $3.
I'm not an election denier, and
Max said not to give the money back. That's rough.
What? I
said
know.
not to give the money back.
I'm ignoring them. I've seen people say that it's a scam that I'm saying that, but it's legit. I don't really care what anybody thinks. My niece made a stupid mistake. I take responsibility in letting her
Thank
use
you
my
for the
phone.
$6. Thank you.
But I didn't choose to donate $90 to Parker, and I want it back. If he doesn't get it back, I move on with my life. I'm not hurting for the money, but I want my money back. So I don't really care what anybody else thinks. It's just the right thing to do, and I believe Parker will do the right thing. So there. And I literally don't care. And earlier when you know,
We're saying donate the money to Kamala. You know, I might think about it. I'm just kidding.
How people would call Trump Hitler, like he's a dictator and he's
like JD Vance. JD Vance said that
he did
that
it one
Trump
time.
is
Well,
Trump is America's Hitler.
I know, but do you know that that was years ago, and he's come around full circle.
Okay, but I'm just saying that those are the people,
No, I know.
So if you think those people are crazy, you think those people are crazy and shouldn't be running this country, well, then you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump. Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much.
The comment that I was going to make is that I think it is so crazy to hear people call him Hitler for weeks, and then he gets attempted assassination on his life, and the next day those same people are like, we're praying for him and his family. No. If back when Hitler, if somebody said, oh, it looks like his life might be saved, everybody pray for him, I wouldn't pray for him. That's crazy. People that are calling him Hitler.
I don't pray for him.
No,
but I condemn
saying,
political violence because of the insane reductives you could get from political violence. Now, do I really care about Donald Trump? No, I don't give a flying fuck. I don't care about Donald Trump. But do I condemn political violence? Yeah. Ashley, thank you for the $90 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ashley. Can we get some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now? Because Courtney is a part of our cult and her niece is smarter than her. Wow, that's crazy. Ashley, thank you so much for the $90 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Ashley paid you the money you're going to give back to me. That's awesome, Ashley. Thanks.
We'll see about that one.
It's such a Parker, come on. You're going to do the right thing.
I'm just trolling you. I just want to see how mad you get.
And then take it back. And
thank you, Jess. Appreciate
you have some of the most ignorant people in your chat. Sometimes I cannot believe it. They just follow what you say, no matter what you say, and just throw out their little insults.
That's you with Trump. They do not do that with everything I say. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
I promise you. I
promise you, my crowd would actually call me out. Wait. By the way, I just want to point out. If I was, I appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. If I specifically was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, every single person here would condemn me. They wouldn't interact with me. They wouldn't watch my content. But you want to vote for Donald Trump, even though that's true about him.
You could open your window at nighttime and say, look, it's sunny. And people go, oh my God, what a beautiful sun.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
They would laugh at me.
You know how I can tell? Because people don't go, some of the things people comment on in there, you can tell they didn't go research themselves. Like people go, oh, I didn't know that. Because they don't go research them. You're their source. That's scary to me. People
I don't think I'm their source, but I do think it's important that to have the factual information though. And when I come up here with factual information, I'm okay with people trusting me like that because I'm going to give them legitimate information. I'm not going to lie to them. Now, would I like them to do that with other people? Obviously not. That's why I specifically preach that you should not have confirmation bias, that you should critically think, right? But if it is the case that someone trusts me, that's fine. I'm telling them the truth.
I get it that you don't come out and purposely lie, but you do withhold some facts.
And what facts do I withhold?
Unless you have somebody on here, like what was the guy's name earlier, Hunter, or I think there was another person right before that, another girl today that was talking about the civil case versus a criminal case. Whenever you talk about that question because you ask it every live. You say, you know, more likely than not, more likely than not, more likely than not. Are you?
Yeah,
you're not
that's because
explaining-
someone
I know,
brought
but you're
up
not
like that
explaining
I
to your
should
listeners.
specifically refer to the standard of evidence, and I thought it was a decent idea.
But
right?
you're not
I had someone that I've
explaining to your
debated.
listeners
They
when
say
you
that like,
say
oh, you
that.
should be hyper more specific with like what standard of evidence you're referencing
I
with
think it's
Silvercore's comparative to that.
misleading
So I did
to-
it. Justin,
it's
thank you for
misleading to your
$5.
listeners. It's misleading because you're not explaining to them that it could be the
bet you
difference
would.
between the
It's base.
preponderance of evidence and without a shadow of a doubt. You're not giving them the.
I do. I
the
literally say.
reason about that, sorry.
That's why I specifically say more likely than not. I say that.
Yeah, but
I
you don't tell them the
specifically explain
percentage.
that.
You just say more likely than not. And some
More
people
likely
might
than not.
think that-
Obviously, I think that you have enough of a brain to know what more likely than not means. Courtney.
Not everyone, because they're thinking. I've heard some people.
Courtney,
sitting
you do.
there going,
You do.
No.
So why are you acting like you don't? Okay, most people in the comment section, they're gonna know it. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you.
I don't think so.
Thank you for the cap. What are you talking about? You just saying I don't think so is not an actual argument.
I just don't. That's not true.
What's not true?
But, you know, and you accuse people of confirmation bias too. But like, you know, you favor information that favors you, like on what you believe and what your opinions are. You have
No, if
selective
there's information
evidence.
that disagrees with me that is factual, I will then change my opinion.
Well, but you do have a selective search of your evidence. Interpret your own
Where?
interpretation of that evidence. I'm just
Give me
saying,
one
in
example.
general, you might leave things out, and that's a
Can you give
confirmation
me one
bias.
example?
I just gave you an example in the
No, you
one
didn't.
of the Eugene Carroll case. When you're doing more likely than not, you should say up front to people, you know, more likely than not in a criminal case means that at least like 51%.
Dude,
of
you
the
know what?
people-
You stop being so fucking dense.
A lot of
You
people
know
don't
what it
think
means.
that, though. They don't know that.
Be so fucking for real. They do. Yes, they do. More likely than not. That's literally what it means. Like, if you don't know what more likely than not means, there's a bigger issue here. Like, be totally fucking real.
I know, but I'm saying some people could be in there interpreting that as 90%, 85%, 80%. They're not understanding the court
Cool.
case.
That's not my fault. Realistically, at that point, it's not my fault.
If you want to educate
Sydney,
people,
thank you
you
for
should
the
just
$10. Thank
be
you so
more
much. Thank you for that
forthcoming,
mustache.
is
Thank
all
you
I'm
so much,
saying.
Duke. And Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Wait, so
Anyway.
I have a question. Why don't you hold that same standard to Trump? Because 3 days ago, he said that Kamala Harris supports abortion all 9 months, even outside of the womb, when Roe v. Wade doesn't allow for that. It restricts third trimester, and it doesn't allow for outside of the womb. That would be infanticide. So it seems like Donald Trump doesn't hold to that standard. Thank you for the cap. Thank you.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay, well, I thought it was pretty clear. I don't know what you didn't
Did he
understand there.
accuse Kamala of saying something that she didn't say?
Yeah, he accused Kamala of saying that she supports abortion all 9 months, even though she supports Roe versus Wade, which restricts third-term lethal abortion. And it does not allow for infanticide. And he said it did.
Okay, I don't know. I can't speak to that.
I've explained everything that was necessary. I don't know why you couldn't.
Well, I'm just saying I didn't hear that myself. I don't know exactly every single word that's in that that's in Roe versus Wade. I don't know every single word that's in there.
Well, I've just told you.
Well, I can research it for myself.
Yeah,
Also.
go for it. Go for it. But operating on that being true, would you vote for him? Think of that mustache. Thank you.
Well, I'm pro-life, so I'm not going to. I mean, that's not going to be a good thing for me.
Do you think there should be grape exceptions?
Yes.
Tiffany,
I'm okay
thank you for
with
the $10.
exception.
Thank you.
I'm okay with the exceptions that most people are okay with.
Okay, so how do you feel about JD Vance not being okay with that?
I don't like that. I don't like it. He wouldn't have been he's not my favorite pick for his VP.
Okay. Trixie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Trixie. Okay. Are you pro Law and Order? Thank you for the DNC. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Then why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
That's just such a new question. It's such a new little catchphrase because she's a prosecutor.
Yeah.
It just doesn't play into for me. You know what I'm looking for in a president is somebody that can is good at foreign affairs, that can lead our country, that can bring the economy
Wait, you just
back.
said you were pro Law and Order, though. Lori, thank you so
No,
much
of
for the
course I am, but
$25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lori. I really
and
appreciate
we have
that.
a
Thank
lot
you.
of issues with not having law and order to do with the borders, and so I want someone that's going to get that back where it was.
Okay, so as it relates to the context of the border, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes, definitely.
So did you know that there's the same level of border crossings right now as there was at the end of Trump's administration? So if there's a border crisis right now, there's got to be a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't he
Yeah.
fix the border crisis?
At the very end, you're talking about the very end of his
Yes.
presidency, correct? Yeah, and that I think, I don't know. I think that had something to do with my personal opinion with COVID, and I know that people are going to say COVID. came
Oh,
in
okay. So then
2020,
it's
but that
external
was-
causes for him, but it's not external causes under the Biden-Harris administration?
No, but the Biden and Harris administration they opened the border. They called people in.
What policy opened the border?
They
And no,
called
she
people-
told people not to come here.
I think I saw Biden in the speech look in the camera
I'm
and
saying
go.
Kamala Harris specifically told
No.
people not to come here. Do you want me
That's
to
real
show you an?
strong.
Do you want me to show you an article of her specifically saying, "Do not come here"?
No, because I've seen her many times not really have. She didn't even take care of the border. That was her job.
What authority did she have?
She was named the border czar. It's in papers.
No, what specific authority did she have?
She was supposed to be. That's the job that Biden gave her, like in his third month of his term.
No, what authority did she have?
What do you mean? That was his VP. He assigned her that role to.
Brianna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. No, but what authority does that role give you?
Well, she doesn't have the ultimate authority over the president. I
So
mean,
what authority did she have?
she could have at least gone down into the border.
She did.
Went,
She did.
way
She went to the border.
later, and she went to the
Nope.
clean
In
side of
2020,
it.
in 2021, she went to the border.
She went to the clean side of it, like a safe side.
Okay.
she
So
didn't get
you
to
said
where the trouble was.
she didn't go to the border, and now you changed and said, oh, she didn't go to a specific part of
Well,
the
that's
border I want
because
her
she went
to.
after pressure. After she had pressure, that
She
interview
in
was
2021
embarrassing for her.
went. She in 2021 went.
Okay, and where did she go to in the border? She didn't take care of anything. She
Ashley,
didn't
thank you
resolve-
so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And Devin, thank you so much for the $1.
I don't know if I'm calling his position correct, but the director or the head of ICE, he personally said she didn't come down to where the trouble was. She wasn't there. He's served under 6 presidents. Even he said the border's been the
Can you
worst.
tell me one time where Donald Trump went to where the issues are?
And I know he went several times, but I don't know specifically when.
Can you give me one time where he went specifically to the place that you're referencing?
No, because I wouldn't be able to.
Okay, so then you have just as much evidence to believe that Kamala Harris didn't as you do that Donald Trump didn't. Yet you apply this to Kamala Harris and you don't apply it to Donald Trump. That's
Because
interesting.
I've seen Donald Trump be front and center on many things.
You're cutting out front and center and saying that you shouldn't vote for the border bill that was specifically backed by the Border Patrol.
No.
I can't hear. You got MAGA Mobile right now, it seems. Seemingly an issue with MAGA Mobile.
I know y'all always say that. It's so dumb. Anyway, if you can't hear me, then I'll let you go. Somebody was trying to call me and it muted the call for a second. I don't know how to fix that.
Oh, you're
so-
good. Don't worry. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Go for it.
What was I saying? What would you
Well,
ask?
yeah, what
you
were you saying?
muted. I don't know why. I said that I've seen Trump be front and center on multiple occasions, not just the border. He goes to where the people work. He goes to, I mean, I've seen him interact with people. He goes to where the problems
He
are.
interacts with people.
He doesn't
Name
just,
one time. Name one time.
In New York, he did back where people are working at job sites. People are working for on construction sites, or I've seen him in restaurants. I've
What?
seen
What
him
construction site?
in
What
parks. I've seen
Wait,
him
what? You said he goes where the problems are.
Why?
Where? Those are where? How is that relating to problems?
What do you mean? Like whenever he was in New York, when he was on the on his court cases. And after the court cases, he would go to see people in New York. After that, he used his time in the best and went and talked to the people, the blue collar workers, and went and talked to people.
I can show you multiple videos of Joe
they were happy
Biden
to see
talking to
him.
workers. I can show you multiple videos of Kamala Harris talking to workers. This isn't unique for a politician. Christopher, thank you for the $3. Thank you so
I didn't
much.
say that it was unique.
Shout out to your
All you said
wife.
was that he didn't.
Shout out to your wife, Caitlin. Was it Caitlin? Sorry, I just randomly the message just went away. Hold up, I can find it. What were you saying? Yeah, shout out to your wife, Caitlin.
I didn't
shout
say.
out. Go ahead.
I said that I didn't. That I didn't say that other politicians don't go. I'm just saying you were asking me specifically about Trump if he did.
Madison, thank you for the $1. Yeah, so you don't have good evidence of that. So I don't know why you don't bring that up as an issue. But again, you still have yet to say specifically what authority Kamala Harris had. So what did she do wrong? Because they advocated for a border bill, a solo border bill, and a border bill with other stuff in it, specifically to do something about the border like a year and a half ago. And Trump specifically said, don't vote for the border bill. I don't want Democrats to look good.
No, it was not because of that. It's because there was other things in there, like support.
No,
for
there was
Ukraine
a solo
and other
border
things in
bill.
there.
There was a solo
There
border
was not
bill.
a solo. There
Yes,
was
there
not
was.
a solo border bill.
Yes, there
no,
was.
there wasn't.
Look up Trump solo, or I mean not Trump.
When
Look
they
up-
did have a solo border bill, it sat on it. It sat in the Senate forever. They didn't do anything with it. I don't even know if they have.
Wait, because of who? Republicans. Because
No,
they
that
specifically
was-
got claims from Donald Trump not to vote for the border bill because it would make Democrats look good. Appreciate the VR goggles. Thank you so much. And Caitlin, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it, Caitlin. Linnea, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Kimberly, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so here, Courtney, I have another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you. Yeah, so do you believe the election was stolen in 2020?
No, it gave me an.
Catherine, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. For not sent by my niece. Crazy. Courtney, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Did you want to respond to what I just said earlier?
Well, I didn't hear it because you started talking and it went out.
Oh, no, what I said before.
Can you please repeat it?
Yeah. So, do you believe the election was stolen? Sarah Sue, thank you for the $9. Thank you so much.
Come out and say it was stolen. It seems shady, though. I'll say that.
Okay, so you don't believe
Something
it was stolen.
seems shady, but I can't explain it.
Nisi, thank you for the $1. So you don't believe it was stolen, but you do want to vote for the person who tried to overthrow the government because of it.
I don't think he tried to overthrow the government. In my
So he
opinion.
didn't try to send fake electors to the electoral college. Think of the Corky. Thank you so much. Hunter, I appreciate the
I
$5.
don't
Thank you so
believe
much.
that.
He did. There's literally court documents. He's trying to get immunity for that right now. Secondly, you don't believe that he tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results?
I know that he wanted as his VP. I know he wanted him to question them, but not to not certify them.
No, that's exactly what Mike Pence said.
Well, like I told you earlier, Trump has the right to question he wasn't trying to overturn it.
He was trying to overthrow the government.
No, he wasn't. He wouldn't be
Yes,
able
he
to
was.
succeed in that, though. Parker.
Trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results and trying to send fake electors to the electoral college is trying to overthrow the government. Ella, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Ella. I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't even say that I was a person that completely believed that he did, so that's not even a point for me. I don't even care to talk about that one. It's not one of my things.
Okay, you don't care to talk about it. Okay. So what would get you not to vote for Donald Trump?
I'm either not going to vote or I'm going to vote for Trump. I just can't vote.
So there's nothing?
Yeah, if he like killed somebody and was proven guilty for that, or if that case with E. Jean Carroll got like went to a criminal case.
Do you think felons should be able to run for president?
I think, you know what? I actually think that's kind of odd that people can. I'm surprised by that. I mean, of course, I've always known that, but I think it's odd that they can't vote, but they can be a president. I just don't understand that.
Yeah. Am I right? Yeah. So do you think they should be able to run for president?
Personally, no, but I know you're going to say he's a felon. But I think that's going to be overturned, though. Because
that was beyond a reasonable doubt, by the way. So you don't accept that. Yeah,
the $34 and I get that everybody wants to say.
So
34.
I like how she says that she wouldn't pick the essay case and say that that's true because appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much, because it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. But when it's beyond a reasonable doubt, she still doesn't fucking believe it.
No,
Lonnie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
You actually cut me off a second ago. You asked me for things that would make me not vote for him, and I said if the E. Jean Carroll case went to a criminal trial and he was proven guilty, that would get me to not vote for him.
Okay.
Like
Shrimp, thank you so much for the travel with you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. So why is beyond a reasonable doubt not required when it's a minor as a victim?
We weren't talking about a minor.
We were earlier, and that's what you said.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not going to go down hypothetical roads. I'm here to talk about Trump.
You're trying to run away so bad.
I'm not trying to run away, Parker. You don't have to look like a fan in front of your people. They already worship you. It doesn't matter to me.
They already worship me?
You don't have to laugh.
No, I don't think people in the comment section worship Parker.
Whatever.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm voting for president.
All hail Parker. All hail Parker.
I'm voting for Trump because of his policies and because I think,
did you know that all the people in the comment section actually pray to my name every night?
That's amazing. I hope that you can answer their prayers. I know.
I do. I grant their prayers. I dunk on people.
Well, since you don't believe in God,
lives.
I mean, somebody's got to answer their prayers. So I think that's great.
Yeah, I know, right?
But
you do believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
Well, I mean, that's my right and my faith and my belief.
Yeah, and like to say that and to say that you would restrict someone from this country because of their faith is wrong, right?
I'm not restricting. I didn't. What did I say?
No. Do you think it's wrong to restrict people from this country just because of their faith?
No. What example are you giving me?
No, I'm just asking, in general. Do you think that it's wrong to restrict people from coming to this country because of their faith?
No.
No, you don't think it's wrong?
Oh no, I think yes. I would think that was wrong.
Yeah. So when Trump called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, that's bad, right? Hunter, thank you for the $9. Thank you so much. Leslie, thank you for the $2.
Reasoning for it.
Thank you for the hand heart. Till we know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, it was to do with COVID.
Thank you so much.
It was to do with COVID, right?
No, this was well before COVID.
What was it about?
Racism, and bigotry, and Islamophobia.
Yeah, but wasn't there some stuff centered around it where there was some terrorist suspicions?
Yeah, they're associating Muslims with terrorists, which is
I'm saying,
very bigoted.
No, I'm saying wasn't there some terrorism
Jason,
threats?
thank you for the $5. Thank you.
And wouldn't that be like a precautionary thing? Wait.
So there are Christian nationalist terrorist threats. Did you know that domestic terrorism is mostly done by these Christian nationalists? Yet we don't limit Christians from coming in this country, even though domestically speaking, they're more likely to commit this type of terrorism.
I don't know. I'm going to trust that people have their reasons behind things. I'm not in the top of the government. I don't know all the threats. I don't know all the threats that come through, but just like the border should be shut down.
So you do think you would think he has reason for religious persecution, yet you just said religious persecution was bad.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if it was obviously it wasn't a permanent thing. It was a temporary decision he made on something that he must have thought was a valid threat. And I would think that he would do that against, or any president would do that about a group of people.
That's so crazy for you to say that religious persecution is okay because Trump does it.
I didn't say that, Parker. That's one of the things that's the worst about you is don't put words in people's mouth that they didn't say.
I'm not. You just said it was okay because even you said religious persecution was okay if Trump does it. That's religious persecution.
I didn't say that. I did.
That's what religious persecution is. Heather, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Heather. Thank you.
I said I would say that about any president that thought they were making a decision that was protecting our country or our borders, if they thought there was a valid threat, no matter the group that they were restricting.
Okay, so you think that there would be reason to restrict, say, black people from the country?
No.
No? Would there be reason to restrict, Angela, I appreciate the $5, to restrict
Actually,
Christians from the country?
I take that back. If there's any group of any people, no matter what their religion or their color is, if there was a group of people that were, there was a significant threat to the United States, I would think that
So Muslims are not a significant threat to the United States. Can you give me any evidence of that being true?
No, I don't have that. You just gave me that question. I said, I'm not in the top of the government. I don't know the threats that come in. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so there's no good evidence substantiating that Muslims are a bigger threat to this country. So restricting Muslims is not substantiated, right? There's no good reason to do it.
Okay.
I think it's just bigotry. I think it's xenophobia. I think that it's rooted in Islamophobia, right? And I think it's ridiculous.
I don't personally think Trump is a racist. I just don't.
He literally popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya, the first black president, just because he's black, with no sufficient evidence when we have a birth certificate of him born in the United States.
Right, but he wasn't. I don't think he wasn't questioning that because Obama was black. It's not like
yes, he literally was.
It's not because he didn't want a black man to be running for president. He wasn't questioning it because of that. I think there were some other things around it. I don't even agree with that. I don't have enough facts to even debate on that.
So what was the reason?
No,
we have a birth certificate.
No, but it wasn't because he was black. I've heard him say that before. It doesn't have anything to do with why he was black.
Yeah, him just saying that doesn't mean it doesn't mean that that's the case.
Okay. Well, I didn't believe that. I don't think that there should have been any question around Obama's birth certificate. So that's not.
Well, he promoted that.
Do you like every single thing about your candidate?
No.
I know, and I don't either. I don't like everything about Trump either.
Yeah, but you're voting for, Aaron, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. A racist over a non-racist, a misogynist over a non-misogynist, a person who undermined our American democracy, tried to overthrow our government over someone who didn't, someone who's been who's a convicted felon over someone who's a prosecutor, right? You're voting for someone who engages in climate denial versus someone who does not engage in climate denial, someone who has a plan for childcare versus someone who does not have a plan for childcare, right? Someone who specifically like all of those things.
We don't have, Kamala hasn't even had anything for people to judge her on because she was basically non-existent as a VP.
No, she was existent. She was the most impactful VP. She was the most impactful VP in the last 200 years.
That is
laughable. She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in the last 200 years. So can you name me one thing Mike Pence did?
Are you talking about her in the past couple of weeks?
Can you name one thing Mike Pence did?
Are you tie-breaking votes what? No, I thought Pence was
tie-breaking votes as it relates to the context of the legislative branch, right?
Yeah.
She had the tie-breaking vote on the nomination of Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman on the Supreme Court, right? She had the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. Kathy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
It's not like she did something that was by default. It's the balance of power. It's not something special she did. Anybody in her position would have been the same way given the balance of power in the Senate.
But you can't say that she did nothing when she was one of the most influential vice presidents.
No,
I think that's heavily ridiculous.
Action. That's just a default.
You saying that's just a default action is ridiculous.
That happened
What
to
could
her.
she have done? I
Make
appreciate
it
the
happen.
$5. Thank you so much, Kinsia. No, because she decided whether or not those policies were going to be in place or whether or not that person was going to be nominated. And those were good things that she decided on.
Yeah, she got to be a part of a decision. I'm saying that she didn't get to. She didn't
which means she's one of the most impactful vice presidents ever.
She had not even enough votes to run for president in the primary before.
Yeah, neither did Biden in plenty of elections. Thank you for you're amazing. Thank you so much. You know how many times Biden has run for president? You know how many times Biden has run for president?
3, maybe.
Yeah, like multiple times. And did he even get close? And many of the other times, no. Thank you for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. Yeah, you didn't ask then about him, what he did as vice president, or the times that he ran for president that he didn't actually win. Now tell me, what did Mike Pence do? Tell me, what did he do?
I didn't think he was a good VP.
Okay, you know nothing of what he did. What did Joe Biden do as vice president?
I don't know. I think he looked
Name
like
anything a vice president has done in the past 40 years.
I don't. You know what? I don't even.
You see what I mean? You literally are so unbelievable.
No. Parker, what I said was Trump's been president before, so I have something to go off of. Kamala has not been president yet. She's not been president before. So you just started to name all those things about how like we have nothing to go off of her. She hasn't even had enough time to campaign. People don't even get to know her. People don't even get to know her. She has not even campaigned.
Oh my God! I would take Kamala Harris over Donald Trump any day of the week.
Of course, everybody knows that about you. But you would pick her even if she had no good things about her because of how bad you hate Trump. That's most of the voters.
Yeah, if there was nothing good about her specifically, that still would be better than all the bad things about Donald Trump. Yeah, absolutely. I would take literally a coma patient over Donald Trump.
I know, and I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. The thing is we're equally divided in this country. You have the right to vote, and no one can talk you out of that. And the same with me.
People can't talk me out of that.
No,
but you have to give me a good argument.
No, your arguments are all rehearsed. They could be scripted.
Emily, thank you for the $224 on Venmo. Holy shit. Emily, thank you for the $224 for fighting for freedom, democracy, women, and against autocratic regime. Thank you so much, Emily. Let's get some W's. At least 400 W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Emily. Holy shit, thank you. And Lisa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Kane, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Let's get some fucking W's for Emily right now. Thank you so much for the $224. Lisa, thank you for the $5 as well. Keep going, Courtney. What were you saying?
You know, I know that your whole goal to have these debates is to only debate Trump supporters, right? Because of course that's what you're trying to do. But I think it would be so interesting one time if you did one of those panels that had like 4 of their followers that are the Harris supporters against 4 people that vote for Trump. Because I think that's just too much going on.
The reason I personally don't like having large panels like that because it overstimulates me.
No, I'm not saying. I agree. I'm not saying every single time. I'm saying that. Because I just think it's comical and it happens in a lot of lives. Like the group of chat seem to be like they know everything, but like I challenge any one of the people that are going to vote like you do to come up and try to talk to another Trump supporter. They're just going to go, they're keyboard warriors. They think they know everything. You know, I don't know everything. I learn every day. So people can
host a live then. Talk to them.
I don't want to host a live. I work way too much and I take care of my mom, so I wouldn't ever have time to do that, nor do I want to. But
okay, well then get other MAGA people to do it. You know what I mean? Like, where are all the MAGA people doing this? Why don't they go on live and debate? They'll make videos on this app.
They're all over
There are
TikTok.
Plenty of people who make videos on this app who
I
are
know.
MAGA people.
They're all
but
over
they
TikTok.
never come on the lives. I really wonder why.
People are like, someone just said, go read her info. She has no info. I'm not trying to have info on TikTok. I got a freaking TikTok to follow my nieces and nephews, you bunch of fools. I'm not trying to have a platform. Oh my God. I'm too old for TikTok. I don't care about it.
Most of my chat is 35 plus.
Well, I'm older.
Okay. You know, like 30% of the live is 65 plus, right?
No, I didn't know that. Anyway, so it's just comical to me because people, but that's just normal. That's just one of those things. I just can't. It's just people that like to say stuff behind a keyboard. Just crazy to me when they don't know someone.
I mean, sure. I mean, obviously, you're going to get people who are going to disagree with you in the comment section.
No, that's fine.
In a debate, like that's obvious.
The asinine things are so stupid and so immature. Like, have a mature response.
What things?
Oh, I've seen so ridiculously many comments, and they're just so ridiculous.
Like
But
what?
anyway,
Name one.
most of your
Can
chat
you
wants
name
me to
one
go, so
ridiculous
I'm going to
comment?
go because I've got
Wait, can you name
timelines
one
for it.
ridiculous comment?
Your niece is smarter than you. Go look at her page. She doesn't even say anything. No one said I did. Like, you all act like you're so smart, or you're so dumb. You support a rapist.
I mean, you do.
No, it's not a proven thing. This people are just so dumb.
He's been proven based upon preponderance of evidence, proven in a civil court.
Every single one of you in the chat, unless you vote for Trump, you're dumb. And that whole thing about they're just
No,
dumb.
I
They're
know.
just
It
dumb.
would increase the likelihood that they're less educated if they vote for Trump. Like, I'm not joking. Objectively
that's not
speaking,
true.
you are less likely to be as educated if you vote for Trump. Like,
No.
that's not a joke. I'm being totally fucking for real.
It's not true.
That's not
And
an
that's
argument against,
another
by the
thing
way,
I
that's not
cannot
an argument.
stand.
I just want to
I
clarify
cannot stand that argument.
this is not an argument from me against Trump supporters, but I'm just saying that's literally factual.
It's not factual. Sometimes
is.
when y'all say that, you make it sound like there's just a bunch of hillbillies that vote for Trump. There are educated
No, again, I just said
people,
that I said it's objectively true.
Lawyers,
that Trump
professors.
supporters are more likely to be less educated. That's just a fact.
scientists, teachers, welders.
Yes, there are lots of people who are very educated that vote for Donald Trump.
Vote for Trump.
Yeah, there are lots of people who are very educated that vote for Donald Trump, but they're more likely to be less educated.
Why do you think that is? Probably because they're maybe the forgotten ones that are in the middle class.
Because red states, typically speaking, don't have as much funding for education.
I'm from a red state. I went to college. It's not always.
I'm not saying it's always true. What I'm saying is it's less likely to have as much funding. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. You have Republicans trying to get rid of the Department of Education. Fuck, that's gonna make it even worse. Okay, I don't want our country to be even less educated. That's in the wrong direction. Holy fuck, that's in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta have our priorities straight. Education is really important. And when the Conservative Party completely denies education, not only does that make education more liberalized, but it is the case that it removes them from facts, and it makes this country less unified, because the way that this country unifies is on facts, is on reality. If we're constantly and believing in all this conspiracy nonsense, how are we ever supposed to be like unified? Like, there's no method for unification if we're believing in all this nonsense
I agree with
conspiracy.
that, but it feels like there's more division now than there ever was. When I think back to 10 years ago,
because of Donald Trump.
No,
Exactly.
I don't believe it's because of him.
It absolutely is.
There's
It's
more
undisputably.
There's more racism now in this country, and it makes me so sad than there has been in years. It wasn't
Because
like this
Donald
10 years
Trump
ago
has
or
normalized
15
and
years ago.
accepted it. Donald Trump has normalized and accepted it.
It's not because of him. It's not because of him. No, it's not because of him. Can I just ask you a question? Because I really want to know, and then I'll let you take someone else. Everyone wants me to leave, and I really don't want to see their comments anymore.
I mean, I don't really see that many people saying, like, we want her to leave.
No, they are. And that's not why I'm leaving, but I literally do have a deadline I have to get to for work. But whenever you, like, I just want to know why you're doing it. And if it's the point, it's obviously you have a goal when you do this, but you'll get a speaker, or I'm sorry, the person on your live, and you'll start asking them questions about what are the continents. What does that have to do with anything? Why do you have to make people try to feel stupid? It takes
Now, if you
nerve for
think of
them
it that way.
already to come up here. It already takes nerve.
Yeah, because
And
they
then-
come up here so confident. I ask people those questions who come up here confident when they don't know anything.
Do you think just because
It's
they might
to
not
show the
know-
Dunning-Kruger effect. That's actually what it's to show.
I know, but just because you don't, do you think that just because someone might not be able to name the branches of government or the continents that makes them not a bright person? Do you think that just because of that, they're not bright?
I think it means that they're ill-informed.
Maybe not necessarily. What if there's someone that's been out of school for years and they just didn't,
Yeah, if I asked my mom, who's been out of school for years, how many consonants there are, she'd be able to tell me.
Yes, but do you see sometimes people are interviewed on TV and they're like, who's our VP? And they're like, and they don't know.
Yeah, knowing our VP is even less common knowledge than knowing specifically like how many continents there are. Like, this is something you learn in elementary school.
I know,
It's not
I
like
just-
some crazy fact.
I just think
Barbara,
it's
thank you
sad
for the
to try to
$3.33.
make
Thank
people
you.
feel stupid, to go out of your way to make
Yeah.
them feel stupid and
Oh,
put them on the
absolutely.
spot. I just don't like it.
When we're referencing that word, I'm not referencing it in the typical way people do. I'm referencing it as willful ignorance.
I know,
Is that
but
people
even like
people have access to literally the greatest level of information human beings have ever had access to. Literally at the tip of your fingers. If you're on my
You're
live,
right.
you have access to it.
You're
okay?
right, but sometimes people come from a different generation, like I did, where it wasn't always available to have, everything at your fingertips like it is today.
I'm sorry, but you got to adapt, okay?
No, of
and
course,
even
of
then,
course, I did.
even then, you still would know that. You'd still know how
Yeah,
many
of
consonants
course.
there are.
But
to
I'm
give the hint
saying,
art.
so people
you
that
still
don't-
know how many branches of government there are.
Yes,
you know
I
what
do.
I mean?
I do. But I'm saying, like, even if somebody tries to answer you and they almost have it right, and like I'll be pulling for them, like they'll say it and they'll say it wrong, and you'll laugh at them because they said the word wrong. Like they might say like,
If you say Europe is like here's someone, I asked someone yesterday, name 3 countries outside of the United States, or name 2 countries outside the United States. They said Europe. Okay, Europe
Right.
is clearly not a country. I'm gonna laugh at that. I'm sorry. It's gonna happen. That's fucking hilarious.
But I'm saying, like, as far as like somebody the other day tried to say
When someone says Japan is a continent, I'm gonna laugh at that. That's fucking hilarious.
But you're very intelligent, and so to you that's just like, oh, that's ridiculous. But like, if the other day someone tried to answer the branches of government, and I was really pulling for them, and I felt bad for them because they really weren't attacking you, and they started to go and they got executive right, and then they said judicial, but when they said legislature, and you laughed. Because they said that, and they were really trying. And I just thought they're trying to learn too. And you were pointing out they said legislature instead of legislative.
That person was not trying. No, that person was completely biased. Was a total MAGA cultist. Okay, these people that you're referencing that I asked these questions to, these are people that say that they're going to vote for Donald Trump even if the Epstein files are true. That he literally raped, imprisoned, and tortured a minor, which with Jeffrey Epstein. These are the people I ask these questions
when you
to.
say like, what's 6 squared? Like the other day, it was the first time I heard you do that, and I'm like, what's the purpose though? What's the purpose?
Yeah. It's to show how ridiculous that is, and so a lot of them can't answer it.
It's sad to me though. That's sad. I don't like putting people on the spot, making them feel dumb.
Okay. I think you should be. I think it should be the case that people try to educate themselves, right? I think people should attempt to do that. And
Yeah.
If people are gonna be confident. Okay, confident on the internet, act like they know so much, they're going to be arrogant even, right? Absolutely, I'm going to ask them basic questions like that in certain circumstances.
I agree if they're being like completely like a hothead and like insulting you and insulting people that are insulting the host. If they're trying to be, insulting the host, and they're trying to call names and things like that, and they start to get disgusting. I get it. I kind of get putting them in their place a little bit. I'm talking about the ones that are kind of trying. And
if someone comes on my live and is absolutely trying, is open-minded, I would never ask them that question.
yeah.
Like literally, I'm totally serious with you. I would not.
Yeah.
I would feel weird doing that. But yeah, I'm absolutely going to humble some of the people that are like extraordinarily confident and straight Dunning-Krugers. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay. Well, I get it.
But yeah, all right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No, thank you for bringing me on, though. I waited for
Appreciate
a long
you.
time. I've had to listen to your lovely voice for many hours today to try to get on.
I bet.
But anyway, thank
Appreciate
you.
you.
I'll send you a message, and I appreciate that for my ignorance, letting my niece use my phone, and her dumbness by thinking that was her money.
For sure.
I mean, it was literally like $200 and something after she got done voting, going to Harry. And you know what her answer was? I just wanted to be part of the fun because he hit 1 million followers and everybody was donating and sending prizes. So that's what her answer was. But she was spending my money. So anyway.
Base kid. That's all I got to say. Base kid.
Yeah, I know. Well, anyway, have a good evening and thank you again.
Peace out. W
Okay,
niece.
bye.
W niece, everyone. Can we get some W's for the niece? Let's go. Let's go. Smart kid. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, okay. Let's get this next individual up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now if you're in the guest box, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Sorry, I didn't accept this person. Let me try the next. Follow me here if you have not already, everyone. I go live literally here every single day. I'll probably be back on my main account by the 14th of August. That's when I should get my main account back, everyone. Also, check out the video that I posted today. Hopefully, it's doing fine. Yo, this person's not here. Let me try the next. If you're MAGA again, type it in the comment section right now. If you are in the guest box. Okay. It's not accepting this person either. They said it in the guest box. I don't know why I didn't add them. All right. Let's get this next individual. I apologize, everyone, sometimes. It takes a second to get people up here. It does look like it's starting to send out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual. Sorry, everyone. Do apologize. All right, let's get this next individual up here. MAGA. All right, let's try this person. It's not accepting anyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Those have been damaged or crushed at some point.
Yo, Z Money, how old are you?
30.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, but I have an open mind.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Well, you're saying more likely than not. That's not a fact.
Yeah, no, I just mean, yeah, more likely than not. Like if it's the case that they 51% plus, sexually assaulted a woman, would you vote for them?
If they assaulted somebody, I will absolutely not be voting for them. So my perspective is more along the Muslim angle, which I haven't seen brought to this show yet. So I want to pick your mind and see what do you think is better for Muslims.
Sure, we could talk about that in a second. I'll bring that up. But like specifically, again, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted like a woman?
So I'm, and excuse me for my ignorance, thinking that the court that it was established under that he more likely did not was a biased court.
Is there any evidence substantiating that, or is that just like an assumption?
So my question, again, excuse me for my ignorance, when was this the same case that was brought to New York? Was it the same one? Where
this was in New York where he committed the crime, yeah.
Yeah, so from the news sources that I got, it seemed as if that state does just against Donald Trump in itself, even though he was raised there, the jury that was there was trying to put him down.
Well, that was selected by his lawyers. So did his lawyers select bad jurors?
Okay, so from the news sources that I had, they did not say that his lawyers selected it, rather that it was the jury that
There's
was...
jury selection process, yeah.
So all of the people that the jury was selected
were confirmed by Trump's lawyers.
Selected, and they all voted against him.
Unanimously said that he sexually abused her.
What
based
about
upon preponderance of evidence, more likely than not.
And the time that it took to come up with that decision was fairly quickly. It just seemed like for all of those allegations that to jump to a conclusion so fast, it seemed a little off, in my opinion. And that's what the news sources were saying as well, which I'm okay with.
Which news source?
I was listening to the radio on the way to the airport.
How long did it take for them to come out with a civil determination?
Wasn't it a few days? Like
that's typical.
For 30 plus, okay, if that's typical, that's fair. Then yeah, I would be not voting.
If anything, that's a bit longer than it might typically take.
I won't vote for someone if that's the case. And I'll look into it more if whatever you're saying is true. I won't vote for Trump if that's the case.
Yeah. So if it's more likely than not that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll, you wouldn't vote for him?
Yeah, for sure. I won't vote for him.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, that would be like one of the biggest reasons. But yeah, so like we could say like as a Muslim, why would you vote for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump? Well, it is the case that Donald Trump wanted to ban Muslims from coming to this country. He wanted a complete and total shutdown on Muslims coming to the country. Do you want to hear that?
So in Project 2025, that's what they were saying, but I couldn't find...
No, this has nothing to do with Project 2025.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Muslim ban, so yeah. I wasn't appreciative of that, but he didn't really take any action on that.
Well, he banned those countries that predominantly have Muslims that come to the country. He just can't write in the legislation, this is specifically banning Muslims. But he can say it, and he did say it. He literally coined it as the Muslim ban. Okay, so like, I mean, I think if any reason not to vote for someone, if he's advocating for, the religion that you're a part of to not even be able to come to this country, I think that's pretty insane. I think that's a pretty good reason not to vote for him.
Okay, and what about AIPAC? Do you think that they had any influence on those bans?
I mean, I don't really have any evidence because a lot of the people that AIPAC support don't even say that. Okay. So like, yeah, like what I think AIPAC has a bad influence. Yeah, oftentimes they do, but I don't see how that would even relate to this.
So from a Muslim perspective, our community, we're heavily focused on the influence of AIPAC against the Muslim population. Just, for instance, Kamala Harris giving, what's his name? I don't want to say his name, Netanyahu. I guess I'll put some support. So,
yeah. Well, Donald Trump supports them more.
Okay, that's where I want to know. That's actually the piece that I came up to discuss.
Sure.
How would you say that he supports them more?
Well, actually, by the way, Harris is a lot more pro-Gazan than even individuals like Joe Biden. They provided the most humanitarian aid specifically for Palestinians like ever, along with the fact that they specifically were advocating against the usage of particular weapons that would yield like higher likelihood of civilian deaths. So although I disagree with them in general as it relates to their supporting of Israel, I don't think we should be giving any funding to Israel. right? But like the point I'm saying is that it's different than Donald Trump because there's at least certain conditions for the restrictions of the amount of people who die who are innocent. Whereas Donald Trump has never even advocated against any of the civilian deaths of Palestinians.
Do you?
I don't even think he's ever even brought it up.
He has brought it up. I've seen clips of him talking in front of Netanyahu. How it's tragic that the innocents were being. I don't know what I'm allowed to say on TikTok, but they were being unalived on.
He was talking about the Israelis.
He said Palestinians.
Oh, I'd love to hear this clip.
Okay,
because I've never seen
funny
this clip.
because it's funny because Netanyahu's standing right behind him and he's saying this, and you can see how uncomfortable Netanyahu is. But my point is to ask in actuality, because there's theories that during the presidential elections they do love to promise their voters things as it comes close to gaining votes. I want to know who, when it comes to being elected, will actually perform on taking power away from the Israelis. That's what I'm thinking.
Neither of them are going to do that, right? Other than like the particular conditions I just mentioned. That is the only thing that would take power away. And although I don't think it's taking enough power away, that is literally the only thing right now.
Do you think his ego will stop? Because I think his ego will clash more with Netanyahu than Harris's ego would clash with Netanyahu.
No, he said he wants to work with Netanyahu and specifically finishing the job. He thinks that Biden is withholding them from finishing the job.
And do you think that he actually means that? You know what I'm talking about when it comes to political theory? Promising things that would get him the vote, but then when he actually gets voted into presidency, then he will actually not do it. That's what I'm.
I would just ask. Did you know that he moved the embassy from Jerusalem? What's it called? From Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
Yeah, I saw that. He had like Ivanka there and everything.
Golan Heights. Right. He argues this. He claims he's the best for Israel by 10 times.
Okay, and then Harris, she said that she wants to increase aid for the Palestinians and called for a ceasefire. But then a few days later,
and she also thinks that Israel's not upholding the rule of law, which means she thinks that they're committing war crimes.
Okay, so then she'll be willing to follow what the ICJ is currently saying.
Probably. I don't think she said anything in specific based on that, but that's what that implies. So
Right.
again, when we talk about Kamala Harris, I see significantly more pro-Gazan rhetoric, right? That's what I would say, comparative to Donald Trump and comparative to Joe Biden as well.
But do you think, as a VP, how much influence she's had with Joe Biden? Wouldn't she have been being that?
A VP doesn't have that much authority to do specific things like that, but it is something that I would say. It was like, obviously, to some degree, she's complicit. Like, that's definitely true, right?
Okay.
I'm not disputing that. And again, that's something I really don't like about a lot of Democrats, and I will argue against this. But the thing is, this is true to an even worse extent with Donald Trump, and not only that, but there's also specifically like plenty of other domestic issues that are also relevant. And for the people saying that we have agreements with Israel, I don't agree that we have to uphold agreements in the circumstances in which we know that they're committing war crimes.
Okay, yeah, I'm here to see if there's any domestic issues that might be touching on this, because I know you're very well established when it comes to these topics. So if there's something I was missing, I wanted to see your perception. That could actually sway my view from thinking Trump would be more hardline against Netanyahu than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see any good point for that he's going to be like worse. Sadly, every candidate doesn't seem to be pro-Gazan, right? Like RFK is even more of a Zionist. And then you have both Trump and Kamala. So I think Kamala is actually like the preferable candidate as relates to what's happening here. Although again, I have disagreements.
Yeah, she has a temperament though that I don't see being in our favor as United States citizens. To
like, what do you mean? What type of temperament?
She gets a little excited. I've seen her speeches. It seems like she's a bit more excited than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is very hard-headed. I can tell he has an egotistic background. If you've seen him since his show, reality TV, he's been very vicious. He's probably the most ruthless president we've had. And Kamala Harris, she has a soft spot for. She has. I don't want to say comparing her to other men. I'm not saying at that level. I'm saying compared to Donald Trump. Donald Trump's very vicious, and if he needs to do something that works in his favor, he'll do it. So my honest reason for.
So if he's vicious, why would that be preferable?
Okay, so that's exactly, yeah. So if he doesn't like Netanyahu, then he will do whatever it takes to stop Netanyahu from moving forward. That's the reason why I wanted it.
I don't think that there's good evidence that he wants to stop them.
Okay, and then there's, okay. That's what I wanted to see if you saw that and if you were disagreeing with that, but it seems like you don't disagree with that. You agree. Well, you don't see anything, so, yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No, I'm going to go talk to some of my friends from our community and see what they have to say, and then I'll come back and ask you more questions from a Muslim perspective.
Love
Thanks.
to have that conversation. Appreciate you.
Bye.
All right, let's get to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting for Trump?
I actually am going to be, my bad. Yeah, Trump.
Okay, why so?
Mainly, I will like to say that I'm a moderate, so I really don't lean towards either side. But at the moment, what I've seen with Harris and everything like that, I just don't agree with a lot of the things that she's done in the past. And a lot of the interviews and stuff that are coming in about her and stuff that I'm researching on, it doesn't really make sense to me. For example, she used to be a prosecutor and she prosecuted a lot of people for marijuana. But in an interview,
I'm sorry, man. That's the TikTok TOS. You can't say like particular terminology. Also, she never at all prosecuted people for like possession or usage. Just letting you know. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes, everyone. 2.5 million likes. I do appreciate everyone. Yo, what's up? Oh, okay, it's not accepting this individual either. Let's try the next. Landon. All right. All right. All right, it's not accepting this person. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up. I apologize for me being quiet. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App is in the bio. Everyone, I'd recommend to go to the link tree.
Trump 2024, buddy.
Why are you voting for him?
I don't know. I have my reasons.
Which ones?
Because he's probably the best option we have at this point in time, my boy.
How's he the best option?
So if we're talking from a policy standpoint, he probably has the best, probably the highest probability of creating policies that are worth actually, when it comes to between him and Harris, I'd say, yeah.
Can you name one policy that he influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I would say most of them benefited both.
Can you give me any policy that he influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
No.
No? Can you give me any policy that he influenced to get past that you like?
Not really.
No?
Okay, no, let me ask you this.
Can you give me any policy? Okay, go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Parker, okay? Okay, before we continue, because I was just messing around just a minute ago, let's be clear about this, okay? I've been wanting to ask this for a while, are you paid by any left group whatsoever?
No.
Okay, have you actually not? Are you willing to put your hand in the Bible? Actually, the Bible wouldn't do much because you are an atheist.
I don't believe in it.
Yeah, you don't believe in it.
But I've never received any money from any business, any group, or anything like that. The only money I've ever received is from people through TikTok, from people through Venmo, Cash App, who just like my content.
Okay, so and you can honestly say that's true for you.
Yeah.
Okay, now for Harry, did Harry has received money or he has not?
So Harry has received money from Midas Touch and Democracy Defense Action, like totaling like $19,000. You can find this on the FEC.
Okay.
Now, nothing like that have I ever been involved with. But even that's not like evidence he's paid from the DNC. Caitlin, thank you for the $1 from the DNC. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. I just wanted to see if you and Dean, if you guys ever received money directly or not.
I promise you, we've never gotten anything from that.
I've seen so many videos about it. I wasn't really sure, but okay. Now let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
People always lie about it.
Yeah, while I'm up here. Okay, so you're voting for Harris now.
Kamala Harris, yeah.
Kamala Harris. Okay. And obviously, before you were voting for Biden, why do you feel that you think that Harris is the better option now over Trump? And do you think she's a better option over Biden?
I do think she's a better option over Biden. And the reason why I think she's a better option over Trump specifically is the fact that Trump has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our American democracy, quite literally tried to overthrow the government by trying to send fake electors specifically to the Electoral College to cast votes for him rather than for Biden when it was rightfully for Biden. He specifically tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, which when Mike Pence didn't do, he then got a vice president that said that he wouldn't have certified the election results. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. And he dropped Pence because Trump put the Constitution over him. Right, and then specifically, he's also called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's restricting women's access to abortion, specifically by putting multiple Supreme Court justices in the office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He engages in climate denial, saying that climate change is not caused by humans, that is actually going to lead towards like global cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. So he disputes the 97% of climate scientists in which have a consensus within climate science that there's climate change caused by humans. Right, like there's plenty of things.
All right, well, fuck me sideways, buddy. All right, okay, that's a lot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, like obviously, Harris is going to win now anyway. I mean, because like what it came down to is that like between Trump and Harris is that. I'm sorry, between Trump and Biden was everyone was saying Biden was incoherent. Now that that's
but now it's like Trump is the oldest candidate in history.
Yeah.
Diane, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you. Oldest candidate in history. He's literally older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago. He's on cognitive decline. He quite literally is raging lunatic. He's delusional. So yeah, obviously all those arguments that they applied to Biden are now applicable to Republicans, and now they're not running those arguments. Have you noticed that?
Yeah,
They
exactly.
completely stopped. Like I would hear it literally like probably 50 to 100 times a day. Now haven't heard it once.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I've noticed. All right, anyway, bro, I'll let the next person come up. I don't want to waste your time. I just wanted to talk to you
Appreciate you.
further. All right, man, take care, bro.
Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm Canadian.
Okay.
Can I put this out there?
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who are voting Trump, but I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you. But yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you?
58.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
It's the economy.
What
You
about the
can tell
economy?
me all you want about all the numbers, all the BS, but when you look at how much more things cost today than they did 5 years ago, I'm voting from my pocketbook.
Yeah, so can you tell me what Trump plans to do specifically to lower prices?
It's not specifically to lower prices. It's what he did in his first 4 years in office that lowered prices. Opening up the Keystone Pipeline, not shutting off the
He did open it
major
up.
oil artery to Texas, where oil comes through. See, what you don't understand. Well, first, let me just say one thing.
Can I
Trump
address
is
that,
not
actually?
a convicted felon.
Think of the hand art. Yes, he is. Objectively.
No, he's
But
not.
Let me
He's
address
not a
this. The Keystone
convicted
Pipeline.
felon.
So
He
didn't
is not
actually-
a convicted felon until he is sentenced, because a judge could.
Yeah, so no, he doesn't have to be sentenced, but he is a convicted felon. He's already been convicted. But I want you to listen, right? So the Keystone Pipeline was not opened specifically by Donald Trump. A Keystone Pipeline is a series of pipelines. You're talking about the XL Pipeline. The XL Pipeline was not opened by Donald Trump. It was only 8% produced, and it was shut down by the Supreme Court, and Biden followed through with the Supreme Court's order. Now there you can go. Are you there? You can unmute, man. Click the microphone in the bottom right.
Okay. Trump was found guilty in the E.G. Carroll case in 3 hours, not 2 days. Look it up. You don't even have your facts right.
Destiny, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. That's what the guest said. That's not what I said.
No, well, no, you agreed with the guest. So you didn't.
No, I said if that's the
you
case,
agreed
this
with. Wait, you agreed with the guest, but you didn't correct the guest.
I didn't need to.
What? Well, like the other, like the one lady earlier was saying that you don't you only give certain facts, okay? So
I give
honestly-
relevant facts.
Okay.
I don't give every fact that exists. I give relevant facts.
Okay, so as for Kamala Harris being the Attorney
And
General,
where did you get that
California-
information? I have a
Hold
question.
on.
Where did you get that information?
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Wikipedia is not a good source.
Yeah, it's a great source because it's
No, it's not.
really. So you're going to say Wikipedia lies? Is that what you're trying to
People
say?
can put false information on Wikipedia. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go look at another. Okay, USA Today.
Yeah. And what did they say?
See the trial. 3 days or 3 hours. What do you know? So you know again.
Can you tell me the title? Tell me the title.
Did Donald Trump rape E.G. Carroll? No, he didn't. Oh, and why would the New York?
Can you tell me how long? What evidence? Wait. Tell me the title. Tell me the title. Because I don't see anything about it being in 3 hours. Okay. Well, waiting.
Okay, so wait. So again, I'm going off of Wikipedia. You can go off whatever you want. You said Kamala Harris did not prosecute certain
You can't say
cases
the, you
in
can't say
California?
the name. You can't say the name. So
I know that's why I said certain cases in California.
Yeah, she didn't do possession.
As AG, she oversaw 1,900 cases. Oversaw. She was Attorney General.
She didn't have. So not only did she not have jurisdiction over that, that was the district attorneys, but it would be specifically she never prosecuted an individual for possession or usage. Never.
She oversaw those cases. So you're right.
She doesn't have. She didn't have authority.
And yet she oversaw those cases.
That was the district attorney.
And wait, and yet, according to the Mercury News, she oversaw those cases.
Wait, but she wasn't district attorney, so she didn't have authority over that.
She was Attorney General of the state of California.
She wasn't. She wasn't the district
She was
attorney.
the Attorney General of
She was not the district attorney.
Okay, again, according to the Mercury News, she oversaw 19.
Wait. So do you still want to give me that first source? That said a few hours?
I told you. I'm going to go with Wikipedia. You're going to go with whatever.
I didn't even see the Wikipedia.
See, here's the best part about Google. If you wanted to, you could look it up.
I am actually looking it up, and I still can't find it. I literally am looking it up right now. I'm going to the wiki right now, and I'm going to look up hours. Appreciate this, Super Hour. Thank you so much. I see where you read it. It says for less than 3 hours.
Right.
Now let's click on the source link for that. The source link is an NPR article.
Okay, NPR.
Yeah, so
Wait.
NPR. Yeah, I do accept this. This is from NPR. It
Okay.
says who deliberated for barely 3 hours before reaching their unanimous decision. Right? They agreed that he sexually abused her.
Right, but
And that he defamed her.
now here's another thing. So it's a 19.
There was a few hours.
It's a 1996 case, which means the statute of limitations is long gone. So New York had to write a specific law to allow her to bring this up.
No, so this wasn't
Yeah,
related to her.
no, that's true. No. In 19.
So this wasn't related to her. This was related specifically to victims of the Catholic Church that literally advocated for the determination to change in terms of the statute of limitations so that they could try members of the Catholic Church that have abused them when they were kids. Okay? So that's the reason. And then because of the opening, it allowed for them to specifically try him that way. You can unmute. I gave you the ability to unmute. If you want to support me over in Venmo, Cash App, and the bio, plus follow me here if you have not already. Destiny, again, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Destiny.
And for Trump's Muslim ban, so-called Muslim ban,
That's what
he
he said.
only did it for 6 countries.
No,
and
but
those
he
were
claimed
6
he
countries.
wanted a Muslim ban.
Only for 6 countries.
So again, he added those things because that was what's legally possible. But what he advocated for, Finn, thank you for the glowing jellyfish, thank you so much, was that it is the case that there should be a Muslim ban, a total and complete shutdown of Muslims. So he was engaging in banning people from those countries to specifically target Muslim populations.
No. It was Executive Order 1376-9. The executive order was to protect the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. That's all.
Yeah, so again,
so wait.
they specifically identify
Foreign
using that terminology. Listen, they use that terminology because if they were to use terminology of, oh, we're banning people for being Muslim, it would be shut down by the Constitution. Do you understand that?
wait.
So the intents behind it
So it
were
wasn't-
specifically
wait,
to,
wait. So
appreciate
it
the handout, thank
wasn't-
you. The intents behind it were specifically to block people who are Muslim from coming to the country, but they can't use that specifically within the law because it's unconstitutional. So you're just like not understanding this. That's clearly them like trying to make it legal.
It was only 6 countries. It wasn't for all Muslims. It wasn't a complete Muslim ban. It was for
He
6.
was calling for that. He said a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. That's what
No,
he
he
said.
didn't.
This is not something I'm making up. It's something that he specifically said.
No, show me your source for that, because the executive order states that it's for 6 countries from
You want to hear him say it?
terrorists.
You want to hear him say
No,
it?
no, because here's what you do. You do what everyone else does. You take a sound bite and say, that's it.
Malik, thank you for the $1. Nova, thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I'm gonna specifically show you the clip, and if you tell me it's not explicit enough, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I don't believe you, because everything is just going to be, like I said, a sound bite. It's not going to be the full entire clip. Okay, just
You want to hear it?
when
Watch
he
this.
said- Wait, just like when there was good guys on both sides. Biden lied through his teeth.
And complete shutdown. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Okay, see, so again, until we can figure out.
Is that not explicit enough that he wants to ban Muslims from coming to the country?
Until
Appreciate the hearts, thank you.
Hold on. Until we can figure out what is going on.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
Right. Well, hold on. All he wants to do is find out what's going on, and you're saying that's
complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Sorry, but I'm going to have to disagree with you on that, because you're not explaining why he wanted to know what was going on. So again,
so what did I specifically say?
Again, half truths.
I specifically said that he wants to shut Muslims down from coming to the country. I played the clip of you saying it, of him saying it, and you're like, I still don't agree with you. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
It's just like with the E. Jean Carroll case. 3 hours. You don't know. You had to look it up. Someone had to point it out to you. You just let the other guy talk.
Yo,
2 days.
Cheryl, thank you so much for the
okay.
$5. Thank you so much. And Kay, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kay. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
See, you are very disingenuous with your information. You only want to give information that you want out to your followers. That's all. Very simple.
Yeah, so I just didn't know how long the jury.
Why not? Instead of just agreeing with that person, you've got Google at your fingertips.
Listen, I didn't know specifically how long it took the jury to come to that determination, but I do believe that that's a very small fact that's not very relevant to whether or not we accept the case. So yeah, like I'll totally acknowledge that I didn't know specifically how long it took the jury to determine that, but I don't see how that's a relevant fact. John, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you.
But again, I'm going to leave it here with this last statement. Again, until he is convicted of until a judge actually convicts him, he is not a felon.
So he has been convicted by a jury. Do you agree?
No, hold on. No.
Do you agree that the jury convicted him?
The judge could vacate the jury's
do you believe that?
decision.
Do you believe that? Do you think the judge is going to do that?
With this latest information by the Supreme Court, it's a very good possibility. And if they do,
no, it's not. What's the likelihood of these types of convictions being appealed?
well, no, I'm not even talking appeal. If the with the Supreme Court ruling, if the judge sits here and goes off of the Supreme Court ruling, it's a very good likelihood that the judge will vacate the jury's verdict. And if he vacates the jury's verdict, there is no crime, period.
So again, yeah, that is unlikely to occur unless you can show me evidence that it's likely to occur. I don't have any good reason to believe that.
We'll have to wait and see.
No, this isn't like a we have to wait and see. You have no good evidence to indicate that it's going to be appealed. You already got convicted.
Okay, you're playing with hypotheticals. You don't think, therefore, it's not going to happen.
Here, I have a question. If you were like gonna take care of this, you were looking for a babysitter, and they specifically were convicted of grape, but it was an appeal.
I don't play hypotheticals.
But wait,
I don't play hypotheticals.
But it was in appeal. Would you still like let them take care of your kid because he hasn't fully been convicted yet, under your view?
Sorry, not going to do a hypothetical.
You know, it makes you look terrible.
No, it just, your hypotheticals are stupid.
They're not.
Sorry.
Samantha, thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Samantha. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
You know, again, hypotheticals are hypotheticals. So here's a good question. So what if during the DNC convention, they elect someone other than Kamala Harris? Are you going to
happen?
Wait, hypothetically, it could happen.
It's not.
It could.
Also, why do you have an echo, man?
Not my problem.
No, it's not likely to happen.
Sure.
I work on what's likely to happen, not what's possible to happen. Finn, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. Name one. Wait, who's gonna run against her? Tell me who's gonna run against Kamala.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Newsom to run against her.
Thank you for the handout. Thank you. He's endorsed her.
That doesn't mean he's not going to run against her.
Yes, it does. He's endorsed her. He would look terrible if he went against her. Because he endorsed her.
He already looks terrible.
No,
he's
he doesn't.
the governor. He's the governor of my state. He is the biggest
I live in the same state as you. Fuck, bro. God damn it.
He is the biggest idiot ever.
No, he's not, dude. You are the biggest idiot ever.
Oh,
okay.
He sits there and puts a mask mandate on everyone, and yet he goes to dinner with a bunch of his friends, doesn't wear a mask. Huh. What does that tell the people of California? What it tells the people of California, and what it told all of us, is COVID's really not that bad if he's not wearing a mask.
No, it doesn't. It tells you all those people who were involved in that scenario were all tested and vaccinated. That's what it tells you. Okay? So, yeah, in plenty of circumstances when you go in public areas where people aren't tested and vaccinated, yeah, you should absolutely ensure, right? But, like, clearly at that particular point, when everyone was tested and vaccinated with the first strain, the likelihood of someone getting infected was extraordinarily low. Although, again, yeah, I argue if there's a mandate, you should still do it. Right, but I don't think where he was specifically in a mandate.
What do you mean it was mandated throughout California? He was in San
It wasn't very much enforced completely. You know what I mean? Like, I live in California. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Do you live in California?
Yes, I live in Los Angeles.
Oh,
David, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, David.
So then when you went anywhere in Los Angeles, anywhere, you had to have a mask. If you did not have a mask,
that's not true at all. So not only is that not true, like you were not mandated to wear it in public. Like when I was just walking around in the street, I didn't have to wear it.
In public. But if you wanted to go to,
if you went to a particular business, right, that business might mandate it. But even if it did mandate it, if you weren't wearing it, it wasn't like the end of the world in plenty circumstances. They would like give you one, or they would like hand it to you, or like they would specifically, or they would just be like
out there yelling at people who did not have masks on.
Airlines are different than the rest of the country.
No, I didn't
right?
say
that's
airlines.
That's
I
not
said
specifically
Karens.
LA.
I didn't say airlines. I said Karens.
Oh,
I live in
what?
Los Angeles too. I frequent clubs.
Wait, that's just a person. That's not even like enforcement from the police. Thank you. I appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you so much. So when you say enforced, what do you mean?
Every time you went out, you're right. It's not enforced.
Like they would just be
by
like,
the
"Yo,
law.
put up your mask. Don't be a dickhead." Like that's just a social thing. That's not even like legal enforcement,
But
really.
according to Biden, if I got a vaccine, I couldn't give or get COVID.
That's not what he said.
Yes, it is.
Thank you for the $1, Queen of Legend. Thank you so
We
much.
know it is. He said
Not
that
only
twice.
not only is that not true, Daniel. Thank you for the $5.
No,
But even if it
look-
was true, I would say that that's clearly wrong, and he's clearly mistaken there. I would acknowledge that. Thank you for the cap. Thank you. I have no issue with acknowledging that. If he did that, he's totally fucking wrong.
Oh, he's done that. They've watched all the clips with all that stuff.
Okay, so then if he said that, he's wrong.
Okay, then he was wrong. But again, people like me who never got vaccinated, who never wore a mask, never got COVID.
So again, that doesn't mean that you couldn't have gotten COVID. That also doesn't mean that it didn't spread to people. Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. There are people that had family members that died. My grandma got COVID and also died. Okay, so don't tell me it's not true. No, not real. Thank you for the Corgi. Thank you so much. My dad got COVID and almost died. Don't tell me it's not real.
And here's the thing. We were told in the very beginning, if you are elderly, if you have lung issues, if you have asthma, if you're obese, you're overweight, yes, you should get vaccinated.
No, you should. Everyone should get vaccinated because it helps reduce the likelihood that people who are in those pretty severe circumstances that could get it in a worse scenario are less likely to get it if more people take that into account. I think vaccinations are a good thing, right? There's very good evidence indicating that they're effective, that they're
Right,
safe.
when they're
right? If you medically
voluntary-
can take it, right? Obviously, you talk to your doctor. If you medically can take it, obviously, I think that it makes sense. Think of lemonade.
Okay,
Thank
when
you so
you're
much.
when vaccines are voluntary, I agree 100%. It's up to the individual person to decide whether they should get a
Wait,
vaccine.
are you pro-life?
Here's my stance on this. I am pro-life, but who am I to tell someone what they can or cannot do with their body? Simple.
Okay, so if you hold that consistently, then sure. But like, I mean, I don't know why you'd make such a big deal with vaccine mandates when we already have them in public schools. We've had them for a long time, and they've been very effective.
And that's fine. But like I said, when I'm an adult and I have the right to choose and do what I want to do, I should not be forced to do that.
If you want to engage in specific aspects of public, you have to do specific things. Like you got to wear clothes, right? And when you go to public school, you got to get vaccinated, okay? When you go to public areas, it totally makes sense to mandate people to do things like that, right? For the benefit of society as a whole. The same way that you got to wear clothes when you go in public.
Right. And for those of us that didn't get vaccinated during the COVID stuff.
Are you pro-choice with clothing?
Yeah, it depends on the person. If she's
Holy
good
shit.
looking,
Oh
then
my
no.
God. So you think someone should be able to be in public naked?
Hey, it's not me. You do it. Hey, see again.
Okay,
free
wait.
will.
So I have a
Hold on.
question. So
Free will,
if
people
there are
can do whatever they
children,
want.
is it okay for someone to get naked at a beach, not a nude beach, just a normal beach, right when there are kids there?
No, because we have laws against that.
No, okay, but okay.
No,
so
we have
again,
laws against that. Sorry.
Do you think there should be laws against that?
I'm not a lawmaker. I don't make the rules.
Do you think there should be laws? If you could control the laws, would you put a law against that?
See, I'm not going to play your hypothetical because this is one of the things that you don't.
Engage with the hypothetical.
No, this is one of the things that you love to do and twist people's words.
Yes,
around.
I love to get people to answer questions. Yeah, Daniel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
So I'm not going to. I'm not going to play this game. So
yes, you are. You're either
No,
going
I'm
to
not.
play it. You're either
Nope.
going to answer the hypothetical, or I'm going to go on to the next person.
Go on to the next person because I'm not playing your stupid game.
Okay. All right, let's get to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. He asked for it. Let's get to 3 million likes. Everyone tap that screen, share the live. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You likely don't follow me here, everyone, because I am on my third account. Now, this is the one that I'm going to be on until like the 14th of August, at least. So this is where I will be, everyone. So do make sure to follow me here. Follow me right now. There's also my second account. So my only 3 accounts that you're really going to need to know about is Parker Get a Job, Parker Needs a Job, which is my second account with 100K followers, and then this account, Parker Get a Real Job. This one's like on the way to 100K right now. But and then those are my only 3 accounts that you need to know about. And any other account claiming to be me other than the Parker Got a Real Job account are fake. So just letting everyone know that. So beware for fakes. Make sure to check the Discord if you think that it could possibly be that someone who's a fake Parker is messaging you. I typically don't like message people. So like if someone's messaging you saying they're me, that's probably not me. But yeah, just always check with the Discord because people in the Discord will ask you. And anyone claiming to be Marge, my girlfriend, they're not Marge either. Unless they're in the Discord and it's specifically like the Marge account that has already been put under the role. Thank you for the $5, Kelsey. Thank you so much. All right. But no, Marge is not her name, so don't like look that up. It's not her name, so don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because he's the only president in history.
You're really far away from your mic. Is there a way you can fix that? All right.
Hello.
Yes. Are you voting Trump?
Okay, so he's the only president who's ever actually entered North Korea and had a conversation with Kim Jong-un. He's also the only president who's ever not had any war start.
Are you driving, by the way? Yeah, it sounds like they're driving, chat. So let's go on to the next individual. Do you tap that screen? Let's get up to 3 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, Dawson, thank you for the $3 W shirt. Yep, Star Wars shirt, W.
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm voting for Harris.
Based. Yo, WU, man. Appreciate you. Julianne, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Julianne. Thank you. By the way, everyone, I don't have much longer on the live today, so do follow me here if you have not already, because I do these lives every day. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And also check out the rally video that I just posted. If y'all go and like the video, I really would appreciate that. I'll probably go raid that video, and y'all can go watch it and whatnot. It's a pretty decent video, so I really would appreciate that. Thank you for the fruits, friends. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Let's get to the next individual. Where can we watch? You click on my main account right here. So you just click on my main account and you can watch the videos I just posted. I'm also going to go to more rallies. So especially if you like that content and you watch it all the way through, it boosts it out more and tells me people want that content more. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump, y'all. Do you keep tapping that screen? Let's try to get to 3 million before I get off. I'm probably going to have to get off here pretty soon whenever my girlfriend gives me the green light to leave. I hear someone right now. Is there a way you can back out? Okay, I think they did. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump.
Yo,
Julian, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just love your content.
Appreciate you. Yo, W for them. Let's fucking go. Let's get this next person. W them. I appreciate every single one of y'all who are here all the time. Like, y'all have no clue how much it means to me. This is like such an unbelievable thing to ever happen. If you would have told me this was happening, I would freak out. Literally in the past. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, DAK, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, literally told me I had fucking 8,000 people in here, I would have freaked out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you. Oh, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because I think that he's the better candidate.
Thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much, Wendy. Why so?
I spoke to you yesterday, Parker, but I got cut off. My phone had died.
Oh, okay. So I mean,
Yeah.
we can touch the part that you got to. Did we get through a majority of the conversation? Because I do try to get people in here who haven't been in here before. But if we got cut off on something we were conversating, then I'd love to finish that if you'd like to.
It was like maybe 3 minutes, if that.
It was like 3 minutes in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, we can talk about this. Yeah, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
You know, I'm going to vote for Trump, not because of what, he was convicted of, but because I think that he's just a better leader than what Biden or Kamala would be.
How so? And like in what specific respects? How is
Well,
Kamala
I think that
worse
his
as a leader?
policies are more geared towards American citizens as opposed to being more favorable to foreign affairs.
Really? So like, yeah. So like specifically like the Chips and Science Act, right? Do you think that was like specifically only meant to help people who are around the world and not people in the United States?
You would have to elaborate on exactly
So
what.
the Chips and Science Act is meant to bring the United States by 2030 up to 20% of the global production of chips. It brings back manufacturing jobs to the United States specifically for that development.
I think that's great. But I also think that like when you think about Biden's policies on, I don't know, what was the one, electric vehicles, it's like, why would we ever need that? It's like, I can't even afford an electric vehicle.
Yeah, so again, they're trying to make it cheaper over time so that like it literally will be cheaper than other vehicles.
But
like
I
the
get
point I'm
that, but
making
it's like, how is
specifically
that helping the
with that
economy?
is that
Like,
yeah,
how
well,
is that going to
because
help the economy? Most people can't even afford those vehicles.
I'll explain. So we would so first of all we're going to adapt to what the future economy is going to be like. So we're the first ones to get this technology that's going to incentivize new technology in that field to be created. We can then sell that technology to the rest of the world. It's like industrializing before everyone else. Secondly, as it relates to this, it makes us less dependent on foreign energy, right? So foreign oil. So we'll be more likely to be able to direct how our energy is produced or the price of our energy, things like that. Whereas like if it's subject to the global economy, it's subject to like right now gas prices being so high.
It sounds like a waste of money. It's like
it's not. It is absolutely not. Not only does it fight climate change, not only does it provide make us more energy independent. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. But it allows for us to adapt. To
I
the
get all
future.
that, but like, who can afford a Tesla?
I'm not saying Tesla's not the only EV.
You know, I know it's not.
There are
It's like,
EVs
I
you
can't-
can buy.
Name,
There are
name
EVs
an,
you can buy
name an
for
electric
near like 10
vehicle
grand.
that's less than $10,000.
Wait, you can buy a Nissan Leaf. Again, it's not gonna have that
For
much
less
of a
than
battery. 'Cause-
$10,000?
Yes. At least when I looked, you could. It might have changed because
Like
of
it's like
inflation.
it's not
but
really it's not practical, you know. It's not practical, and then
you
and
can
then
get a
it's
used
like
Nissan Leaf.
and then
for-
it's like this whole idea of like, because obviously Trump is like, pro, being able to own a gun, I guess Second Amendment or whatever you want to call it. So my thing is this, it's like when people argue that, guns are like the top reason why children are being killed, it's like, you could say the same thing for Democrats who talk about pro-choice, because like you're killing babies. So it's like,
What?
yeah,
So,
I mean,
so
it's-
I don't care about abortion prior to sentience. So when you say I'm killing babies, right? I don't consider it a baby until like the point it's sentient.
That's ridiculous, Parker.
No, it's not.
It has a heartbeat.
I don't give a shit about a heartbeat.
Wow.
I care about a first-person subjective
No
experience.
way you just said that on your live.
Yeah, I did just say that.
You don't
Who gives
care
a fuck
about a heartbeat? So you don't
Yeah,
care
I don't
about
give a
living
fuck.
things?
Fuck. Wait. Do you think a heartbeat is the beginning of life?
Yes.
No. 95% of
Absolutely.
biologists. 95% of biologists indicate that it's conception. So unless you're telling me a zygote, a single cell organism, is a person, well then what the fuck are you caring about?
I care the fact that it has a heartbeat. And
Why?
It's a living
Because that's
being.
not the beginning of life. The
I
beginning of
just-
life
I just don't-
is conception.
I would have to disagree with you on
Wait,
that.
95% of biologists disagree with you. Okay, so that's a scientific consensus. That's not just my feelings. It's not someone's feelings. That's a scientific consensus in modern science.
Yeah. So I get where you're coming from with that, Parker. I truly do. But it's one of those things where it's like, You can kind of negate that if you'd like to, and you can argue that, what'd you say, 95% of biologists,
indicate life begins at conception. That's typically what pro-lifers say.
All right, so let me ask you this, Parker. Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? Because I want to really understand where you're coming from with this. Like when you say that. So I don't want to feel bad. I don't want to feel bad about what I believe, right? So it's like, I need you to elaborate on it. Like when you say conception, when life begins at conception, what do you mean?
You don't know what conception is?
Of course.
So you do know what it is?
Yes.
Okay, so then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is like, so when I think of conception, I think of, two organisms or whatever you want to call them, come together and they create life. That's what I believe conception is.
Yeah, conception is the beginning of life.
Yes.
Yeah, so you just conceded. It's life prior to the heartbeat. So why do you care about the heartbeat?
My thing is this. It's vague to say conception is the beginning of life because
no, it's not.
Yes, it is, because if you're being honest, like there is no life until there's a heartbeat. That makes sense. It's like
wait. What's your source?
I don't have a source in that. I'm not looking at.
What the biologists indicate, the 95% of biologists indicate, is life begins at conception. Didn't you just say life was applicable at conception?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like when you say conception, it's like, to me, my understanding of conception is the creation of life, and to me, the creation of life.
So you disagree. The creation of life.
Heartbeat,
So listen, when you say the creation of life, the creation of life happens at conception. That means the beginning of life happens at conception.
And what does that pertain? A heartbeat?
No, it's related to conception.
Or are we talking about organisms that are not?
Conception is the beginning of life. 95% of biologists indicate that conception begins life. Wait, do you think plants are alive?
Absolutely.
Do they have a heartbeat?
Again, are we talking about humans or are we talking about inanimate objects? Because I'm talking about people, living, breathing people with heartbeats is what I'm talking about.
I understand.
I'm not talking
they're not
about
breathing, Philip. They're not breathing until they're born. I hope you know that.
Of course, but I'm talking about a heartbeat though, Parker. It's like, of course, plants don't have a heartbeat, but I'm talking about people. Okay, human beings.
But like people aren't the only things that are alive.
In this situation, we're not talking about plants, Harper. We're talking about pro-life and pro-choice.
Okay.
So we're not talking about plants. This is not a plant thing. This is not because of course I can agree to say that plants have life. Of course I can. But it's completely different. You can't compare a plant to a person. Or a plant's life to a person's life? Seriously?
So again, we're saying that it's life. So yes, we can say that in the context of it being life, the same qualifications that you're using to describe that a human has life at conception would be the same thing that you use to describe that like life exists in a particular plant. The difference is the species.
Again, I agree.
Again, I care about sentient human beings. That's what I care about, and it's not sentient until 18 through 26 weeks. So that's what I care about. Prior to that, I don't give a shit about a heartbeat. Do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual who's brain dead?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there's a heartbeat. They have a heartbeat.
Yeah.
The brain dead individual has a heartbeat, so why don't you care about the heartbeat?
Of course I care about the heartbeat, but in a situation where an individual is brain dead, I think that decision should be made up to the family.
Yeah, so again, prior to the point in which it's sentient, right, why shouldn't that decision be up to the mother?
So, again, when you talk about taking life from someone who is yet to begin to live life in comparison to someone who is brain dead, say
it's
for instance...
It's in the same way I pull out. What's wrong with me pulling out? Because the same thing happens. I'm preventing a life from occurring by pulling out.
I agree. You should pull out.
Exactly. So like, what? You don't care about killing those little sperm. Who gives a fuck?
But no, I agree. You should pull out. But it's one of those things where like, if you make the conscious decision, and this is outside of grape, right? It's like if you make the conscious decision to lay down and consent and have I'm not sure what I can say, but like have sex or whatever the case may be. It's like then you've made a conscious decision to take the risk to have a child. especially
Yeah,
if it's
that doesn't
unprotected.
mean that you should be forced to go through pregnancy. Okay.
In my opinion, Parker, and I respect your opinion, I really do. But in my opinion, I believe it does. I think that is your responsibility. I mean, even if you are
Not if it's
14,
not sentient. I don't give a shit.
14,
I
15
care a lot more about the desires, the wants, the opinions, and the feelings of a sentient, breathing, living human woman, right? Than I care about a zygote. Than I care about an embryo. I don't give a shit. It's quite literally a non-sentient cellular organism. I don't give a shit.
I just completely disagree. And then, Parker, I'm sure. Do you have children?
No, I do not.
Okay, so I think that your perspective on that, and that makes sense now. And I think that your perspective on that might change. I'm not saying that it will, but when you have children, and for the first time, when you go in and you get to hear your child's heartbeat or just see it flicker on the screen.
Hey, thank you for the $5. I'm not going to care about heartbeat.
Well, you say that now, and I believe you. I truly believe what you're saying. I truly believe that you believe what you're saying too. But I think that your perspective might change on that. Is all I'm saying. So,
I think your perspective might change.
Disagree.
You'll see when you're reading the history books about Donald J. Trump. We'll see. But all right, well, I do have to get off. My girlfriend is calling me to leave. So.
No. Tell her about the flicker.
About the what?
The flicker, the heartbeat, man. Are you guys planning on having children?
I will in the future. Yeah. And she wants to in the future too.
That's good. Yeah, man. Like, I don't know. Your perspective might change. That's all I'm saying. Maybe it won't. Maybe it's just maybe it's not a living, breathing, whatever. And
yeah. So like, if my girlfriend got pregnant right now, I would take care of the kid, right? But it is the case that I think it's her choice, and I think she should have a determination of whether or not she wants to get an abortion. If she wanted to get an abortion, I would support her in that. If she didn't want to get an abortion, I would support the kid. I would take care of the kid.
So you just would deny.
I just think that my girlfriend,
you would
and
deny
other women should have the right.
So you would ultimately deny your child a life because of a decision.
Yeah, the same way I deny children a life when I pull out.
The
same way I deny a child a life when I pull out.
Wants to make. Do you see how in that situation, even as and I get it, their body, their choice. I get your argument there. But it's like, do you see how in that situation, like as the father, as the father, you really don't have a say so. And I think that as the father, especially in a situation like yours, where I'm not sure how long you guys have been dating, but don't you think that if it's your child, that maybe you should have some say so?
No, what the hell? It's her body. Why the hell do I have to say so?
I'll agree to disagree on that. You're denying your child life because
should the male have any determination of whether or not? Wait, Philip.
That you believe that your
should the man have any determination of whether or not?
But you believe that your girlfriend has the ultimate decision in whether or not your child lives or not? That is ridiculous.
Yes, listen to this.
To say.
Well, yes, listen. As it relates to the context of abortion prior to sentience, absolutely. So listen to this. As it relates to the context of shit, I just had it. So as it relates to a man, right? Should they have a determination of whether or not a woman gets an abortion?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
You think a man should have a determination of whether or not a woman gets an abortion, right?
Honestly, Parker, I think it depends on the circumstance. Like in a situation,
so a man can tell a woman to get an abortion, and they could be forced by the man.
No,
to get
I don't believe it. I don't believe a man should be able to tell a woman to get an abortion.
Okay,
no,
so why should they be able to do the inverse?
But what I do believe is that
so why should they be able to do the inverse?
The man should have somewhat of a say so in it.
Okay, that makes no sense to me. So why should they have the inverse if they should be able to determine whether or not they get an abortion?
Because getting an abortion ultimately means you're denying life. Okay.
All right. Well, okay. So that's I don't understand that, but
ultimately,
right, well, I gotta go.
You're denying. Okay. Parker, next time. This is fun.
For sure. All right. I'll make
next
sure
time,
to
man.
you.
Seriously.
All right. Peace out.
All right.
Kaylee, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Kaylee. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure to follow me here if you have not already. Follow this account. You likely don't. And also go check out the video on my account. MAGA gets triggered when asked for evidence. Check that one out. Go like it. Watch the whole video. I really would appreciate that, everyone. There are literally just as many people in the live right now as have liked that video already. So please go over there and like it. Let's try to get that over 10,000 likes. I really would appreciate y'all. If you would do that real quick. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Watch the whole video. That's the most important thing, is watching it more than liking it. But yeah, love y'all so much. Go check the video, everyone. Have a great night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.